on Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, good morning, everybody. Sean Pendergast is out. I've got Sean Bajani in with me. I got to tell you, I feel re-enlivened. I feel energized. I feel ready to go kick Titans' butt this weekend. At the end of the show yesterday, Sean, a couple of our listeners were upset with what they perceived to be too much negativity over the Texans' complete and total dismantling at the hands of the Cleveland Browns this weekend.
They sent you off a little bit yesterday.
I will not back off from any of that negativity concerning that game. It was a miserable, moribund effort with obviously lots of excuses the Texans could make. I was reminded by a bunch of Browns fans on my YouTube channel that they have a lot of excuses too. You know, like playing their fourth-string quarterback, whatever. So, I honestly, I was thinking about it yesterday evening, and I thought, man, what's going to pull me out of this funk? There are playoffs on the line here, and then the Texans signed Kareem Jackson. They picked him up off of waivers. So Kareem Jackson, former Texans legend. And that's just what they call former players these days. According to the NFLPA,
if you spend any amount of time with a team and then come back to them, you're the legend.
I'm on the same level as Andre Johnson in the eyes of NFLPA nomenclature. So former Texans cornerback mostly. Remember, they kept trying to move him to safety, and then people would get injured, and then he would move back to cornerback, where in Denver, he found a lot of success as a safety. And over the last few years, he hasn't been as good, and he also hasn't been as present, mostly because he keeps getting suspended for illegal hits, for playing football too much like it's 2009. He's been suspended twice this season. He's missed 7 games with suspensions. He was reactivated a week ago, but they didn't activate him for game day. Whatever the special roster spot was for him as he came back from his unnecessary roughness suspension. The Texans will pay $279,000, the remainder of his prorated contract for the year, and simultaneously the Texans send Jimmy Ward to the IR with a quad injury. So this was really, really good timing in a way that the Broncos reportedly were planning on, or at least hoping to sign Kareem Jackson to the practice squad if he cleared waivers. Texans are further down on the waiver list right now, so there's a chance that might have worked out for the Broncos, but ultimately the Texans get to take Sean Payton's little golden parachute, little Kareem parachute away from him.
Do you think we've seen the last of Jimmy Ward?
That's a really good question. How many games has he missed because of injury this year?
And this year he missed the first 2, then missed 4. I think he's missed 5, and then large chunks of 3 others.
And he's 31 years old, turns 32 in the offseason.
I think he's 32, about to turn 33, but I could be wrong.
So anyway, he's on the wrong side of 30. I do wonder. Yeah, he's 32, turning 33. Gosh, you've got a head for statistics, man. You remembered how many games he'd been out each stint this year? Well, I barely remember what number I wore in the NFL.
Hey, when you come off of some really bad losses, you've got to find like little nuggets to focus on for the upcoming week. And you try to be different. So I get lost in stats a lot. So yeah, I'm a stat nerd like that, I guess.
This is interesting because with Kareem Jackson's addition, the Texans have 2 of the 3 players who have been suspended this season for illegal hits. Yeah. It's Denzel Perryman, Houston Texan, and Pittsburgh Steelers linebacker DeMonte Kazee is the other one. So we've got two of the 3 recidivists, which reminds me of one of my favorite scenes of all time. This is Nicolas Cage interviewing with the parole board in Raising Arizona, trying to get his character High paroled.
They got a name for people like you, High. That name is called recidivism.
Repeat offender.
Not a pretty name, is it, High?
No, sir. That's one bonehead name, but that ain't me anymore.
You're not just telling us what we want to hear.
No, sir, no way.
Because we just want to hear the truth.
Well, then I guess I am telling you what you want to hear.
Didn't we just tell you not to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then.
I love it. That's a great pull by you.
I can't. That's how I learned the word recidivism. That's Raising Arizona, kids. If you ever want to, the Raising Arizona is one of those movies, like all Coen Brothers movies. You either think it's the best thing ever, or you just don't get it.
Oh,
it's like
you just refreshed my memory. I'm going to go watch that again. It's been years and years and years, but that is such a perfect pull for this scenario.
So we've got recidivists in our midst. Has Denzel he's only been suspended once. He got suspended once this year because of his multiple violations through the years. So he's been a recidivist, but finally it caught up to him and he actually got suspended. Kareem's been suspended twice in one season. There's one thing about this Texans team. They're not going to shy away from guys like this. No. And the whole thing is, like, it's not like Kareem's a bad dude or anything. He's a gentleman.
No, that's the thing. It's look, it's been 7 years since he's been a Houston Texan.
Oh my gosh!
Right? I'm asking. I don't know. It seems like that long. Like COVID is like a time warp for me. It's like there's a 2-3 year chunk there where it's like it just never happened. Things that I think happened. Even 8 months ago, it was like 2 years ago. So I'm not sure. It feels like a while since Kareem Jackson's been a Houston Texan.
His last year as a Texan was 2018.
All right. So what did I say?
5 years ago. Yeah,
5 years. So. Okay, that's not bad. There's that 2 year time warp of COVID. Thanks, man. I don't remember what he was like as a Texan, and I'm kind of interested, to go today to practice to kind of talk to him and see what he has to say, kind of get that vibe from him. I mean, we know he's a much different player, turned into a much different player, when he left than he was when he was here. Not just in terms of physicality, but...
Right, well, he wasn't really known as I don't think he was really known as a huge hitter while he was playing cornerback. A lot of that, too, is because when he really thrived, it was when they were playing a lot of two-man coverages where he's playing man. And that doesn't lend itself to just coming over and crushing guys and breaking on routes and everything like it necessarily. And, he got and they were trying him at safety, but it was like every time they moved him to safety, which people were clamoring for, a bunch of injuries would happen in cornerback and they'd move him back. So he went to Denver and he got to actually play safety. And that's when he really got the reputation for huge hits. And I think that, now you see these two guys, Denzel Perryman. He's a big, thick dude. I think Denzel Perryman might be more athletic than he realizes he is. I think sometimes Denzel Perryman thinks that he's got no choice but to be this head basher when he's pretty explosive. With Kareem, I think it might just be that he feels like he's too old to change his stripes and he's going to beat him. But it's costing him a lot of money, man. He's done 7 games off of a $2+ million salary this year.
Yeah. Well, you just kind of made a really good point, in my opinion, on Denzel Perryman. Look, I know he had that really bad game, like everybody did against the Jets, where they just got torched, the linebacker core did, with the crossing routes, everything underneath. It was bad. But, man, he made a play this past weekend. I think it was in the end zone where he defensed a pass where, I mean, that is the athleticism that I think we were all expecting. I mean, you knew what he could do in terms of being a physical guy, a hard hitter, that thumper that you were missing last year in this linebacker core. That now Blake Cashman, as he's kind of risen through the ranks and has become known much more than just a special teams ace, has been that thumper too for the Texans, and you really miss him since he's been out the last couple of weeks. Perryman, he's an athlete. When he's healthy, he's very much like that second level Jimmy Ward type player.
I think the one play where you missed Cashman, where it really stuck out, was the David Njoku touchdown, where it was just classic Tampa 2. Perryman's trying to carry David Njoku, the tight end, up the seam, and Njoku was able to split the split the safeties, and then Flacco made a great throw. That's a tough part of Tampa too, is that at times, like that middle linebacker is always going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage. He's usually not as long as the tight end, so as long as the safeties are split apart and the ball's placed well, you're kind of SOL, and that's where they were. But I think that Cashman's a little bit more fluid in coverage. But you're right. I think that with Perryman sometimes. That in that Jets game, I couldn't tell at times whether it was his mistakes or whether it was Hansen maybe made a questionable decision in coverage that may have screwed Perryman up on that Randall Cobb touchdown. You never know exactly what their rules are, and they could get Cashman back and it would be nice, but I think Perryman kind of added an element of I don't even want to talk about the illegal hits. Like he's got an element of just good sound tackling. He squares dudes up, takes the right angle, and makes good solid tackles. Yeah. And in some ways, I think he was a really good influence on Christian Harris, because Christian Harris has become a much better tackler over the last, say, it seemed like about week 3 or 4 onward.
Oh boy, yeah, and I think he's really turned it on again here in the last couple of weeks in just terms of identifying what's going on in the backfield.
Yeah.
And just being in a position to make plays. And he's missed some still. You know, he's got a little bit of that Jalen Petrie kind of in him where I think he plays with his head down a little bit too much, keep his eyes on the target, drive through a guy. Very much like you don't see a lot of old school tackling technique with players now, but I really appreciate DeAndre Houston Carson for that. I think he's very fundamental physical tackler.
Yeah.
And, he's a guy that you remember being in middle school, high school, your coaches, you were on the other side of the ball, on the D-line, you probably didn't hear it as much, but hey, get your helmet across the guy's chest, grab cloth, just drive a helmet through a guy's chest. That's DeAndre Houston Carson. That's Christian Harris more times than not, too.
Yeah, he is, and it's that's where I think the D'Amico effect is hopefully starting to take hold. D'Amico's calling card his first couple of years in the league was that he took 2 linebackers that were not first-round picks and turned them into genuine studs. That's hopefully what Christian Harris turns into. C.J. Stroud, the other big thing is, okay, we'll get some kind of news on C.J. Stroud today. And I admitted to Sean yesterday that I'd kind of flip-flopped on just how conservative I wanted to be with C.J. Stroud as I saw how ugly it could be without him. So I'm trying to run it through this filter. If I were C.J. Stroud's uncle, what would my advice be coming back from this concussion? I'm gonna work through this next.
Playoffs after a tough loss to
It's a little mini staycation, and Sean Bajani is in. And this is a big week in a lot of ways. Obviously, for the Texans' playoff hopes to stay alive, it would really, really, really help them to win both of these games versus the Titans and the Colts. But we've got this small issue of C.J. Stroud having a concussion, and we'll find out a little bit more. As D'Amico revealed on Sunday, he attended practice on Friday, didn't participate, but attended and watched. He was in meetings, so he's moving through the protocol, and there's not a lot the coaches or CJ himself can't, like CJ can't do it with grit and want to. It's just a matter of whether his brain recovers and he can operate. We'll find out more today. The one question that used to be really big, Sean, when everybody started getting aware of concussions was, they'd love to ask football players, well, are you going to let your son play football? Are you going to, yeah. So I think, like, okay, everybody's kind of processed that, and we know who's going to let their kids play football and who isn't. And statistically, if you live in Texas, you're more likely to let your son play football. So I know, and I feel like if you listen to this show, you're probably really likely to let your son play football. But it's a balancing act. You know that there's risks, but just like anything else in life, there's risks, and boys are going to be boys, and you just try to figure out what the right decision is.
The sub-question in that is when. Yeah. If you are, then when.
Yeah, exactly. Like, are they going to play in high school or before then? So with this, though, with C.J. Stroud, this comes down to, all right, there's so many different ways you can look at this. If you're a fan of the football team, in a lot of ways, I think a lot of people, just from watching on Twitter and people DMing me and just talking to people at the grocery store, it seemed like there were a lot of people, even before this last week's game, that thought this kid's too valuable. And, on a personal level, maybe they love C.J. Stroud, but just on a football side of things, he's just too good and he's too valuable. And that you've got to be so careful. I've had people email me saying that he shouldn't play at all the rest of this year.
He didn't want a Tua 2.0.
Right, yeah, exactly. And especially that last concussion that he got. I say the last concussion because we all wonder whether you already had one a couple weeks prior. Mm-hmm. But it was kind of like a Tua one where the head bounced off the turf. So it's like I tried to ask myself, okay, if I were actually a C.J. Stroud family member, like would I want anything above and beyond what the current concussion protocol is, and would I want to hold him out even longer? And I really, it's hard for me to, because I don't have a son who played football, so I never actually had the rubber meet the road when it comes to making this decision myself. But honestly, I think with CJ, for one, obviously he's going to push and want to get out there as soon as it's possible.
Sure.
But I think like with any professional football player, this has changed, and guys are much more conscious of what the risks are, and they know what the long-term potential damage might be. But they've kind of already signed that contract, everybody that plays the game up to this point has probably had at least an undiagnosed concussion, even with all the extra precautions and everything they take these days.
Yeah.
And I think that's like the day, the day that you step out to play football that season, in a lot of respects, I feel like the decision's already been made. I'm putting myself through that. Like, all right, yeah, I would follow the protocol, and if the protocol said that I would go back, then I'm going to take my chances. Just like anything else in life, there's a risk and reward.
But
if you and I aren't wearing bike helmets right now because we're afraid of the risk of falling down and hitting our heads on a table, even though it's a potential. No, that's an extreme risk reward thing. Very unlikely. But football, it's a little bit closer.
But if you don't feel like your body or your faculties match up with what the protocol says, then that's a personal decision. And I think, it goes much, much deeper, and even kind of back to what, we all kind of think might be the situation before he took that hit a couple of weeks ago is we've poured over the film and we looked at the Broncos game, and I think it was Alex Singleton, their linebacker, who knifed in on the quarterback sneak, or it was one of those guys that knifed in where Stroud got pulled out, and he was pulled out the week prior to that for fear that he might taken a hit to the head, or 2 weeks prior to that, whatever the case was. Is all right, what's the severity there, and did he sustain something that didn't really even register at the time that would cause him to even go to the protocol? because we do know this. As little as we still know about concussions and things like that, if you've sustained something that maybe didn't register, but over time it just kind of compounds and compounds, and when you take a big hit like he did against the Jets, then it's like, boom. That's the concern, and ultimately it becomes Stroud and what he's personally comfortable doing, even though this week protocol might say, hey, you're 100. You're
right.
Good.
Well, the part of that, though, too, is there is still, like, 50% of the diagnosed concussions are self-reported. Some of the those are the official stats. Some team doctors have said they think it's more like 75% of the concussions that they diagnose are self-reported. So what most people believe is that, okay, like we rely really heavily on self-report, that we're definitely missing a lot of them. If a guy's not self-reporting, then we're missing them. Yeah. Especially you think about this camera's not trained on all of these other guys the way they are on CJ Stroud or any other quarterback. So like that one of the symptoms that I think got that red flag in the Broncos game was it's ataxia. It's like imbalance, like a abnormality of balance or stability, because he looked like just a little shaky when he got up. Yeah. So like just that ataxia was enough for them to go in and check and see what it was, and then he probably got evaluated. He gets evaluated again later. But you're right. Like sometimes the protocol isn't perfect. Okay, so what you're saying is, by all means, if I was his uncle and he said, yeah, you know what, like I passed the baseline testing and everything, but I just don't feel like I'm seeing things that well, then yeah, I'd say that's you gotta stay out in that situation. And that's where I think a lot of the gray area with the protocol is. Look, maybe this is, because you're looking for it, but I think I notice this when I'm not looking for it at all. I've seen so many guys make just boneheaded errors the first week they come back from concussion protocol. And I would include Jimmy Ward in last week's game where he came back from a concussion protocol in less than a week. It's cover 4. They're in quarters. And with no other receiver on that side of the field, Amari Cooper runs right past him. Like just with nothing to distract Jimmy Ward or anything. It was not typical of a veteran safety in that situation. And like I go back to Brian Hoyer when he came back from his concussion and had one of the worst games of his life. There's a little bit of a lag there between when a guy gets through the protocol and then maybe especially at quarterback where the timing has to be so precise and the decision making is so quick.
Well, look at Trevor Lawrence. Look at Trevor Lawrence, sustained a concussion 2 weeks ago and then takes a big hit again this past weekend before he injures his shoulder. Look, that's a very fast time, and not every concussion, we know this, is created equal, but still the lingering effects and what maybe a particular person would deem like, not a big deal, protocol says I'm good, like I can fight through it, you excuse it away, it's this, that, or the other thing. But you know what? Maybe Lawrence wasn't seeing or feeling or had the periphery in the pocket that, would have otherwise prevented him from taking other dangerous type hits that would have and maybe could have attributed to his shoulder injury outside of the actual play he got hurt on. Yeah,
that's what you had mentioned 2 words that you would tell CJ. What was it? What
week 6?
What happened in week 6?
Well, I say that really it's not maybe per uncle, but I was thinking about it in terms along the lines of what D'Amico would maybe say, Slowick would maybe say to Stroud, and really from a team-wide standpoint, because this game is obviously very big. It's the next biggest game of the Texans season. I'm telling them 2 words, week 6. The reason why? You know what the Texans are up against. You don't feel confident because of what they've looked like the last month. They've lost 3 of 5. 2 have been blowouts in recent weeks, and you've been down players. Well, week 6 stuck out to me because that was a game against the Saints at home. You didn't have Tank Dell at that time. Noah Brown was inconsistent, had yet to emerge as a big play threat at that point. Nico was and still is the dude, presumably back healthy this week, along with Dalton Schultz. Both were huge in that game. They were at the time on their 3rd different starting offensive line. They're on their 7th now. It's the first time that we'd seen the team be able to bounce back from a very difficult loss. The week prior to that, they'd gotten beat by Desmond Ridder in the final moments. And they ran the ball well that day. Devin Singletary was the dude. He averaged 4.8 yards per carry then, and that was 2 weeks prior before his real breakout. And to a much smaller degree, the Texans had faced the Saints in the preseason. So they showed the ability to be able to, bounce back against the same team and pick up a win when you really needed it coming off of a tough loss. So I kind of attribute all of those things that occurred in Week 6 to, well, what are you looking at now with the Titans? Stroud's coming back, presumably, post-concussion. You're down important receivers. You're down important defensive players. You're facing a team for the second time in the last 3 weeks. Like, you've already shown the propensity to be able to overcome certain types of adversities, similar types of adversities. So from a confidence standpoint, like, hey, get back out there. You can do it. Like, let's go seize the day kind of a thing for the team, for Stroud. That's exactly what I'd be saying. We've done this before.
Yeah.
Week 6.
Yeah, I think that's I guess I don't think Stroud, I can't say exactly what he would feel or anything. I'm just thinking about watching Case Keenum back behind that offensive line, and that really good Browns defense on Sunday. Like, if CJ's watching that game, is he putting himself in that position and thinking, oh, yeah, I got this, and I would have made this check, and I would have understood this much better? Or is he thinking about, like, the play where, Juice Scruggs got destroyed by number 99 there, Smith, right? That had a really good day.
Yep.
He got beat in, it was Xavier Suafilo type of pass protection.
But what was Stroud doing pre-Jets game? It was two straight or 3 straight games after a stretch of a month and a half without Stroud having taken 1 sack and very minimal quarterback hits. He'd gotten sacked like 4 times, boom, 5 times, I think, in the Jets game or something like that. But it could have been more if not for Stroud's ability to maneuver in the pocket, his escape ability, operate outside the pocket, which was actually working really well leading into that Jets game. With Stroud working off schedule to his receivers. So I think he's looking at that and saying, you know what, I'm not going to let last week's game and what they did to Case, affect what I think could happen to me because I know how to operate.
Yeah, I guess I just look at him as like almost 2 independent things because there's the concussion side of things is, okay, if you feel completely ready to go, then you're going regardless of whether the pass protection looks good or not. The gray area starts to be when when maybe he's not quite sure, and then you also compound that by the pass protection being an issue, and really in Tank Dell not being there. And you talk about avoiding sacks, man. It's nice when you have a little water bug that can get open immediately, and he just doesn't have that right now. But I am I told you off air yesterday. This is where I struggle because when all that concussion stuff was when people were first starting to realize everything about CTE and everything. My nephew was a high school football player and he got a concussion, and I was total old school. This is how we did it back in our day. I thought the trainer was being a wimp about it and everything. I kept my mouth shut and I just kind of grumbled about it and everything. But looking back on it, I'm a little ashamed of myself for how flippant I was about it. Because that was right where the envelope. We used to laugh about it when guys would get knocked loopy on the side. It was hilarious.
Oh, it was going to I take my kid to the park across the street, right? And they have one of those little spinny things, that you sit in and you spin them, and then you say, "Hey, Bubba, get out and try to walk." And he's walking all crazy and falls down.
Right across the street.
You laughed your ass off when a teammate of yours or somebody destroyed somebody and they get up kind of loopy and then they fall back down. I was like, you get destroyed. And then you don't realize at the time because you don't know what was really going on. It's not talked about. It's not thought about. Yeah, that's serious.
You know what the weird thing is, though? But you still did also know. You knew guys that got, the way we gauged it back then was if a guy got a really bad concussion, you knew it sucked because they had to be in a dark room for a month. My brother dropped out of law school because he got a concussion playing rugby and was he couldn't do anything he couldn't focus, concentrate and everything. But at that same time too, even neurologists didn't think that there was long-term damage necessarily, or they didn't think there was as much of a potential for long-term. Like, it always drives me crazy when people say, like, oh, everybody always knew that there was like, no. There wasn't consensus on it from neurologists until these last 10 years.
It's crazy to think about.
Yeah. I called my brother the other day, and I was like, hey, man, I'm sorry I made so many jokes about how stupid you were back then. Like, now you're just normal stupid, but you were really stupid back then with that really bad concussion you had. We've got headlines coming up next. News from around the AFC South, and a familiar face returns. Kareem Jackson back in town. What does this sets the Texans apart in a very, very unique way. We'll explain next.
The Texans may have lost.
know of, because we don't know anything about C.J. Stroud yet. Maybe something happened last night. We'll find out later today. But Kareem Jackson, back with the Texans. The Denver Broncos had put him on waivers. Kareem has spent 7 games suspended, spread out over 2 suspensions this year for violations of unnecessary roughness rules, is my kind of violation. And the Broncos had been impressed with P.J. Locke, who stepped in for Kareem while Kareem was suspended. And it was at a spot where they were going to cut him, and the word was the Broncos hoped that he would make it through waivers and that they could keep Kareem on the practice squad in case they needed him. I think Kareem has still too much left in the tank for him to make it all through the waiver wire, as all these playoff teams, are starting to get all these injuries. And then it made even more sense when – tell me if this was the timeline for you, Sean. I didn't find out that Jimmy Ward was put on IR until after I found out the news that Kareem Jackson had been picked up on waivers.
I found out at the same time.
Okay. So
my first thing was I checked my emails, and I was late, got home with the kid, checked my email, and it was on the Texans transaction email that we get.
Oh, okay. So you got the official. You man, when you're seeing out on the official transaction list, you're late to the party there these days.
Yeah, at least by an hour or so.
Did you read it in your paper newspaper, Sean? My God.
No.
The hell?
No.
So the Texans will pay $279,000 for the privileges of having Kareem Jackson on the staff for these next 2 games. And Jimmy Ward go on IR. Jimmy Ward's had a tumultuous season. In terms of injury. Jackson's had a tumultuous season in terms of suspensions. But the interesting angle here is that there have only been 3 guys in the NFL suspended for unnecessary roughness or illegal hits this year. 2 of them are now on the Texans because Denzel Perryman was suspended as well. So
can you say culture fit?
Yeah. And 3 out of the 4 suspensions, right? Unless that guy from the Steelers got 2 suspensions. There have been 3 players suspended a total of 4 times. 3 of those suspensions have come with Texans players. I do think, it just speaks to that split personality of DeMeco Ryans, where he is just a super positive, awesome gentleman of a dude, but on the football field, he really, really, really wants to hit people as hard as possible.
You know who he reminds me of?
And he doesn't mind people towing the line. Yeah.
He reminds me of, or maybe vice versa, Will Anderson reminds me of DeMeco Ryans, who's, one of the nicest guys off of the football field, very well-spoken, cool, do anything you need.
Yeah.
But he is an absolute beast when he's on the football field. He has no fear, aggressive. I think that type of mentality, that type of player is what DeMeco's talked about wanting and needing all season long. And that's going to be the funnest part is however this season ends, this offseason when the Texans have money and they see what guys look like in this system, they're going to be able to go out and get better fits and deeper at certain positions, hopefully a linebacker and hopefully D-line. Now you need a little help in the secondary too, presumably, but all 3 phases, you're going to be able to really go out and get the kind of guy and continue to develop the kind of player that DeMeco really, really wants.
Which I always get. I'll put a disclaimer out here before I say this because I never like to say oh yeah, this guy would have been good in the military or anything because obviously much different set of challenges. But for our military people in the audience, I am curious, what branch of the armed services do Will Anderson and DeMeco Ryans fit best? Where would you send them if they were 18-year-olds and they had that personality and everything? What's their best role in the military? I'm curious about this. So it's not me giving this opinion. I want military people to give this opinion.
It's a good question.
I know it's funny. I always I was talking to a Navy SEAL once, and he was talking about how people will always come up to him and be like, yeah, I was going to be a Navy SEAL if I didn't do such and such and such. And you're like, dude, it's not. You don't just check a box. It's kind of hard to make it. And even he'll hear it from professional athletes, which is okay. Yeah, those guys are you're a better athlete than me, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you could have made it as a Navy SEAL.
Yeah.
So I'm not asking anybody to say what those guys should have been. If D'Amico's anything like me, like when you're built a certain level of thickness, swimming is not a strength.
Yeah.
I feel like D'Amico would be like me. I sink like a rock. I can't float for crap. And he's way more muscular than I am. I feel like he would just sink to the bottom of the ocean.
To that point, my hopes and dreams of becoming a Navy SEAL were shot down many, many years ago in high school when, I realized it wasn't as simple as checking a box.
Yeah.
And just being able to do it was a lot different than saying, I want to be an infantryman. They want you to be an infantryman.
That's where you actively have to try to get out of it if you don't want to be. Yeah.
It's like, I gotta go find something to where I'm in a nice, cozy cubicle on a base somewhere. It doesn't matter where, but I wanted to be a Navy SEAL and realized you couldn't check the box. But then also to the, I don't know if you had to take this, Seth, back in the day, the ASVAB test in high school.
What's that?
It's like a military-based test where it would tell you what job you would fit best at in the military.
Oh, really?
And, mine was infantryman.
What's it called? ASVAP?
I think it's the acronym is ASVAB. Maybe it's ADSVAB. ADSVAB.
All right. We'll
it might not even exist anymore. Mind you, we are in our 40s.
We'll take the test in the last hour. So next headline: Trevor Lawrence has sustained himself an AC sprain. He's doubtful to practice today. They play the Panthers this weekend, and obviously the AFC South is a three-way tie. At the top, the Texans are still very much in play for the division, but they got to gain a game on the Jaguars because they don't have the tiebreaker versus them. So if Trevor Lawrence can't play, I'll be honest with you, the C.J. Beathard's not as good as Trevor Lawrence, but Trevor Lawrence playing banged up and injured might actually be better for the Texans than a healthy quarterback being in there. He's really had a go of it. He's had a banged-up knee, a high ankle sprain, and then a concussion last week. But that's 3 injuries in 3 weeks. He had the high ankle sprain in week 14, the concussion in week 15, and then the AC sprain this week. So something to monitor as the week goes along. Obviously, the Texans have their own quarterback concerns. No news to report yet on C.J. Stroud, but we'll find out a little bit more later on. Sean, I'll let you.
1 o'clock practice. So
1 o'clock practice. Okay. Sean, I'll let you do the baseball news real quick.
Yeah, former Astro catcher Martin Maldonado signed with the Chicago White Sox yesterday. Agreed to a 1-year deal. He's 37. Spent the last 6 of his 13 big league seasons with the Stros. Obviously, helped win back-to-back pennants, the 22 series, probably one of the worst seasons ever in the history of any catcher or maybe player that identified as a hitter of any kind last year for the Astros, but beloved by many. Astros, of course, named Yainer Diaz their primary catcher per Dana Brown. And they signed former Cub, Padre, and Brewer catcher Victor Caratini this offseason. So they've officially moved on from Martin Maldonado, and Maldonado has officially moved on. He is now with Chicago White Sox. The first thought when I saw this news yesterday, Seth, was, damn it. Like, I wanted something better for Martin, but he's got to go rot in absolute baseball hell with the Chicago White Sox. They suck.
But he's 37 years old, and obviously the writing's on the wall. If he gets if he's having a chance to play, and he's seen the highs, he's seen the lows, he can just keep playing baseball. So just be happy for the good times, and don't dwell on what it is like is now as he struggles through making only $1 million or $2 a year. We'll try not to cry too hard for him. Yeah. I think that the hardest thing for me is honestly going all the way back to Dallas Keuchel. I try real hard to not encourage people to I don't know why it happens like this. It seems like it happens in baseball more than other sports. People turn on a dime with like any sentimental attitudes they have towards guys who had been really, really good with your baseball team for a while. And then if they trail off at all while they're still here, then people just cut ties emotionally with them completely. And it's curious to me. It doesn't have to be that way.
I've never been able to do that. Like, unless a guy I really liked, not performance-based at all, I should say, but if they moved on and were not with the Astros, per se, we're talking about baseball, then I immediately just despise them back when I was a kid. You know,
some guys are easier. I mean, it's not like Jeff Kent's, like, you know, that's easy. Some of these other guys, it's harder.
Because he wasn't an original. You know, if you weren't original and you move on, like Olajuwon with the Raptors. Yeah. I still loved Olajuwon, but I despise the Rockets for ever allowing that to happen. You know, it's like you pay that guy whatever. It doesn't. Yeah. Adam Spillane. It's not my money. Like, give him whatever he wants to keep him in Houston. The same thing needs to be said for Jose Altuve. I mean, you might never see Astro lifers again if it's not Altuve. I mean, the last two you might have ever seen is Biggio and Bagwell.
All right, so that's headlines. Kareem Jackson is back with the Texans. He is, I discovered last night, very, very, very different from one of his new young teammates, and it's not the guy that you're thinking of. I'll explain next. There's another dealership that's very, very different than any.
Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast is on vacation. Sean Bajani is in again today. The big news for the Texans last night was actually a two-parter where Jimmy Ward, the safety, was put on IR with a quad injury, but also around about the same time, it was announced that the Texans had picked up Kareem Jackson, former Texans player, and then Broncos safety. He was a cornerback mostly with the Texans. They kept trying to move him to safety, but injuries kept forcing him back to corner. Then with the Broncos, he became a Pro Bowl safety. And this year he's had a few dabbles with the Roger Goodell Gestapo, and he's had to serve 2 suspensions for a total of 7 games for illegal hits, but certainly one that likes to play DeMeco Ryans' physical brand of football. Sean, I had teased that he was very, very different from one of his new young teammates, and I think that people thought immediately Jalen Petrie, and we'll get into that because there is a lot that perhaps he can help Jalen Petrie out with. But it's Derek Stingley in this one regard. There was an article in ESPN a few days ago about Derek Stingley. I'm just going to be sure that this was DJ Bieneme that wrote it. That he does not have his X account, his Twitter account. He's not very active on it at all, and he actually has somebody else manage it. He said this: Twitter is an evil world. It's very negative. It can get like that. I'm not as much in control of Twitter as much as Instagram. Instagram, I can restrict this, block this, whatever. Twitter is like free-for-all. So that's Derek Stingley on Twitter. Speaking about Twitter, this is a handful of random tweets that I pulled from Kareem Jackson's account, where I searched for any Kareem Jackson post that also had the word ass in it. And so while Derek Stingley shies away from Twitter because it's too negative, this is Kareem Jackson, March 18th, 2020, I think talking about the former Texans. It's all good, you know how to talk. It's all good. You know how old girlfriends talk trash about you after you move on. In reality, they really miss you, especially when you show up to homecoming dance and show your ass. And there was a shot of him, I think, running down in celebration from the Texans game that year, when the Broncos had played the Texans. Yeah. Let's see. Clearly none of you MF have ever played football. He's responding to somebody. TF, you mean y'all just ass soft in this league? Delete your mama or debate your mama. So he didn't say delete your mama. He said debate your mama. And then, in stark contrast to Derek Stingley, who has somebody else run his Twitter account, Kareem Jackson tweeted to somebody that apparently was wearing a grill or something, and had come after him on Twitter. He said, fake-ass Paul Wall, he should charge you for biting his style and making it look bad. Seen people get whooped for less. So I feel like Kareem's a slightly different mindset in how he approaches the public life than perhaps Derek Stingley, who tends to be very quiet, doesn't talk trash at all or anything. Kareem's just going to say what he feels, and he's going to put it out there.
I was just kind of scrolling through some of his tweets over the course of the last few weeks since he's been not playing football and off of a suspension and things like that. It's about every 10th tweet. It's GD refs, terrible call.
Yeah. Oh, no, he's awesome.
I love those.
Yeah, I'm not saying this in a negative way at all. Like, he's very, out there. The issue where, I kind of worried about him when he first left Houston was that and this happens with athletes a lot, I think because he engages with people on Twitter, then you know how it is. It's like it's fourth grade rules, man. You let them know that it bothers you or something, then they're going to keep coming after you. I felt like sometimes athletes start feeling like the people that come after them on Twitter represent the entire fan base. And there were people that would, there were people that go after Kareem, and then Kareem would kind of talk like the whole Texans fan base was coming after, and people Texans fan would be saying no, Kareem, we still love you. We get it. Whatever. Bill O'Brien. Yeah. Okay. And it just wasn't. It's unfortunate. So I don't think it's been like that as of late. And obviously he's got history as a teammate of DeMeco Ryans and no history with Nick Caserio at all. So any potential bad blood, I think, is all gone by the wayside.
I really like this signing. We mentioned it briefly yesterday when there were reports and we were getting a text, about every half hour. The show hey, Jackson's available. The Texans going to sign Jackson. They should go get Kareem, this, that, and the other thing. And I thought that it should have been something they'd seriously consider.
Yeah.
There are a lot of similarities, parallels, why you could see this on paper being a fit. One of the reasons why, just kind of now as you're talking and I'm thinking through this, is that we've heard it from D'Amico, we've heard it from Stroud a lot this season, and it's kind of trickled down the message, whether it be Tank talking about it, Will Anderson, most of the young guys. They're going to love you one day, they're going to hate you the next.
Yeah.
Nobody maybe can identify with that better than Kareem Jackson, who was despised by Texan fans, I think, the first couple of 3 years that he was here because of his play. I mean, literally,
it was really
well.
It was his rookie year. Was he was drafted 2010, right?
2010, yep.
And then when Wade Phillips got there and he just simplified everything for him, and just let him play man, then all of a sudden, but his rookie year was a disaster.
Sure.
It looked like he was a
bust, and it just took a while for, I think, fans to, gravitate back towards him and appreciate him. And look, he became obviously a really good player here. I think a lot of people wanted to keep him around. You just didn't want to pay what he was going to be worth at the time. And I think just that mindset of, they're going to love you one day, they're going to hate you the next day, just kind of adds to, the culture fit, the mentality that not only D'Amico wants his players to have here, but Stroud as well. Somebody that, again, on the other side of the ball can identify with that kind of mentality. I love the fit so far, at least on paper. At 35, hopefully he could still play. I don't know how much he's going to impact this team defensively over the course of the last 2 weeks of the regular season, but it can't be worse than what they've had to work with or have to work with now, minus Jimmy Ward and a benched Jalen Petrie.
Well, yeah, and I mean that's a huge question. Is how are they going to treat Jalen Petrie this week? I think that if what happened was that Jalen Petrie jumped that underneath route to David Njoku and instead of helping out on that Amari Cooper pass down the sideline, after which Jalen Petrie didn't play much at all in that game, if at all. I think they're definitely 100% sending him a message, and because that had been driven home all week. I mean, D'Amico was talking every time he was at the podium or talking to ESPN or anybody else last week about Joe Flacco's deep ball and what a threat everything was. And yet there you have with busted coverages out of your safeties in that game. Mm-hmm. It's unacceptable. So are they hoping that Jalen Petrie got the message and that he's going to come back and they're like, how short is his leash going to be this week? I do think that Kareem Jackson is a guy who's played cornerback, obviously, made the transition to safety. He's seen the field from a lot of different angles and perspectives, as has Jimmy Ward, And I think in that respect, at least, he can maybe take over for Jimmy Ward and just being good counsel for Jalen Petrie. Now, I never look at that like that's going to be the cure-all, It's like whenever anybody ever ask you to talk to their kid because the kid's having behavioral issues? You're like, oh boy, I hope they don't expect me to fix this kid with like one talking to. I'm not this kid's. I think this kid's still gonna end up in suspension a time or two, even after the old talking to from Uncle Seth. So I don't. It's not a quick fix, but it's somebody that can be there as a resource.
So do you think Jackson? By the way, DeAndre Houston Karsten and Jalen Petrie are 1 and 2 on the unofficial depth chart released this week by the Texans. Okay. So take that for what it's worth.
Yeah.
I mean, if the Texans wanted to continue to send a message, put Kareem Jackson's ass ahead of Jalen Petrie on the unofficial depth chart. See how that goes. Unnecessary, but you get me kind of thinking because, okay, you're down Jimmy Ward now. You go out and you get Kareem Jackson. In my mind, is Jackson going to be that center fielder that Jimmy Ward has been? Does Jalen Petrie fit that mold a little bit better or not as well? Because I thought Jackson, the signing, was more in correlation to like it being a direct reflection of what the Texans kind of believe about Jalen Petrie right now. This guy's just not getting it. We need somebody that can come in, understands the system, can see the field, understands what he's seeing, is a great communicator, and is very adept at knowing where to be on a football field in coverage.
I think it's impossible to know because you sent Jimmy Ward to the IR. I wonder with Jimmy Ward's quad injury, depending on how bad it is. I guess the answer you might be able to figure out the answer, Sean, if we knew. Okay, if Jimmy Ward doesn't need surgery, if it looks like it's something that he could come back from in 3 weeks or something, but they need something now. Even then, it's still an injury concern with Jimmy Ward. But they're putting him on IR, so he's not coming back. I wonder.
But I mean, if there was 5 weeks left in the season, maybe you don't put him on IR.
Right.
Obviously, if surgery's not required, then you wouldn't because maybe it's a 4-week injury. You can get him back the last week of the season, so on and so forth. But
so it's impossible to know. I mean, the fact of the matter is, maybe if Jimmy Ward were still available and healthy, would they have still signed Kareem Jackson? Then it would be a slam dunk. Wow. All right, you really didn't. Jalen Petrie did not develop the way that you wanted him to develop this year. I think that the biggest question now will just be, all right, how quickly does Kareem get up to speed? Yeah. I would imagine it's very quickly. It's not like D'Amico wants his safeties and his defensive backs to be able to disguise and everything, but it's not like the lingo or anything or the concepts are going to be so foreign or hard for a guy who's been in the league well over a decade to handle. So I think that part of it will be pretty quick. It's just more a matter of, okay, A, is he physically completely ready? And B, does he keep from getting suspended again? He doesn't seem to be one. He hasn't let his play style be affected one bit by at least one previous suspension.
I thought you made the best point about Kareem Jackson and bringing him in now. And look, it's not like Jimmy Ward's going anywhere. I imagine he'll still be very involved, with the team on a daily basis, in meeting rooms when he's not getting rehab and worked on and stuff. But for Jalen Petrie, this could be huge for the long term, not just the remainder of this season, but, we can just take that for what it's worth. Let's just focus on the next 2 weeks. And that's what's guaranteed to them. Having a veteran voice in that room, somebody that's seen a lot in a decade of play in the NFL, a lot of different schemes and 2 different positions. You talk about the versatility. Isn't that why we were most excited about Jalen Ward and Jalen Petrie being on the field together is what the Texans were able to do in terms of disguising. It hasn't worked out because Petrie's maybe not there mentally yet and from a vision sense, like he's not sure what he's seeing on a field, and it's kind of proven out that way. We can see with our own eyes. But having Jackson back there, maybe he'll speak to Petrie in a different way.
Yeah.
That maybe Ward wasn't able to. Or maybe that Petrie's now kind of gone through this adversity, if you want to call it that. Maybe he's able to quickly rebound, and these 2 guys, in center field can kind of flourish for the Texans down the stretch.
Yeah, there's, I think that Kareem and Jalen Petrie are probably alike in a lot of ways, except that Kareem has the wisdom of knowing, when to turn it on and when to turn it off. And I don't know, sometimes I don't know how easy that is to teach. And I think that's just something that has to come with time. And maybe getting benched.
Oh, I agree. Petrie's going to have to put his big boy pants on himself. At some point. He's going to have to figure it out. But in terms of just being able to identify, where to be on a football field,
right.
I thought that's why, and I said it yesterday, that was the value that Jimmy Ward brought immediately. And you could see it. This last week, obviously notwithstanding, but they just functioned better as a secondary. That unit was just better when Jimmy was on the field. And now that he's not going to be, the fact that you can, if they can and if they do it this way, just insert another veteran guy in Kareem Jackson to kind of replace them in the most pivotal point in the season.
There is a guy being talked about for getting an NFL head coaching job that, it feels a whole lot like D'Amico Ryans might be getting this guy paid. We'll explain next. We're not talking about Bobby Slowick. We'll explain next.
The Texans may have lost.
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast is on vacation. I've got Sean Bajani in with me this morning, and Antonio Pierce has really done a number on the Las Vegas Raiders since he took over, and I think breathed a whole lot of life in, as interim coaches sometimes tend to do. I feel like with Antonio Pierce, it's been a matter of he's had enough of a runway that the interim coach bump, just from any kind of adrenaline or excitement or anything, would have fallen off by now. You know, we saw it with Dan Campbell back when he took over for the Dolphins after Joe Philbin got fired a long time ago. Yep. They had a bump immediately. I think the Texans got caught up in that vortex, did they not? And got beat by the Dan Campbell led interim coach.
The knee biters, yeah, I think you're right.
No, by they weren't the knee biters then. They were just the Dolphins. The Lions are the knee biters.
I associate any team with
him. So
he was just an ankle biter back then.
They're 4-3 since Antonio Pierce took over, and he feels like, as he put it to ESPN, my resume's on the grass, which I can put up a fancy presentation. I've seen that before. I can put up stats. I can put up my resume. But the best thing that happened for me was the opportunity. And like I said, maybe last week, the worst day I was going to be as a head coach was my first day. I really take pride in growing each day. And he went on about it. But basically, just like he's had a chance to actually take over a team and make improvements. They're first in the NFL in scoring defense since Pierce took over, where they had been 22nd through week 8. Since week 9, they've blitzed less than any other team in the league, but have more sacks under Antonio Pierce. Like, he just seems to have had a really, really good effect on this team. And it does make you wonder, like, where the trend so far has been, man, everybody's going to hire a good offensive coordinator, because how the hell do you find a good offensive coordinator and keep him on your team? You got to hire him to be your head coach. It seems like one of the other trends that's emerging is, all right, the players sure do seem to respond to guys like Dan Campbell, Mike Vrabel, honestly, even though he's fallen out of favor as of late, and DeMeco Ryans. There's just that DeMeco Ryans has turned this team around way faster than people have anticipated. C.J. Stroud gets a lot of credit for that too, obviously. That I think, normally I say stay away from interim coaches at all costs, because it's just too hard to make the right decision. There's too much holdover, potential baggage and emotion and everything. In this instance, though, see, I'm like anybody talking myself into anything. Usually it doesn't work for just about anybody, but people talk themselves into it. But this time, I think it really might just work. Yeah. There was a scene. Did you ever watch Arrested Development?
I've seen it, but
there's a scene where
won't remember this scene.
The psychologist and his wife are having marital difficulties, and the topic of trying an open marriage comes up. And the psychologist says to his wife, no, it never works out. People delude themselves into thinking that they'll be the exception. But, for us, it might just work out. I think that's what the Raiders are going through right now.
Saying there's a chance.
Yeah, for us, it might just work out.
Look, I'm on that side.
Yeah.
Sometimes, look, historical statistics and trends don't mean a damn thing.
It's an outlier business.
To me, the whole thing with interim coaches never succeeding in the NFL, never having any staying power, is almost the equivalent of, well, what have the Titans and Texans done head-to-head in the 22 history of the series? Who gives a damn? The guys that are on the field on Sunday weren't on the field 15 years ago. I don't care about that. It has no bearing on Sunday's game whatsoever. So, and the reason why I really say that is, looking deeper into this, he's seeing results this year. And what you just said kind of really struck me and should stick out to everybody else is, it's been 7 weeks, man. And they're 4-3 in a result-oriented business. They're not only playing better football, but it's showing. Their defense has gone from allowing 23 points per game to just 15. Their turnover margin has gone from being a -8 to a +5.
Yeah.
And not even just that, but let's just say, who, by the way, Pierce is obviously lobbying for the job. He likes it. He wants to be there long term. He said as much in his comments this week. But outside of maybe Jason Garrett and Dan Campbell, those are the only two guys after poring over every interim coach since the year 2000 that have actually stuck somewhere. Yeah. And Campbell's obviously still in the midst of that. But I was going to ask you this question because you mentioned DeMeco Ryans. DeMeco, Campbell, Vrabel, Old School. Do you think that the Raiders owe it to themselves to really do a deep dive on this thing? And I don't know what you could possibly do.
Yeah.
But I don't remember ever in the last 2, 3, 4 years anybody saying that Antonio Pierce is an up-and-coming head coaching candidate. He was never mentioned along the likes of Thomas Brown.
Right.
The Evero fella, Ben Johnson, Gerard Mayo, Kellen Moore. I mean, all of
I think the biggest thing about that is that just like you said, like some of the things that people look at when they're looking at the track record of interim coaches, either making or not making it, is that, I mean, the NFL, they put out internally this list of hot coaching names that the scuttlebutt is delivered unto to let the owners know who these guys are. And, honestly, you look at the list from year to year. I mean, they put it out internally, but it's not private information or anything. And there's a boatload of duds on it. I do think that owners have gotten sour, especially going back to, ever since, the Rams hired McVay, which was way out of the box at the time. Seems like it was the obvious thing to do now, but he was super young. There were a lot of reasons not to hire Sean McVay. Yeah. I think owners have started to realize, all right, look, conventional wisdom doesn't necessarily make the most sense, and whatever process we've been using to figure out, who to hire, it's not like there's any secret golden, guidebook that works. So everything, every successful coach is an outlier. It's a zero-sum business. The vast majority of coaches who are hired, whether they're interim or retreads or young or old or whatever, they just flat out don't work out. So I think that in this instance, you look at it and you have to say, all right, we do have a better actual track record of him as a head coach than we have of any of these other guys who are coordinators.
Yes,
yes. And it's a small sample size, all that, but we do have evidence there. I think the big thing you pointed out, when you said you go back and you look at all the guys from 2000 on who have become head coaches, there really aren't that many that were held over and kept on the next year. And when they have been, like you pointed out, the potential successful or the arguably successful ones, I mean, some of them are just so clearly dysfunctional. And a lot of it's with the Raiders themselves. Tom Cable was held over. He ended up losing his job after breaking an assistant coach's jaw in some kind of an altercation. Oh, my God, that's
right.
Yeah. I think, the Raiders had some sketchy ones. Let's see, Perry Fuel replaced Dick Duran with the Bills, and that was that was in the midst of a long... Oh, no, he wasn't. Sorry, Perry Fuel wasn't kept on the next year. But they're really, there aren't a ton of examples of it even happening. And a lot of times when it does happen, you can tell that the organization is in a bad place. I don't know if the Raiders right now are in a bad place the way they've been in the past, partly just because they're flush with that new stadium and the highest ticket prices in the league and all of that. And I also think that they don't mind taking a shot on guys, and if they whiff, they whiff.
But there's still the Gruden factor, right? Because a lot of this team is what was constructed by John Gruden whenever he was there. They haven't completely pivoted away from that from a personnel sense, right? And you mentioned the stadium, so the vibe's a little bit different. The point I was kind of making when I mentioned okay, he was never really considered at all, in anything that I'd read in recent years, along with Ben Johnson and Thomas Browns and all these guys, was that what if he's not ready? What if this is a very, Raiders thing to do? Hey, he was a linebacker coach when the season started, right?
Yeah.
Former player, people know him, he's a recognizable face. Let's just see how this goes this season. But at the end of the day, what if Antonio Pierce is kind of, taking the carrot and he's not really ready for the daily grind For,
I guess,
you know?
okay, the answer is, like, because I used to be way more uptight about this stuff. Like, point to me the franchise that made a hire that they couldn't recover from. Like, you got to remember, these are all, it's impossible to financially fail in an NFL franchise. Like, it's like you bought the most successful McDonald's in the city, you know? It's just, there's so much money coming in from TV and everything that, all right, if it's a bad hire, it's a bad hire. And institutionally and organizationally, they do it a lot with guys that have more, like, bona fide. Now, don't get me wrong. I was completely against Josh McCown 100% because he just hadn't even been a full-time coach. Mm-hmm. Like, and you know, you've been a full-time coach. I don't care whether it's high school, college, NFL. It's a level of commitment that you don't know whether you're ready for it until you actually do it and live that life. So that's what I didn't like about Josh McCown. I think with Antonio Pierce, the one thing is he's consulted with Tom Coughlin and a lot of other people that he played for. So, like, he's putting together that part of the package that, for A, educating himself, but B, also I think in making an argument. I guess you look at all the other, I like to do this sometimes. I like to go through and look at very, very successful people and come up with all the reasons that they would never make it. You know, and you can do it with every single successful person in the world. Like anybody who's achieved any stature, they've got some element of their personality that somebody could look at them as a young person and be like, they'll never make it big because they got this problem, they got that problem. Tom Coughlin, you know, he had all kinds of issues that would have ever prevented him from winning a Super Bowl. Mike, like it just, and with NFL coaches, there's a lot of that. You know, Bill Belichick, you know, you could come up with a million reasons that he was never going to have the success he did with the New England Patriots. So
but
it's more of
on the other end of that. Sorry to interrupt you. On the other end of that, you have to look at this end of the spectrum. Why are those guys successful? And you'll hear a lot of, well, knew the right person, right place, right time. What if this is the right place, right time for Antonio Pierce? And what if he's a part of what is becoming a new trend with guys like Mike Vrabel and DeMeco Ryans, not to mention Sirianni, McDaniel, McVay, Saleh, Stefanski. Point is, all young, very different trend, hiring guys with a different way of thinking, but not just the former player. Now, the fact that he's a linebacker, you know, and has that, you know, mindset similar to DeMeco, I think is cool, but because it's unconventional doesn't mean it's going to work and you're the smartest guy in the room if it does all of a sudden, if you're their owner. But I think that I'd be more inclined to look at what's happened recently in the last 5 to 7 years with coaching hires than I would, say, the last 23, because the interim tag has not worked out.
I think a lot of a lot of the billionaires that own the teams are self-aware enough now to understand that generation gaps like exist, and it's not bad, it's not good, it's just that each successive generation is different. And I think I think maybe because they've watched a bunch of TED Talks, they understand like the value of just having a coach that's A, closer in age, but also B, maybe can just be more on the same level in terms of it's interesting. Like, okay, if you look at DeMeco Ryans doesn't check off any of the boxes of whatever derogatory things people would want to say about millennials or Gen Z or anything. And yet at the same time, you feel like he understands and gets guys his own age or slightly younger just because he's grown up in the same world. So it's not like they have to be like whatever the article you read in USA Today about Gen Z is. They don't have to share that same personality because those are always like ridiculously sweeping generalizations, but also just in that they can connect in a way where kids are just, I don't know if the generation gap is bigger than it's ever been, but in some respects, the digital world that kids are raised in now, in the social media world, is just so vastly removed from what we grew up with that there's just a different psychology that I don't know if I could grasp it, and I'm not even that old, you know. I could appreciate where a younger guy has.
You could.
Now these kids, these kids are funnier. They're too, like, they come up with stuff. I'm like, oh, you're on a whole different wavelength. Yeah, it's like trying to learn Mandarin at the age of 48. Your brain is already too hardwired a certain way. Like, I might be able to learn it kind of, but I'll never be fluent in it. I think the same thing, like being funny the way a 21-year-old is funny now. They've seen too much. They know too many things that I'm clueless about.
That's definitely fair.
Speaking of people that don't know much, it's time to power rank the power rankings, and this might be the first time in eons that both Sean and I are asking this question. Do they have the Texans ranked too high in all these power rankings? I'm kind of taken aback. Coming up next.
Yingling Flight, the best light beer on the planet. You know that's
today at TaxActTexasBowl.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Bajani is in for Sean Pendergast today. It's time to power rank the power rankings, and I was curious about just how far the Texans might fall based on last week's really, really disappointing loss. And it was a good reminder to me, Sean, that, oh yeah, the quarterback really matters in the game of professional football. And a lot of the people who do the power rankings are a bit more calm, cool, and collected than old nervous Nelly Seth, where I felt like after that game, after that just complete shellacking by the Browns, I've honestly, my mental toughness has been tested. I expected to open up the power rankings and see a bunch of like 19s and 20s and 21s, which wouldn't make any mathematical sense at all. Texans have a winning record, and yet there I was. So I will say I'm a little bit disappointed. I'm going to start with the lowest of these and then work up to the power ranking that has the Texans the highest. I'm a little disappointed in Pete Prisco because Pete Prisco, he's generally been one of the more bullish people on the Texans.
Yeah.
He is the lowest of the 6 power rankings that I looked at this week. He's got the Texans at 14th. He says the entire season hinges on C.J. Stroud being back. When will that happen? The loss to the Browns was a bad look, and they're down 3 from last week. Hard to argue with any of that. I feel like it was just a little bit more of an insult to say that it was a bad look.
You said the guys that do these power rankings generally are calm, cool, collected. I would even say after having looked at all of these, maybe even detached, because I didn't agree with a lot of these power rankings, which we're in the midst of getting to. But
so you would have thought 14 was maybe more accurate?
I think 14 is probably, it is the closest to where I would have the Texans ranked, at least in terms of what makes mathematical sense.
Yeah.
And also having a pulse on what they've actually not done the last month.
It's the crazy thing about right now in the NFL is that there's 8 teams that are 8-7, which feels like a lot. It feels like, because especially you go above the Rams, like in this power poll, the Rams are at 8-7. He's got them 10th. But then the Cowboys above them are at 10-5. The Chiefs are 9-6. He's got them 8th. Like even the teams that are better than 8-7 are still very interesting. Like the Browns are at 10-5. And man, I like if Joe Flacco keeps playing this way, then that's. But they've got them ranked 7th.
But the thing is, with all of these 8-7 teams, there's only 3 in the entire league that are currently on the outside looking in.
Right.
Hashtag thank you NFC.
Yeah. So
how bad they've been.
Okay, so now speaking of being jumbled up, these next 4 power rankings all have the Texans at 13th. So Pro Football Talk, who last week had the Texans at 10, so he dropped them a good amount also. They went from 10th to 13th, and Florio always just gives one short sentence. He said, they need C.J. Stroud back ASAFP.
I like that one.
Florio dropping an F-bomb here. We're going to play some Florio later where I had to bleep out an F-bomb. But Florio's letting it fly. You know what happened?
Podcast.
It's this Tommy Cutlets stuff. No, I think he's getting all agitated about the Italian-American stereotypes and everything. He's been on a soapbox about it, and yet at the same time, he's becoming the embodiment of an Italian-American soapbox, or an Italian-American stereotype. He's like, why do you go there? They need him back as soon as bleeping possible. I'm speaking with my hand here. I'm doing the So that's Florio. He's got them right behind the Seahawks, right above the Bengals, right above the Jaguars. I should point that out, that a lot of the Texans are above the Jaguars. The comment he says is, does anyone want to win the AFC South? So it's notable just in that the Jaguars have the tiebreaker. But the people that just don't quite buy it for real. I think a lot of this, honestly, it's as simple as the quarterback. That C.J. Stroud is emerging as a bona fide, and people still have questions about A, the health of Trevor Lawrence, but also B, just how good is he. ESPN.com has the Texans at 13th. They say the 9-8 record they're trending toward this year has essentially exceeded all expectations. It could well upgrade to 10-7 with an AFC South title if rookie Wunderkind C.J. Stroud can recover from his. It's like a wonder kid in German.
I hate the person that wrote this. What the hell? Who says this?
It's some Freud wannabe.
I've seen the word before, but come on.
You never heard it pronounced with like me doing the pretentious using the V instead of the W?
No, I've pronounced it that way just to be silly because of how just the silliness in which you even use the word. The Wunderkind.
Yeah, if I had said it with a German accent. Okay, it was DJ. You're going to have to go. DJ wrote the blurb. You're going to have to take it up with DJ for using the word Wunderkind.
DJ needs to ditch the thesaurus.
I need to get this on. You need to record DJ's response to when you see DJ this week. Have him defend his use of the word Wunderkind in a football writing.
I will see him later today, and I will bring that up.
Record it. I need to. We'll have him defend himself on air. The Texans are in playoff contention because of how well Stroud played throughout the season. He has 20 passing touchdowns, a 54.7 QBR, and a 62.4% completion percentage. The nicest thing about all of this with C.J. Stroud, at least from if you consume a lot of sports media, I haven't heard a single damn person say in a long, long time, Texans could have had Caleb Williams, but here they sit. You're like, oh, yeah, that's okay. I guess we could have. Nobody said that in a long time.
Leading into week 3. Is probably the last time that's been a conversation piece.
You know what's helped, too, weirdly, is... Look, this is one concussion, or at least one diagnosed concussion for CJ since he's been in the NFL. We know that they're, potentially maybe he had one already. But I think that Tua Tagovailoa kind of like taking measures to avoid concussions this last offseason, and so far, knock on wood, it's paid off and it's worked out. I feel like that's that makes me feel better about CJ, because CJ's the kind of guy that'll probably attack this, and he's going to be better with 1 year of experience at understanding pass protection, utilizing the run game, anticipating, contact and all that stuff. I think one downside of playing at Ohio State, and people who listen to this show know that I've never bought into the belief that Ohio State quarterbacks can't make it. I've always thought that was bunk. But one thing about no matter where you go to school, if you play behind a really good offensive line, you haven't necessarily really had to fully develop that sixth sense of knowing and understanding when pressure is coming. Because that Ohio State offensive line was so good. So it's not like he never faced pressure, but an NFL pocket compared to an Ohio State pocket. NFL pocket is tight and compressed, and he's done an awesome job adjusting to it. It's just a matter of just getting that much better and getting more real-world reps in it.
No question. So after going through all of these power rankings, where would Seth Payne have the Texans properly placed?
Oh, well, okay. So USA Today had him at 13. The Athletic had him at 13. NFL.com was by far the most appreciative of the Texans.
And that's the first one I saw, and I was like,
wow. Yeah, they have him at 12. So if we look at the Texans to be 12th means that in this power rankings they're better than the Jaguars, the Bengals, the Colts, the Seahawks, the Steelers, the Vikings. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I think it's like this 8 and 7 bunch of everybody. It's really, really hard for me to get irate about any one of them. The biggest one, honestly, that I'm curious about, where I think nobody really knows what to do with, is what to do with the Kansas City Chiefs right now. I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs that are, what are they, 3-3 over their last 6 games?
Something like that, yeah. 9-6 now.
Yeah, they're 9-6. They're like, this power rankings has the Cleveland Browns one above the Chiefs. And I have a hard time having witnessed what that defense and then Joe Flacco and Amari Cooper and David Njoku can do. I have a hard time thinking that the Browns wouldn't put up a really, really good fight against the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs.
I just look at I never look at power rankings. I mean, I never do. I generally just don't care about them. Yeah. But what you just said, even just confirmed why and affirmed why I don't look at this. You mentioned 3 teams that the Texans are ahead of, that are actually ahead of the Texans and in the playoffs if the season were to stop today.
Yeah, but that's the college football playoff committee would have you believe that deciding things based on actual play on the field is not the way to do it, John.
And that's worked out fantastically.
There's
never any discrepancy there.
A committee of humans is the only way to actually decide who's good. Okay,
look,
if we can get the government involved, it's even better. Once we can get a quasi-government committee of wise people to decide who the best and more importantly, the 12th best team is in the NFL, then we'll have a fair and just society.
This is why I was recommended to be an infantryman per the ASVAB test. Okay. When I look at USA Today, NFL.com, all these power rankings, and I see 12, 13s, 14 CBS, here's my simple math, man. It can't get any easier than this. Considering the Texans are technically and mathematically 15th right now, for my explanation, they're the 8th seed in the AFC at 8-7 because the 7 seed in the NFC is a 7-8 team. 8 plus 7 is 15. That's where I have them at 15. They could be even lower because the Steelers are coming off of a good win against the Bengals. And the Colts, by the way, would be in if the season ended today, and they are ahead of the Texans.
But that's where you're taking the fun out of it because it's not okay. That'd be like, okay, if you're a gambler, are you going to go ahead and just would you base your power rankings on how you gamble the games based on playoff standing? Of course you wouldn't, because there's teams that are in the playoffs who have a different quarterback situation than when they bolstered their record, or like in any given year, there's teams that, like the Vikings last year benefited from, honestly, just an amount of good luck. Like, they're a good enough team, but they also had extreme good luck in close games. So, like, the power rankings try to adjust for all that, and it's sheer opinion, and it's supposed to be fun, but it's all supposed to enrage you. The problem with the Texans this year is that you have to embrace the rage. Don't try to if you don't embrace the rage in this, then that rage will come out somewhere else in your life. So this is a way for you to sublimate that rage into a power ranking instead of taking it out on your employees or something.
But when the NFL's own website lists 3 teams below the Texans that are actually in the playoffs, when I hear power rankings, I think, who's more powerful? Who has more power? The teams that have more power are the ones that are in the playoffs, that have to screw up more than the Texans have to do actually right.
Now you're just, okay, wait a second. Well, now you're just trying to redefine the meaning of the word power, how it's used in this context. It's not the powerful rankings. It's power rankings. I don't know what it. Don't ask me to define exactly what version of the word power they mean. But again, you're describing a powerful rankings. These teams, yes, there are good teams that are on the outside looking in that are not as powerful as those teams that are in the playoffs. But but on the actual power ratings, it all makes sense, Sean. Yeah, just go with it.
I am just a mere infantryman per ASVAB.
Later on, I feel like we're going to have a vaccine discussion at some point. You are listening to KILT Houston and KILT HD2 in Odyssey Station. Time for the 8 at 8. The Ocho.
1.
You guys remember Kareem Jackson? He's back. He's back. The Broncos cut him yesterday. Reportedly, they were hoping that he would slide through waivers and they'd be able to sign him to his practice squad because when he was suspended for 7 games this season, a total of 2 suspensions for 7 games, P.J. Locke stepped in for him at safety, and the Broncos were very pleased with him. It had been kind of a competitive situation there right from the get-go this year. It wasn't clear what Kareem Jackson's role was going to be on that team, and obviously he's getting up there in years. So the Texans pick up a safety who, while at the same time, number 2 on the list, Jimmy Ward, sent to the injured reserve with a quad injury. So those 2 moves interrelated. I think Jimmy Ward, has been banged up and missed a lot of time this year. It's unfortunate because I really, really like Jimmy Ward. I don't know if I 100% expect him to be back next year, though, given how much he was injured this year and given his age.
That's a fair question.
Yeah.
That's a big question of mine. And I think ultimately, as you said, these are kind of interrelated with Ward going on IR, Petrie getting benched, and you bring in Jackson. Boy, I'm really...
Don't worry about sticking to the topics here, Sean. Now, Pendergast has a hard enough time worrying about that when he's doing it with me. I'm not going to be a hypocrite and try to hold you to it. We'll be lucky if we get to 4 of these things.
Oh, we're going to get to them.
Yeah.
It's going to be, I'm thinking through this, man, with 2 weeks of the regular season remaining and the Texans very slim back there at the safety, and, DeAndre Houston-Carson very much in play, and I think we all like the way that he's played in limited time this season. I'm thinking of a center field involving Kareem Jackson and Jalen Petrie and the feast or famine that it could bring for a Texan secondary. I don't know how I should feel about that.
Yeah, the feast or famine. We really haven't seen up close and personal Kareem Jackson as a safety because they kept trying to move him to safety when he was in Houston, and every time they did, a cornerback or 3 would get injured, and they'd have to move Kareem back out to cornerback.
Yeah.
So in Denver, he thrived, and he was really, really good for a few years. And then the last couple years, he's been solid. This year has been tricky because he just hasn't been available all that much because he keeps hitting people illegally. My biggest concern for him is that we can't risk losing him to a suspension. I feel like he's that kid that's been identified by the principal, and the principal's going to watch him like a hawk.
Yes.
And any little thing that happens, he's going to be out on his butt again. So, I don't think it's as simple as, all right, it's nice that he has veteran experience. It's nice that he's going to be able to pick up the defense really quickly. He just needs to be much more disciplined about how he's hitting people. And it's hard for an old dog to change his ways,
He's going to have to be more disciplined. You just said it, in how he hits people on a team that is the most penalized in the entire league, that has the most defensive pass interference calls on them in the entire league, that has
they lead the league in a bad way.
It has the fifth most unnecessary roughness calls in the entire league. Culture fit.
Is it that much? It's 5th most.
Yeah.
How many is that? Did you write that down?
I believe it's 6.
Oh my gosh.
The league leader's 9, and the Texans are actually tied with a number of teams with 6. I'll double check on that.
So I feel I call in justice. You know what? This is where D'Amico's not nasty enough for the officials. That's the one area. He's always calm, cool, and collected. He's got to start dressing down these officials. Make them respect you. I don't think that actually works. I think they get a grudge against you if you do.
Yeah.
I was standing next to a player once when I was with the Jaguars playing for Tom Coughlin, and I don't remember what the player next to me was complaining to the officials about, but the umpire turned to him and said, "Will you shut the hell up? You're worse than your coach, and he's the worst in the league." And talking about Coughlin, because Coughlin would get all red-faced, and just flip out. He'd be beside himself with rage. And I don't think it helped them a bit.
No.
I don't think they got any calls. I think Coughlin had a really hard time getting calls because of that.
There's a good balance. But did you see the video that made its rounds this week? I saw it on IG. It was Kyle Shanahan on the sideline talking with the side judge while a play's about to happen. And I think it was George Kittle about to run a route. And he's telling the side judge, hey, my guy's going to go in, and he's going to try to break out. He's going to be held here. You got to watch that. Damn sure that happened, and that ref threw the flag. There's a little massaging that you have to do during the course of a game with your referees. You can't always be the hothead.
He's done that before, I wonder if that was an old one that came up, because there was a really famous one from 2020 where he did that.
I saw it a lot this week, but still, it happens.
They and guys, that's something that good veteran players and coaches get good at. Next item.
3.
Trevor Lawrence, who had a shoulder injury in the game this weekend, turns out he sprained an AC joint in his right shoulder after being injured in Sunday's loss to the Buccaneers. They're not sure if he's going to practice today. I'd be honestly surprised. Man, an AC joint injury for a quarterback is a tough thing, but let's recall C.J. Stroud did play through an AC. But I'd completely forgotten about his AC injury.
Once in college and the NFL earlier this
he's
year.
Done it a couple times. Yeah. So basically what this has turned into is a test for who's tougher. I would say if Trevor Lawrence doesn't play with this AC joint sprain, don't anybody try to come at me with about different degrees of sprains or anything. I just take it on faith that CJ's was the worst degree. I can never remember if grade 3 or grade 1 is the worst one, but it was that one.
I feel like the higher the number, the worse it is, I think.
Have you ever seen a really bad AC joint sprain?
No.
Do you know what happens?
No.
The clavicle sticks up. These guys will have a hump if they have chronic AC separations.
Oh, wow.
And it's actually the AC joint injury is a weird one because you can play with it. It's just an extreme amount of pain. So a lot of it's it comes down to how well can you manage the pain, that doesn't mean you're not tough if you can, especially if you're a throwing athlete. Sometimes your nerves will just shut that down if you're trying to throw while there's that much pain.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if you have a bad one, I played with a guy where the bone basically just sticks up. You can see the bone not poking through, but it almost looks like it's a compound fracture about to happen or something.
Wow.
But it doesn't affect you structurally. It just sticks out. It's ugly as all hell. It's not the best. I would advise if you're single to get it surgically repaired.
That reminded me of the 30 for 30 that I just watched. Have you seen Minister of Defense yet?
No.
So it's really good. You need to check it out on Reggie White. But there's a part in that little doc with Brett Favre talking about how he'd gotten started on his painkiller addiction, and Reggie White ended up helping him get off of it. But what started it is he took a big hit one night, and he couldn't move his throwing arm. I think it was his throwing arm. And they shot him up, and he said, man, after I got shot up and I took some pain pills, it felt great. I could move my arm, where before, all he'd hear was little creaks and pops and stuff like that. And just watching the highlights of him throw a football, after having sustained that injury, it was holy crap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So Lawrence, grade 3, 2, 1, whatever it is, he's going to be feeling good, I imagine, at various times this week. And if their season's on the line, I got to believe that if he thinks for a shred he could go, it's going to be Lawrence time or C.J. Beathard time. It's probably going to be Lawrence time. He's going to be feeling some kind of nice on Sunday.
That's different than shooting up a knee, Again, that joint doesn't really do much for you functionally. So if you just calm things down with a local injection, that's all cool. That's not like North Dallas 40 stuff. So next item.
4.
We'll skip to Will Levis, because I know I missed one at the bottom here. Will Levis looking to return this week. You guys will recall that he sustained an ankle injury versus the Texans after the Texans had sacked him, was it 6 times?
6 or...
Oh, they sacked him 7 times. They sacked him 7 times in the game. They held a rushing attack to 66 total yards just a week and a half ago after trailing 13-0 in the second quarter.
Yeah. How did he walk away from that? That was he got twisted up. That was crazy.
He got shellacked all day long. Ryan Tannehill didn't have a very easy go of it last week either against the Seahawks. He threw for 152 yards. Mm-hmm. He was sacked 6 times. Honestly, I hope Levis plays just for the sheer grudge match part of it. I've been there, I've done that with Ryan Tannehill, and I know that he's old news ultimately. Next year it's going to be Will Levis for at least one season, or at least half a season. I've grown to despise Will Levis after having nothing really against him at all until that game. I now sports hate him, and I really want to see him out there, and I want to see this Texans defense get back on track in a get-right game that would be playing Will Levis on a banged-up ankle.
I've been out on him since he put mayo in his coffee.
He claims that was just a little stunt that he did.
It was.
I tried it. It wasn't, because I've done butter coffee, the bulletproof coffee and all that.
The mayo is probably neutralized in coffee, right? Because it's so strong.
Well, it just tasted weird. It doesn't, It's not like a natural fit. Like the butter coffee, it feels gross at first, but it's like anything else. Oh, you add butter to it, it tastes better. The mayo, it's just not the right taste.
Yeah.
It's not,
I would imagine.
Yeah. Next item.
5.
Okay, this gets confusing. Aaron Rodgers, who you'll recall was elevated off of injured reserve to the active roster so he could practice with the squad. And a lot of people tore into Aaron Rodgers for getting a guy cut and being selfish and wanting to be on the team. Sean and I disagreed about this a little bit. Mm-hmm. I believe, if I recall, Sean was critical of him. I felt like it was no big deal. On the Pat McAfee show yesterday, Rodgers said that quote, I asked to be put on IR because I didn't want to practice at the expense of somebody getting cut. I didn't feel like I needed to practice to continue my rehab, but obviously I got overruled there. So he's claiming that he told them he didn't want somebody to get cut. They ended up elevating him anyway. Where do you stand on this? Do you feel like the Jets are monsters for cutting a dude to elevate Aaron Rodgers to practice at the end of the season? Do you feel like Aaron Rodgers is lying about what actually happened? Give me your. I need right. Drama.
Well, you've had drama all season long, and it's Rodgers' fault in large part because he's on that damn McAfee show once a week, but the lack of transparency lends itself to create the conspiracy theorists because you don't tell anybody anything, and so we're left to our own devices coming up with all these wild, crazy theories. So that's where I kind of crush him on that part. But
yeah.
They cut a fullback. He's a fullback.
I know. And that's where, like, this time of year, guys are getting cut all the time. It reminds me, do you remember when Garth Brooks went to minor league tryouts one year?
Yes.
And it was a big hot hot take item where all these people were livid that he was taking a job away from a minor leaguer.
Oh, God.
And it was probably, I can't remember whether it was single A or what. But like, dude,
you said the same thing when Michael Jordan tried baseball.
Oh, that's right. Like, do you know how many players there are in a baseball organization? Be better. Like, if you're the guy getting cut for Garth Brooks, I've got news for you. You were going to get cut real soon anyway. It's not Garth Brooks that's displacing like some guy from his dream when he gets added onto that roster.
That's a really good point. If you're getting cut for Garth Brooks, Michael Jordan, hell, that's probably the best
or Aaron
highlight.
Rodgers.
Or Aaron Rodgers. That's the best highlight you have in your entire career. I mean, you tell your grandkids about that. Like, you'll never believe who they replaced me with. You know?
I think the thing with Aaron Rodgers, where I disagree with, because I don't like, and he kind of went on a rant about how he kind of believes that all of his detractors are like basing it on his vaccine beliefs and everything, which I feel is very unfair. I'm sure there's truth to it in some respects and everything.
Yeah, there's some, I'm sure.
But I agree with him on some things. I disagree on others. I do disagree with the way he's handled some of the drama and controversy around the Jets this year because he has added fuel to the fire, and sometimes tried to paint himself as the one being the noble one as he's actually adding fuel to the fire with some of the things the Jets have done. He's managed to insert himself into every conversation.
I got to say this, like, my entire life, I'd been a closet Packer fan. And, Brett Favre, Reggie White, probably everybody else's reason that, remotely liked the Packers when they were kids. But I carried it over to Aaron Rodgers, but the more I've learned about Aaron Rodgers in recent years, the less I like him. And this is just the latest, because when he's complaining about, well, it wasn't my decision, to activate me. I wanted to go on IR. The team wanted, to activate me and I could have gotten all that work, he said, away from the field. Dude, you're a member of a professional football team. Like, logically, in my mind, I'm thinking, you know what? If I'm the ownership, GM, coach, I'd rather have a future Hall of Famer getting his work in with us, around our guys, with our staff, and being a part of the team. Like, get excited about something.
He's really, and that part of it makes sense. I think that he gets super sensitive about any notion that he's making personnel moves. And this is where, all right, listen, you can't have your cake and eat it too. If you're going to influence personnel moves, let's not pretend that Randall Cobb would be on that team if it weren't for Aaron Rodgers.
Or everybody else they brought in. They brought in 5 dudes from Green Bay.
Don't play Southern Belle and be like, well, I didn't realize that people would lose their jobs. Of course, I would never want that to happen. Like, come on, dude, you're a big boy. It's not a big deal. Somebody got cut. Live with it. Stop reading all your mentions all the time.
Well, and per Bowden, was that his name, the guy that got cut, the fullback? He's vested anyway, so he's paid up. He's good.
Oh, yeah, he gets paid through the end of the season.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sorry I couldn't hang around and be part of this magical Jets run at the end of the season. That's a really good point. Next item.
6.
The Rockets were not able to pull it out last night versus the Pacers. They did some things very well. As Jonathan Fagan would point out, they scored 74 points in the paint, It's the most in 4 quarters this season. They had a season-high 15 steals. They made 47 shots. It's 4 more than the Pacers. Şengün put up numbers that no Rockets player other than James Harden has collected since Akeem Olajuwon in 1987. But it boiled down to this. It felt like a throwback in a little ways. The Pacers hit 3-pointers. The Rockets could not.
Yeah.
So many Rockets losses in your childhood until today. Sometimes you just don't hit your threes.
No, but it's when you're not hitting the three, you have to attack the basket. You have to find other ways to score the basketball. It's just one of the most mind-numbing, most frustrating things that I watch with the Rockets. It feels like year in and year out. It's just a philosophy, I guess. Hey, we're going to keep shooting. How about keep trying to score? Just get to the damn basket. And again, defense, that was an issue last night, too, on the perimeter. As bad as the Rockets were shooting the three, they gave up a lot of really good looks to Indiana. And when teams score, go figure, but even in today's, offensive-driven league, when a team scores more than 120 points against the Rockets, they're going to lose. They're 0-8 now after giving up 123 last night to the Pacers.
Yeah.
0-8 on the season when they allow 120-plus.
They need to rediscover that scrappy, vibrant defensive bunch that they had early in the season.
Been slipping.
Next item.
7.
And we'll combine 8 into this. Maldonado signed with the White Sox. And in other Astros news, Alex Bregman made his first visit to Trillburgers, which was
took you long enough.
Which I guess is probably one of the guy. There's a nice picture of Bregman wearing a Trillburgers hat, giving the H sign at Trillburgers. So there you go. That's news. That's news these days. Listen, what are you, old? I'm young. I'm with it, kids. I'm hip. That's news, damn it. Coming up next, we've got John McClain. John McClain gets us ready for A, what Kareem Jackson can do for the Texans, and B, what we should expect from the Mayo eater, Will Levis, this weekend. Coming up next, John McClain. Oh,
everybody knows Seth Payne.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns, but the season is far from check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast is on vacation. Somebody asked if Sean had a new mic, because I'm calling you Sean Bijani. But somebody thought that you were Sean Pendergast, and you must sound differently because of a different mic or something.
Sound different because of new mic. Okay, yeah.
You sound different. Sean sounds different because he's a different Sean. This is Sean Bijani, and we are joined now by a unique John McClain, from right here on this website, Sports Radio 610. John, how you doing?
I'm doing great, and I would like to point out what a great job Sean does on SportsRadio610.com, all of his stories. So I hope people will check him out.
Thanks, man.
Yes. It's nice having him here as a co-host. John, big news last night was that Kareem Jackson was picked up on waivers by the Texans, and Jimmy Ward sent to IR by the Texans round about the same time. What can Kareem Jackson do for the Texans?
Oh, I think it's going to be great today when the media goes in the locker room and Kareem's back after being with Denver, I think now 5 seasons. He was so bitter when Bill O'Brien didn't offer him a new contract, signed with the Broncos. Remember that game they had here where he just killed him? So I think it's great. You know, he's been suspended 2 times because of hits, and they need safeties right now, and safeties are not playing well. Plus, they've had injuries, Jimmy Ward. So he's coming at the right time on the heels of Adrian Amos, another 30-something-year-old veteran. So, you know, the team's got issues when they're bringing in veterans at the end of the season. Hopefully, Kareem will adjust quick enough to be able to help them against the Titans.
John, you mentioned it, with the struggles of Jalen Petrie. He's really kind of struggled all season long, and it kind of came to a head this past weekend with that blown coverage, it looked like. And, Seth and I were discussing, was Jackson and that signing kind of a direct reflection of that? Was it Jimmy Ward? Whatever the case may be, how valuable do you think a guy like Kareem Jackson at this stage of his career, with everything that he'd seen and been through and experienced and the success that he's had, could be to a young player like Jalen?
Well, I was stunned, first of all, that Denver waived him when they did. Now, I understand his new coach is Sean Payton. They're not going anywhere. He's making a lot of changes. But just as Kareem needed to adjust to the NFL and mature as a player on the field when he was a first-round pick in 2010, I think he can help Jalen Petrie immeasurably. Now, Jimmy Ward, Jimmy's a leader. He and Petrie are 2 captains of this team. And so Petrie struggled and is struggling in coverage and with mental mistakes. And so if Kareem can have any kind of positive influence on his performance on the field, I love the guy off the field. He does everything right. Then that move would be worth it, even if it's just to help Petrie.
John, do you have any level of optimism or pessimism about both C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson at this point in the week?
I haven't heard anything about Anderson, but the fact that D'Amico told the media that Stroud had been on the field, and that's the next step toward clearing concussion protocol. He's going to go through a full practice, whether that would be Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. I feel good about Stroud coming back. I'm not sure about Anderson and his ankle because you guys know how much he has to push off on that ankle, and he relies on so much quickness and change of direction. So I just don't have any idea. It's going to be very interesting to see if Will can play. Now, 2 weeks ago, he was unable to play, and they just dominated Derrick Henry and the Titans' offense. Now the Titans, I'm thinking, are going to have Ryan Tannehill. And Tannehill, I don't know. I think he's won 1 game here over the Texans and maybe won 1 game in Nashville against them, where the Texans usually beat them. So I'd rather see Will Levis at quarterback than Ryan Tannehill. But if they did it 2 weeks ago without Will Anderson Jr., then they can do it again because Derek Barnett has played really well in his place.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Seth. Just kind of sticking on the the Titans. It's going to look a little bit different, presumably, with who's in this week versus who was out when these two teams last met. And so I know it can kind of be tricky, but just having had to face the same team twice in the last 3 weekends, how do you kind of see this game shaping up on Sunday between the Texans and the Titans, with so many questions for the Texans, particularly at quarterback, who's going to be available in the receiver core, secondary, and the linebacker core?
Well, since they beat them without all those people 2 weeks ago, they're certainly capable of doing it again, even though it went to the last play of overtime. One thing I'm pretty sure about this game is Derrick Henry will rush for more than 9 yards. He had 9 yards on 16 carries, 20 touches, 10 yards. That was the worst start of his career. And, Mike Vrabel will have those guys up. I'm interested, too, to see if Tier Tart, who started for them and was really good against the run. He was unhappy with his contract. He said so. He let it affect his performance. They cut him. The Texans brought him in, and they're already playing great run defense. Texans' run defense just keeps getting better and better. Unfortunately, Amari Cooper and Joe Flacco embarrassed them throwing the football. Now, I don't think Ryan Tannehill's got anybody out there like Cooper who's going to embarrass them, but the Titans will be ready to play. They want to ruin the Texans season, because if the Texans win this game, there's a chance they could be tied for first place if they beat Indy. Jaguars have lost 4 in a row. They host Carolina. Colts host Las Vegas. Both those teams have losing records at home. And so even though Carolina ought to be an easy win for the Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence has got a new injury, a shoulder sprain to go. He had a concussion last week. He had an ankle injury before that, and they've lost 4 consecutive games. So I think Texans will win another close one, and that last game will mean something for both the Texans and the Colts.
John, this morning I went on TitansWire.usatoday.com, as I do every morning, and I voted in a poll. The poll was, is Titans head coach Mike Vrabel on the hot seat? So the choices were, nobody's getting close, yes, it's hot, no, not at all, or he should be fired right now. They gave 4 choices. I wanted to be as neutral as possible, so I said nobody's getting close. So far, now this poll was from late November, nobody's getting close. No, but he's getting close was the top vote getter with 36.85, and yes, it's hot got 28%. So a majority at that point thought that he should at least be getting close to being on the hot seat. Has that gotten hotter since then?
No, the owner, Amy Adams Strunk, loves Mike Vrabel, and Vrabel's problems are caused by injuries in their offensive line, injuries at quarterback. Derrick Henry's getting hit in the backfield quicker than any running back in the NFL. Jeffrey Simmons has been out. Mike Vrabel will not be fired. If he were fired, he'd be fired in the morning, he'd have a new job by lunch.
I remember when one of the Ryan brothers said that. It was Rob, right? Rob Ryan said he'd be hired in like 3 hours, and ended up taking a few months. But yeah, I think Vrabel would actually. Vrabel's got a more engaging personality than Rob Ryan. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, yes, and Vrabel's got also. He had that big win at Miami when they were decisive underdogs. They've lost a lot of close games. They lose the Texans game on a field goal at the last play of overtime. They just lost by 3 points on Sunday. So they've had a lot of close losses, and they've had they're like the Texans. They've had a lot of injuries. They haven't had as many injuries to key players as the Texans have. I was watching those games this weekend, and I'm thinking, man, how few games do we see anymore where both quarterbacks have been there all season? We got to see Miami with Tua Tagovailoa and Dak Prescott, and then the 49ers and Broncos with Lamar Jackson and Brock Purdy. And I was thinking, man, what it would have been like if the Texans had only lost a couple of players like those teams and had Stroud all year.
John, one of your fellow Baylor alums, Robert Griffin III, is demanding, and I guess he got it. We're just going to play one bit of this. RG3 demanded an apology from Mike Florio because of something he had said about the Ravens as the Ravens went to face the 49ers. I don't know if you've heard this yet.
Oh, yeah. I haven't heard Griffin. All Florio did was predict San Francisco to win in a runaway, but the way he said it infuriated him. And when Lamar Jackson blasted Mike Florio, he didn't know his last name. He called him Mike Flores.
He called him what?
Mike Flores.
Mike Flores.
We were gonna play the audio so the audience could hear it, but I'll save it for later. Then, did you feel like Florio should have given an apology?
Of course not. We pick teams to win and lose every week. So, but if it motivated the Ravens to win that game, because as soon as Lamar Jackson came off, he was talking crap about Mike Flores. And that's great publicity for Pro Football Talk and Mike Florio, like they need any more of it. And Florio ate it up, that a team would take what he said and make it a point of motivation.
I thought it was a bad look for Baylor, John, because RG3's got to be able to identify when somebody is giving an opinion versus if somebody is insulting somebody. Like Florio and what he said, he wasn't insulting the Ravens or anything. He just thought they were going to lose. He thought they were going to get beat up bad, but he didn't delve into personal insult or like an attack on Lamar Jackson or something. They got to teach them to be tougher there at Baylor, Sean.
They need to be mentally tougher, and right now, the way Baylor football has been going, RG3 on ESPN is about the only thing Baylor's got to hang its hat on.
John, last question for me. D'Amico and the Texans, with the way that they lost this game this past weekend, did that ruin his chances of winning Coach of the Year? And if you think so, do you think it can be salvaged if he goes 2-0 the rest of the way and they get into the postseason?
I think if he wins and goes 10-7, when everybody expected him to be the second worst team in the league, I think that would take out Shane Steichen, who is a prominent competitor. Kevin Stefanski is coming on strong for having 4 quarterbacks and winning, and with the fact that Flacco's playing very well. Dan Campbell's in it, even though everybody picked them to win the NFC North. But I think D'Amico definitely has to win these last 2 to continue to get serious consideration, even though he's done a fabulous job.
John, really appreciate you coming on. Everybody check out his work on SportsRadio610.com. John does a really good 5 things to know before each game. That'll get you prepped. Are you guys doing a Utopia football podcast this week?
We're doing one on Thursday, in which we will do all the things we usually do on Tuesday, and I'll have a column up today or tomorrow about the AFC South race and how pathetic the division was this past weekend when every team lost.
Pathetic. Thanks a lot, John.
Pathetic.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
As John McClain, follow him on Twitter, X, formerly known as Twitter, at McClain. Was he McClain _NFL?
Yes.
Gosh, I haven't actually had to say any of that in a long time. So
you're asking me to remember people's Twitter handles. I don't know.
If people are watching on YouTube, they know I've basically been asking Sean to be my brain for the last 90 minutes. So thanks for partially doing an okay job with being my brain for a little bit. There's a new guy on the team, Kareem Jackson, and with the signing of Kareem Jackson, the Texans enter a very, very exclusive club. I'm not sure everybody's going to have the stomach for it. Clutch your pearls, ladies, because things are about to get hectic up in here. But also, they could be really hectic if you got in an accident and it wasn't your fault. You deserve compensation, my friends. That's why you call them O'Karam Law. Give them a call 24 hours a day at 281-222-2. Sean Bajani. Hey, Sean, people are suggesting that I call you something different than Sean since it can be confusing for those that don't know that Sean Pendergast is on vacation.
I saw that, yeah. Bada bing, bada boom.
If you had an issue with Bijan Robinson at all, kind of, I don't know. I feel like your name's been co-opted a little bit by Bijan.
Nah, there was the Bijan cologne long before Bijan Robinson was a thing.
Okay.
My dad
That's not quite in the same industry as you,
No.
though. Where like now you're in the same industry, and we're in the same state as a notable Bijan.
My dad lying to me back in the day, like, yeah, that's ours.
Did he? Oh, really?
Where's the money?
you thought
we have
you
our
were
own
an heir.
cologne. Why are we driving this piece of crap? So that didn't work.
Girls, you were heir to the Bijan fortune.
Yeah. Now I just have the Bijan mustard in my pantry somewhere.
Yeah. Kareem Jackson, as you pointed this out to me, I didn't quite realize that the Texans were breaking the football law as often as they have been. And it's interesting because they haven't gotten a reputation for it yet. I don't know if they will or not. I think a lot of it might come with if the Texans end up being a really genuinely tough defense, which they've shown at times glimmers of hope along those lines. They've just been way too loose in their pass defense. It's like they buckle up in the red zone, but they just let up so much passing yardage that they're not going to be at the top of various rankings and everything.
Yeah.
And you do worry, like obviously after last week's game, injuries or not, you worry about some of the huge plays they're allowing. But you brought up these stats. The Texans are the fifth most penalized team in the NFL in terms of numbers and yards. Okay, whatever. Like sometimes that makes a difference. Sometimes it's not. It's the interestinger ones are the ones the aggressive penalties, like defensive pass interference. The Texans lead the NFL in pass interference. They're eighth in unnecessary roughness penalties. And they just brought in Kareem Jackson, who's been suspended twice this year for unnecessary roughness. Denzel Perryman's already on the squad. He's served a suspension for unnecessary roughness. I think that D'Amico's kind of got a squeaky clean image in terms of being a guy that played like a demon and has guys on his teams that play like demons, but like the perception would be, yeah, they play good old school football. They just they hit people hard, but they're not a dirty team. Is there a chance that they start getting a reputation as a dirty team if Denzel Perryman, Kareem Jackson, and then all these other guys that have all these unnecessary roughnesses are on the squad? And you care? Do you care if they've got that reputation
for the next 2 weeks? Maybe.
No, I don't. Like I care in a good way, right? Like it would be nice. That would be awesome if all of a sudden that was the attitude they took on.
It's I think it's growing anyway, right? That aggressive, unforgiving, all or nothing kind of approach. I think about Jalen Petrie a lot when I say those words, and I think about the Texans and what the defense wants to be. Kareem Jackson at his peak. Isn't that what we all kind of want Jalen Petrie to become? Right, is that unrelenting, hard hitter in the middle of the field. It's going to be the stopper, but also knows where he's supposed to be in coverage. A reliable guy that way.
Yeah. And then the other part of it, too, like, honestly, this is what I loved about Justin Reed so much, was that Justin was really good at hitting people legally. Remember, like,
yes.
He was awesome at giving these kind of bone-jarring hits that would dislodge the football without getting flagged for it.
Well, you talk about a guy that hurt when he left.
Oh, yeah. Well, and that was just so much of a – we could do a whole hour on this, but just when good people are in dysfunctional situations, it's real. You got to be really careful about judging their behavior because good people in dysfunctional situations are going to act different than how they normally would act. They freak out. If anybody, like they freak out the most, and whatever issue he and David Culley had, I totally get it. Justin Reed was a dude that just wanted to play football and was in a really dysfunctional situation. But Justin Reed was one of the first guys I really looked at and was like, okay, he's at an age where his entire football career, really, they've been super strict about illegal hits, launching, and all of that. and this guy figured out how to hit people hard without getting flagged for it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me wrong. I know he's had a few along the way, but like for a guy that he's as close to, he's like what you're allowed to get away with. He's Steve Atwater of this generation.
Yeah.
He can come up and he throws the shoulder without lowering his head. He doesn't hit guys when they're defenseless. And that's what guys are going to have to start doing. I mean, Jalen Petrie needs to be that kind of guy. With Kareem Jackson, the biggest thing I honestly worry about is like, all right, he's already shown like he's got no interest in regulating how he hits guys. And that's not going to cut it if the Texans are going to make a playoff run here.
Exactly.
He's got to figure out a way to not. If he gets flagged, he's getting suspended, and then he's gone.
When you need good personnel at the most important time of the year, when you still technically control your own destiny, right? Regardless of how you feel about it, is how I should preface it. They do control their own destiny. You went out, you're in. I just don't know that we all feel great about it because, they're banged up all over the place, but particularly in the secondary. I think back, listening to D'Amico talk all year about what he's building defensively and really from a team-wide standpoint, because they talk about the swarm mentality in all facets of the game, right? It's been kind of interesting that I always think feast or famine. Mm-hmm. The way that he's kind of coached that D-line between him and Matt Burke and Jacques Cesare and the linebackers is, let's take the thinking out of it. Like, let's just go get the quarterback. We're just going to be thumpers. We're going to be physical and all of that. That's the feast or famine. If you're going to play that way, if you're going to be so aggressive up front, some days you're going to swing and miss. Some days you're going to hit home runs. And when you swing and miss, man, and you're not getting to the quarterback and the secondary has to, be in coverage for that much longer, or you're going to see what you saw against the Jets. You're going to see what you saw against, I don't even remember who they played this past. Who the hell did they get their brains beat in by this past weekend? Why am I forgetting?
What, the Browns?
Yeah, the Browns.
Okay. Oh, no, yeah, sorry. Well, no, and the thing about that, too, that was really disheartening when I went back and watched was that the pass rush wasn't as bad, I think, as it may have felt. Because Malik Collins, for one, was winning a lot of his one-on-ones, and Flacco was throwing perfect passes as he was getting there.
Dude, the one that he threw when he was in the grasp.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, there was one early where he spun out, and then there was the other one where he threw to the left sideline while he was in the grasp, and he threw a lot of dimes. One of our listeners says this, and I think it's a fair point. He says, if the defense is good, I'm fine if they have a reputation for being a little dirty. But at this point, I think they get a lot of penalties because they are not all that disciplined. And I'm a huge D'Amico fan. They're just not there yet. And, yeah, I think that, especially the defensive pass interference, there's youth, there's inexperience, and then on some levels they just don't have genuinely deep talent across the board as a football team.
But one of their best
this time
corners,
of year you start to see it.
I bet you one of their best corners. Who would you say this season is? Not Derek Stingley.
Steven Nelson.
Yeah. Stingley's come on the last month and change, right? But before that, Steven Nelson was balling out.
Yeah.
But it was kind of, the risk reward. You've always known that he's been a very handsy guy in coverage. And I'll bet you that he's probably got the most defensive pass interference calls on the Texans in the secondary this season, and it's been because of a lot of hands, where he's making contact or just getting in a little grab or a pull, after the 5 yards. And that's he's more savvy than not.
Yeah.
But when he gets caught, it's very blatant.
Well, because there's the guys who are technicians at that part of it know, DeAndre Hopkins, one of the reasons he's so good with his push-offs is he knows what angles to do it at where the officials aren't going to see it, you know? And he knows how not to. He doesn't extend his arms. He knows how to make it look like hand fighting as opposed to push. Like DeAndre's an artist when it comes to that. And that's where you have to be a bit of an artist to know what you can and can't get away with. And that's one of the little nuances I think that keeps maybe Steven Nelson from being one of the top guys.
To the essence of your question that you asked, would I appreciate, would I worry about this Texans team being known as a dirty team? Like, no. Not at all. I mean, I think there's a fine line there. I would want that title just so long as you're not doing the things that they're already shooting themselves in their own foot, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not like hindering the team because of it, I don't mind it per se. Like, there's going to be times where, yeah, you suffer the consequences, but I would love to be known as the most physical, dirty team, if you want to put it that way. Fine, maybe that's a little too strong.
Well, the dirty part of it is like right now there are 3 defensive players who have been suspended for unnecessary roughness this year. 2 of them are on the Texans. So, out of 3 players in the league, 2 of them are on the Texans. That's the part where, okay, the actual illegal part is above and beyond just being – I think the 49ers have been known as a very, very physical defense, but I don't think anybody ever – I know there have been a couple accusations of, specific hits, but I don't think people think of them as a dirty defense.
No, but you know who's a physical defense? And I wanted to bring this up. And also, by the way, the least penalized team in the NFL?
The Ravens?
Raiders.
Oh, the Raiders. Oh, okay. Oh.
Look at that turnaround under Antonio Pierce. The last 7 weeks, 23 points per game to 15, a -8 in turnover margin to a +5. The scoring defense has completely turned around, and they're doing it as maybe the most disciplined defense in the league, right?
Yeah.
And so you look at that. I don't know who you fear on the Raiders, defensively per se, but the Texans are pretty close. If you could get a freaking beast on that D-line that could be consistent, right? And maybe it's Rankins, I don't know. I mean, you could do worse between him and Malik Collins. But you think about that, having to worry about a guy on each level, if it's Jackson in the secondary, if it's Denzel, the linebacker core, if it's a combo of Collins and Rankins on the D-line. I mean, that's pretty damn good. Tighten some stuff up elsewhere. And, yeah, D'Amico's going to have himself a damn good, feared defense for the foreseeable future.
We had mentioned with John McClain that RG3 had some beef with a national football commentator and was demanding an apology from this guy. Who's out of line on this one? I've got a suspicion that it's going to be RG3, but you can decide next.
Hey, I'm going to give you a website where you can get your
Fantasy Station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean Pendergast is out on vacation. I don't know what vacation
What did you say?
is. I said vacation. Whatever.
Staycation.
So Sean Pendergast is on vacation, and Sean Bajani is in for me. And we brought this up with John McClain a little bit earlier, that Robert Griffin III, I knew of this because Robert Griffin III was saying that Mike Florio needed to apologize for something. So I played the clip, and I thought, oh, this is a particularly bad prediction that Mike Florio made regarding the Ravens-49ers game, which, to remind anybody that didn't see it, the Ravens beat the 49ers pretty thoroughly, 33-19 this weekend. This was Mike Florio last week in predicting this particular game.
Going to kick out of everybody they face. The quest is for second place. That's it, as long as those people stay healthy. They're currently healthy. The 49ers kicked the out of the Ravens on Monday night. I'm sorry, I know that's disrespectful to the Ravens, but let's be realistic. At home, they're going to fly across the country on Christmas night, and the 49ers are waiting, and the 49ers are going to dismantle the Ravens. And if it's a Super Bowl preview, the Super Bowl is going to suck because the 49ers, as long as those guys are healthy, they're going to run over everyone.
Yeah. So,
so weird.
So RG, it was a weird prediction.
I mean, it's not like they were playing the Jets or something.
No. It's ever for those two teams to be facing each other, to predict that one was obviously going to get destroyed, and that team is the Ravens. And it's not like the Ravens have been built on some flimsy finesse style of play or something, or that they were all offense and no defense. They're balanced. They can beat you multiple different ways. Like the notion that somehow they were just going to get destroyed. It was a bad take, but I don't feel like you need to apologize for every bad take. RG3 said that Mike Florio needed to apologize for that take, and I only knew this because Sean Pendergast brought it to my attention via his Twitter timeline last night. The people seem to be getting pretty worked up about this. I hadn't heard Florio's original take on this. What did Florio? You know more about this than I did. Did Florio ever end up apologizing for this take?
Yeah. So there was like a 2.5 minute snippet that I saw this morning on social, and he was on his podcast with Sims, and the first clip you're going to hear right here is his response to RG3 and why he needs to apologize.
The idea is embedded within the hostility, and it's fine. I can take it. Good. I don't have an issue with that. But embedded within the hostility is this idea of if you hadn't said what you said was going to happen would have happened. And it's like, so are you saying thank you? Like, there's an element of that. And I hear you. I hear you. Look,
Okay, so that was okay. But was he talking to Lamar Jackson there? Because or whoever it was, somebody said that it put a chip on their shoulder, right? Like that they used his words as fuel to go out and take it to him.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Maybe so. But for Florio, that was such a Florio response.
He's taking credit. He's taking credit for the Ravens' victory, basically.
Did your brain want to explode there in his response there? The next clip should be him talking about, why he made the prediction that he did, but that he didn't even want to make game picks.
the idea is 49ers versus anyone on Christmas night is going to end the way that I thought last night's game was going to end. And I was wrong. And I will admit it. And I will own it. And that's one of the occupational hazards. They make us do the picks. I said, and this isn't new, before the season, I don't want to do picks. I just want to enjoy the games. Can we just enjoy the games, please? Why do we have to do the friggin' picks? Let's just enjoy the games. And I'm going to have the conversation in the offseason with the powers that be at NBC. I don't want to do this anymore about the picks.
Oh, my gosh.
Would you stop?
Let's
cover the game.
Would you stop?
I don't.
It's getting to him. I don't want to do the.
He was crawfishing, man. Come on, you can't do that.
He was doing it under duress. He didn't even want to do it. He was like, it was a hostage video. Florio was actually doing the Morse code with his eyelids, blinking. blinking torture as he was giving the pick. He didn't want to give it. It's those suits at NBC. That's what you get when you sell out to the man, Florio. That's what you get when you sell your little blog.
So emphatic and so passionate about the pick, and the 49ers are going to destroy those Ravens. And then I love Sims, because if he could ever get a word in edgewise, he was probably going to say, stop. You know you love the attention. You're going to do the picks again next year, and you're going to make some asinine call on a game that you have no business treating like it's 49ers and Patriots, and you're going to love it because RG3 called you out. The biggest names in sport and media are going to be talking about how asinine your picks are again. It's going to be nothing but good for you.
I don't know. I understand not wanting to do picks because it's true, but it's true that, it's a coin flip half the time, and every time you're wrong, people tell you you're an idiot because obviously whatever's going to happen was going to happen. But he was not giving that take like it was under duress. I disagree with Robert Griffin III. What Robert Griffin III had said was, this didn't age well, Pro Football Talk. Your apology needs to be as loud as the disrespect was.
Yeah.
I feel like whatever level of disrespect that was him predicting that a team was going to get killed, and he was really, really wrong about it. But it's not like he said the Ravens are a bunch of wimps, or Lamar Jackson isn't tough enough, or anything like. If anything, I mean, he cited the time zone difference in traveling west and a lot of that. But if that's an insult that needs to be apologized for, my God, then everybody's gonna have to be apologizing all day long to everybody. There's personal attack, and then there's bad opinions, and I don't think that crossed the line into personal attack.
In fairness, though, I think I get where RG3 was coming from, because he's been a Lamar guy all season, right? And so for a guy that doesn't have the stats of maybe a Josh Allen, that you look at the numbers, they don't really blow you away when you look at Lamar and what he's done this year, but just he solidified his case as a serious MVP candidate, and doing it over the guy that Mr. Irrelevant, who had the numbers in Brock Purdy. I think that's where he's coming from. I think he took it from you're not showing Lamar any respect. You're going with the hottest thing, Brock Purdy, right now. And I think he's calling out Florio for really what he is. And Florio can sell it, but he doesn't really believe in it. Did he really believe in that pick, or was he selling it because it's something he didn't want to do per him, and so he has to make it as entertaining as possible?
He's, you know what it reminds me of? It's weird. He's not going to get fired because obviously Pro Football Talk, if I have it right, he sold it to NBC, but it's still his website, and, or at least he has control over it. I don't know whatever his contract is, or maybe he's just under contract with NBC. Mm-hmm. But it reminded me of, who was the one that was on the ESPN morning show that said she didn't even like the NFL? Michelle Beadle. Michelle Beadle was on that morning show with Greenberg.
I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah. Okay, she was on the morning show with Greenberg, and after a while, I guess it became kind of apparent that she was not digging that schedule because it's brutal, You got to, for television, we have to be up early, and you got to, be prepared and everything. Television, for a television show that starts at 6 a.m., you got to be there for makeup and meetings and all that stuff at 3 a.m. or earlier. So anyway, she kind of almost had a meltdown one day and flat out said to paraphrase from my addled memory, that she didn't even really like the NFL. She didn't like the way the NFL treated women. She preferred the NBA, all this stuff. So, within a few weeks, she got her wish, and she was no longer on Get Up on ESPN, which tends to be pretty damn football centric, especially during football season. Yeah.
Wow, I don't remember that. Yeah,
complaining about. You got to be careful when you're complaining about your job. Especially
in sports,
publicly.
Nonetheless. In sports.
Yeah, especially publicly. Yeah. That's advice for you kids out there. Don't complain publicly about your job. Go to your boss and air your grievances in a very polite and respectful way, and call them concerns, not complaints.
Or don't complain publicly, period. Nobody wants to hear
don't
that.
do it in front of millions of people, and don't insult the product. So Florio just insulted the product, basically. They're out there trying to sell these picks and everything, and he's saying he doesn't even want to do it. He's a conscientious objector.
Yeah, Florio is he's extra, man. And that's it's not even just the getting a prediction wrong. Like, to me, I like doing game picks because it's a good conversation starter for the actual game. You start talking about matchups and things like that, breaking it down, talking it through. I like it. If people treated those things more like conversation starters versus, I've got to be right or I'm going to be wrong, that kind of a thing, I think they would enjoy it a little bit more.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. There's something about it's weird. Okay, so sports radio was, for the longest time, was very, very hot takes all the time, anger, all that. And I think because of podcasting, I think people's tastes kind of changed, and people started having an appetite for more conversational stuff. And there's not as much of like the old blowhard with a New York accent type of radio necessarily. Mm-hmm. So that's changed. But on TV, and this is the thing that drives me crazy, is that a lot of times people will talk about it like Stephen A.
Smith?
Not Stephen A. Smith, Skip Bayless.
Oh, yeah.
Because Stephen A. Smith does do radio. But Skip Bayless especially, or Colin Cowherd, and they'll call those TV shows sports radio. They kind of lump it all in together. And it's not, it's different. It's way less. It's still very much delivering angry hot takes on a lot of the debate shows and everything. And that's just not what sports radio is like in a lot of like non-Northeastern cities anymore, I don't think. Or at least whatever I don't like calling it sports radio anymore. It's streaming, Sean.
Yeah. Truth be told, whenever I first saw this Florio stuff in the RG3, it was just, you see it, but you're not really reading it. You're just flipping through your phone, and you're probably like me. A lot of the stuff that shows up on your feed is very Houston sports-centric. And so the first thing that I thought of is like, oh boy, what did Florio say about the Texans? Like, was this like, does he need to apologize for some, horrible preseason prediction? Like, were they going to stink again? Or was this something he said about Stroud? What is it? And so I look at this and I'm like, oh, boy, that was dumb. Like, well, okay, a 49er homer? Like, why does he think they're going to destroy the Ravens?
You know what the Houston connection is for this? Is honestly, is Florio sitting there and saying he doesn't like doing the picks? What he really doesn't like is having it thrown in his face when he's wrong, which is like a classic indicator
for a guy
of
that always thinks he's right.
Right, and that is, look, and everybody's susceptible to this, and everybody's guilty of it. But when you're online too much, like in this business or just in life in general these days, you've got to recognize when the social media is getting to you, and like. The way that Florio was talking right there, it felt a lot like Dusty Baker. It like saying that the blogs had gotten to him or the tweets had gotten to him. I honestly get a little bit sad for guys who are a little bit older because they don't necessarily have the same defenses built up that some of these young kids do. And then, don't get me wrong, I mean, the mental health of kids these days is in rough shape because of social media partly and because of other things. It's not like everybody, but if you're in the sports business, I feel like some of these kids, like these 25-year-old kids in sports media, they're like aliens when it comes to their ability to endure anything and everything online. They are just tough as hell. It doesn't bother them. But when a guy like Dusty Baker is like actually saying that stuff like that, like bloggers and social media banter is affecting his job decisions or his enjoyment of his career, I was like, all right, that's a guy that hasn't learned how to just understand how to curate his personal feed. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you just got to ignore. People are going to say stuff that's inaccurate about you. People are going to insult you and everything. You just have to be deaf to it. The same way in the real world, people are talking behind your back and you don't hear any of it.
The whole Dusty Baker thing, since you brought it up, did you watch the podcast that he was on with Ernie Johnson and Charles Barkley?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that was fantastic because what he'd said in his goodbye press conference, if you will, right, was what everybody wants to stick to. And what you're saying is that, oh, yeah, he probably read a Chandler Rome column or whatever, and that affected his decision-making. Well, if you remember in that podcast with Ernie Johnson and Charles Barkley, he got far more in-depth with everything that attributed to him making that final decision. And, yeah, maybe that was a part of it. I'd always been curious as to why that was a part of it. Like, is Dusty Baker, does he strike you as a guy who's sitting in his office at Minute Maid Park, like, scrolling through Twitter, Facebook, IG, or is somebody like feeding him unnecessarily and irresponsibly things that are being said about him and the team. Like,
well, that's the problem, and that's where I didn't mean to present it like that was the sole thing that he made his decision.
That's
on,
how other people have presented it, and I
don't should
like
be.
That.
Like honestly, you should be at a point where. When you're in any of these roles these days, you should be at a point where whatever your consumption level is one that doesn't affect your day-to-day functioning elsewhere. Like it shouldn't be. It shouldn't. Now, I think one of the differences with Dusty is perhaps that let's say theoretically he felt that those bloggers or sports radio people, whomever else, might have too much sway with people in the Astros organization. So then it does become something, if you got influential people who are hypersensitive to social media, then all of a sudden social media is something that has to be addressed, and it's an extra element of the job. So I would say, I'd give him the benefit of the doubt on that. Like some of that dynamics might be something completely out of his control. But when it comes to because I'm 100% guilty of it, so I'm very careful of just how I consume it. And when I can I've got a pretty good feel for when I'm starting to get too sensitive about stuff, and I'm like, all right, I got to step away from this, or I'm going to end up lashing out or being. I do it on the text line more frequently because it's anonymous.
You mean when you send a 5 response, 5 different texts to the same individual?
Oh, well, that's just because we have text limits, and I'm generally.
That was so good.
No, you know what's funny about our text line? I've got this reputation of being sensitive on the text line, and I honestly, it's hilarious because we can see when people. I never block people on the text line ever. I never block anybody unless they've got a bunch of racial slurs or something like that. But for people insulting me or whatever, I never ever block them because it blocks them from everybody else too. So I don't want to do that. When you go through and look, at what time of day various numbers were blocked, it's curiously heavy around non-morning show hours. So I always find it funny when somebody wants to accuse me of being sensitive on the text line or something. Wow, somebody's laying down a lot of blocks for being so thick-skinned on the text line. Yeah.
Middays much?
Yeah, I just try to go on a diet of how much information I actually take in. Kareem Jackson's back in town. Speaking of this, honestly, there's a few things about Kareem Jackson that I realized as I thought about those days and Jonathan Joseph and et cetera that I really miss. We'll go over a few of the memories from Kareem Jackson next.
Hey, if you're looking to get into a new car in 2024.
A voice actor is taking a hit, Sean. So my voice starts to go during the fourth hour here.
Oh, don't say that, man. That kicked your butt for a few weeks recently.
Yeah. I was looking into my short-term disability insurance and everything. I didn't know what I had signed up for last year. I thought I was trying to figure out if I could make it as a writer in this business, and then it came back, and now I don't know. Might be departing again. So Kareem Jackson comes back. The biggest and the most notable thing about Kareem Jackson, who played cornerback here almost exclusively. They kept trying to move him to safety, and he would always have to fill back in at cornerback. He goes off to Denver and was really, really good for a few years and has still been very solid and steady, except for the problem of this little illegal hitting issue that he has, where he's been suspended twice for a total of 7 games this year. He joins a defense that has Denzel Perryman on it, who is also suspended for illegal hits this season. I feel like those two will have a lot to chat about. I feel like they can compare notes on what their meeting with Goodell was, because I think Kareem actually had a meeting with Goodell, didn't he?
I think you're right after the second one.
Yeah, I don't know if Perryman did or not, but these two are going to have these two have a unique perspective on things. There's not actually that many guys who have been suspended for illegal hits. As much as it's been penalized and fined, the suspensions are still relatively sparse.
Perryman's suspension wouldn't have warranted a meeting with Goodell, right? I mean,
I guess not. I mean, I don't know. It was.
I got to ask him. I I don't recall that being a thing. Like you had to meet with him, but I mean, it's worth an ask for sure.
I mean, Kareem's was pretty unique in that it was the second one in one single season. So they had liked PJ Locke, who filled in while Kareem Jackson was out, and it worked out to be, with the numbers crunched, that the Broncos would have liked to have kept Kareem Jackson around if he had cleared waivers by signing him to practice squad, but it just wasn't going to work. So honestly, we just, off the heels of the social media discussion we just had, the biggest thing that I kind of like about Kareem Jackson, in terms of him being like very clearly in a different generation than my own, is that he will mix it up on social media, and he just does not give a single damn about it. Like he'll call media members out. I don't know. The one thing I've learned about him, as I was going through trying to find some of his old classic tweets, was that if he quote tweets somebody, the original tweet is almost always deleted. Like those people did not want the heat that came with Kareem Jackson going after him.
They didn't want the evidence out there that they got burned.
Yeah, I think this was in response to some kind of commentator. He said, "Clearly none of you MF ever played football." And then he quoted somebody saying, "What are you on?" TF you mean? Y'all just ass soft as this league. Debate your mama. So didn't want to debate that guy. He could go debate his mama. I called another guy, I think, who must have been wearing a grill, called him a fake-ass Paul Wall. He should charge you biting his style and making it look bad, seeing people get whooped for less. That's Kareem Jackson. There's no back down in Kareem Jackson.
I love it.
You know who there's no backup in is Larry from Stafford. We got Larry?
Yeah, let's punch Larry up there. There we go.
What's up, Larry?
Hey, what's going on, Seth, Sean? Hey, man, I hope y'all had a wonderful holiday, man.
You too.
You know, I wanted to get it in, man, because now that we know K-Jack is on his way back, man, look, you know, the Texans have been in the playoff run here for the last 4 weeks already, man. And this here is now it's time for everybody to, like, man up. I'm talking the offensive line. I'm talking the defense. I'm talking everything. And go and get Kareem Jackson when we know we have been having issues at safety. I'm not sure Kareem Jackson is coming here to be the second coming of Ronnie Lott, but I'd rather have Kareem Jackson in there right now than having to try to figure out what we're going to do with Petrie and KHC and all these other dudes. At least Kareem is going to go out there, and you know he's going to play football like you're supposed to play football. And I'm pretty sure D'Amico has had a conversation with him about making sure that he plays the game without leading with his head and all this other stuff, which I don't think Kareem intentionally tries to do that. That's just the way that he's always played football. And the fact that he'll hit your ass makes you have to think twice about coming in front of him. I'm excited about the acquisition, man, because we have 2 games that we must win to get in the playoffs. And this is kudos to the Texans organization because they understand that the opportunity is right there in front of them to go out there and turn this season from just a regular season into a very special season when everybody expected us to do absolutely nothing. The only other thing that I need to have happen now that I got all my Christmas presents and I got everything that I wanted is for number 7 to get his ass back under center and from them boys that's in front of him to make sure he don't get touched like he's sleeping in the crib next to his mom and I'll holler.
Thanks, Larry.
Good stuff.
You know what's interesting? I was trying to think of like various coaches that Kareem Jackson has played for, and would D'Amico. Is there anything that D'Amico could do to, I don't know if encourage is the right word, but to get Kareem Jackson to tackle like a modern defensive back in the NFL? As somebody pointed out when that Michael Pittman hit a couple weeks ago that was just so vicious, that on that play as a defensive back, really, in the modern NFL, you just almost have to concede that you're going to have to allow the catch, you know? Like, you got to keep your head up, and you're going to have to hit guys without as much force, and maybe you start to focus more on, in situations like that where Pittman was laid out, you gotta try to punch at the ball or something. But, like, I think that might be the hardest psychological shift for a lot of guys, is that you just got to concede. You got to concede catches sometimes now. Or you got to concede that you're going to get dragged for a few yards on a tackle because you can't really lower your head the way you used to. And that's almost harder than the first decade of all of this was guys learning like where to hit somebody, and now it's turned into like, okay, no, you can't just not hit that person there. You can't hit them until they've got their feet on the ground and they're upright, and God help you if your helmet lowers at all. And it just, you got to swallow your pride a little bit, and every now and then you're going to get dragged.
Kubiak, Bill O'Brien, Vic Fangio, Nathaniel Hackett, and Sean Payton, all the head coaches that Kareem Jackson's played under.
Boy, I wonder what Kareem thought about Nathaniel Hackett. Those two don't seem like...
Probably the same thing everybody else thought about Nathaniel Hackett, including Sean Payton.
Nathaniel Hackett was he David Culley in a lot of respects? It just felt like, okay, this is a weird fit. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And there's, like David, that was the difference for me between David Culley and Lovie Smith. Lovie Smith was still a head coach. He wasn't the guy for right now for the Texans, but at the very least, you could tell he's a head coach. Whereas David Culley, it just never felt like he was an NFL head coach. Nathaniel Hackett was the same way. The guy's he's not an NFL head coach.
I wouldn't even put Hackett in Culley's class. I think Culley's an anomaly in my lifetime. My adult football watching life, I don't think I've ever seen. I don't think you've ever seen.
Yeah, I have.
Maybe we've ever seen a hire like that. Have you?
Jim Tomsula.
Ooh, all right, good pull.
Yeah,
good pull.
And Culley was way more put together than Jim Tomsula was. Jim Tomsula couldn't speak a sentence, man.
Put together, fine. Okay, like you're talking about like the makeup of the person. I'm just talking about the actual...
Oh yeah. No, they're both awesome dudes. Mm-hmm. Like that's the thing about both Culley and Tomsula, and that's where honestly, maybe it's a little bit of an indication. Like being an awesome dude is great, but man, like an NFL football coach, head football coach has got to have an edge to him of some sort. Even the soft-spoken guys like Tony Dungy, he still had to have an edge. Pete Carroll has to have an edge to some degree. Like you got to know where to set boundaries and the line and everything. Mm-hmm. And Tom Sula was not that guy. He was a hell of a guy, though. Hell of a guy. So coming up on the last segment, there's a Texans coach who may have been slandered by a former Texans player. We've got a soundbite from Dameon Pierce that I feel is inconsistent with what this former player said about Frank Ross, the special teams coordinator. We got to figure this thing out because I will not stand for Frank Ross slander. Not here, not now, not anywhere. It's coming up next.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns, but the season
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
This from Ian Rappaport. Potential good news for the Texans. Quarterback C.J. Stroud, in the NFL's concussion protocol, is expected to practice today. Coach D'Amico Ryans told Stacey Dales on Sunday that Stroud had been in meetings on Friday. He's definitely making progress. That's what he had said on Sunday. This would be more progress. So, according to Ian Rappaport, C.J. Stroud is expected to practice today.
Let's go! Dun,
yeah,
dun,
that's
dun, dun,
it's,
dun, 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 dun.
I'm good to go. Whatever their decision is, I'm fine with it. I don't care. Well, if CJ's good with it, if D'Amico's good with it, if the concussion protocol is good with it, then let's go and let's roll. I think that he didn't specify whether he'd be a full participant or a partial participant or where exactly in the protocol he might be. But obviously, you guys will find more out at practice today, Sean, and D'Amico will speak at some point this afternoon. I wonder, maybe the most telling thing will be if we get D'Amico at the podium. A lot of people have talked about how they miss hearing from from CJ every week. CJ hasn't been at the podium the last couple of weeks, and people had grown to just get that little dose of excitement and expectation on a Wednesday.
I guess it could technically happen today, depending on how things shake out, but I know I said this yesterday, like, hey, I wonder if CJ's going to be at the podium on Wednesday. Well, when they sent the schedule out to the media after the game on Sundays, as they normally do, they did not block out time after D'Amico Ryans is set to take the podium for what is usually a quarterback. So it goes D'Amico and then boom, locker room. So they're not planning on any quarterback speaking after practice today.
What's the rule? Are they supposed to? They have to provide a player, or is that just kind of a common courtesy to do the quarterback?
No, they do players, generally 3 on Mondays after games.
Yeah,
and it's usually the 3 players that had the best games that weren't available in the locker room after the game. And then they'll do the quarterback on Wednesday, coordinators on Thursday, and that's it. So
but is that one of the rules? Does the starting quarterback have to speak once during the week at the podium?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I know everybody has to be available at some point, but the quarterback is like, that's league wide that they do that on a Wednesday.
Yep. So I mean, we'll learn a little something, just kind of seeing what Stroud is doing at 1 o'clock. But this is presumably phase 3 of concussion protocol, like where he's actually going to be able to participate and see what it's like in football activities.
Yeah. And, the thing that seemed to be holding them back at first was just the sensitivity to light and loud noises where you can't really do anything at all. The silver lining in all of this, where first and foremost, obviously, his health and safety is the biggest concern. But the silver lining might be that, man, I'll tell you, every game for the last few weeks that CJ was playing in, especially when we were there watching it in Houston, you could see he was limping at some point. Like, he had to move gingerly. Like, he was taking a lot of hits. And I don't know if I would call it the rookie wall or just a physiological like bludgeoning that he had taken, that it looked like it was starting to take its toll on him. So maybe this will be a little bit better. Maybe he'll be a bit fresher, more resilient, and obviously more than anything, you hope is just his brain is completely healed.
Worry about the offensive line. What is it? 5 straight weeks now they've allowed at least 3 sacks in a game. And there was a stretch where they'd gone like 21 sacks in 4 games. So I think 3-3, 27, 30 sacks maybe in the last 6 games, I believe.
The interesting thing would be, Case has done a good job of maybe getting guys lined up and getting them into the right run at times, maybe more so than a rookie quarterback could be expected to. But I think at least part of it also is the offensive line starting to gel in the run game. There are a couple, the Texans were never in a position where they were going to be run heavy this last game because it got away from them so quickly. But one of those, the one, Singletary had a couple nice runs. The first nice run that he had, Juice Scruggs and Laramie Tunsil did a beautiful job just scraping up to the linebacker. Laramie Tunsil taking over the defensive tackle. Like, they were joined hip to hip. They were working in coordination, and they were doing some things in the run game that as an offensive line, they just hadn't looked as sharp. You didn't get to see much of it this last week, and you obviously saw it the week before. Maybe more than anything, if this run game can be for real, and if Devin Singletary can just be a bell cow for the next 2 weeks, that ends up taking a lot of pressure off of C.J. Stroud. And you can use more max protection. You can use a fullback, if you're mashing on the ground, and you don't have to worry about, sending 5 guys on routes as much. That's potentially something we'll see this week.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you don't really have but maybe 2-3 games max where you've had C.J. Stroud at quarterback where the run game has actually worked in conjunction. You had the 2 massive games back-to-back by Devin Singletary around the mid part of the season.
Bucks
where he went
and the Bengals.
Was he go for like $150 and $120? I mean, those are the best. Devin Singletary's playing the best football he's played in his entire life. I asked him about that the other day, and he'd said, man, is it the system? Is it the fit? Like, what is it? Like, he said, man, the fit, like in terms of this system, I ain't run anything like this since high school. It was completely different in Buffalo. It's just he's seeing everything so well now. And I think that's huge for Stroud because as he kind of eases back into things, never mind what the defense is already preparing for. You kind of alluded to it. They're going to respect the hell out of Stroud because they know what he's capable of. But now that you have Devin Singletary, who's seeing the field better, maybe the offensive line's functioning a little bit better in the run game, I mean, it could be dangerous. Could be very dangerous on Sunday for the Titans.
I think this is relevant, and we'll get to the. You know what? Let me do this real quick because I had teased it. For those of you who didn't hear it yesterday, Shaq Griffin, who was cut earlier this year, and it had an exchange after Jeremy Branham asked a question on Twitter about whether Griffin was worse than Ross or Holman, the guys that were out there on Sunday, and. Basically, Shaq Griffin, in reply to a rumor that he was cut because he was mad that he wasn't starting anymore, Shaq Griffin said, "Not true. I wanted to stay. They cut me because of the special teams coach, Frank Ross. Love my guys in Houston." He further elaborated and said, "He needed me to take the fall for a mistake he made, so I did and kept it professional. #business." Which is, I don't know if that's making an accusation of Frank Ross. It doesn't sound awesome. I just, for proper context, I want to put out 2 things out there. One is that the special teams units have been like the only stable thing on this team over the last several years through multiple different coaches, and that's because Frank Ross has been the special teams coordinator. 2, listen to Dameon Pierce on the postgame talking about how he didn't want to disappoint Frank Ross when he started taking kickoff return reps this week.
At the end of the day, I'm like, man, I'm on Coach Frank unit. Coach Frank, like military. That's one of the most, script, detailed, fundamental units on our team, special teams. Coach Frank has a great operation going on, and I did not want to be the one to mess it up. So.
Yeah, so, I mean, honestly, he sounds a lot like one of the special teams coaches I played for, Frank Gantz Sr., who was a Naval Academy guy and former pilot in the Navy, and super, super demanding, like super demanding, but guys loved him because he just was, he got the best out of you. And it seems like Frank Ross is that. So I don't know what to make of the Shaq Griffin thing other than, like, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. It just seems like a little bit of disgruntlement maybe.
If nobody else does, I'm going to ask Ross tomorrow, and he probably will say absolutely nothing, but there is kind of something there in what Dameon Pierce said when he talked about Ross being like, what term did he use? Like very like military or
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And that, Frank has obviously gotten the respect, and it's been deserved and earned by D'Amico and the rest of this staff, and probably Nick Caserio to a large degree, right? I mean, he was one of only 8 or 9 holdovers from the previous regimes. If your role's already diminished because Derek Stingley comes back, from his injury, is playing well, and you're not performing at least up to the standard that Frank Ross, maybe one of the best special teams coordinators in the entire league, thinks, then you know what? You're a pretty good corner, but you can't be a pretty good corner here because we don't need you anymore. That was already the determination. Stingley, Nelson over you, better depth. Okay, we'll sacrifice. you're going to have to go find a spot elsewhere, because if you're pissing the special teams coach off, then we ain't got no time for that. I guess I could kind of see it, but I want to know for a guy in Frank Ross who everybody sees his demeanor and personality at the podium, but obviously very demanding and super intense on the field. We can all see that are present at practice times.
Yeah.
I just want to know what the heck he did. I wasted an hour and a half of my life pouring over, special teams coverage.
So I
couldn't find anything.
That's funny, man. I like Shaq Griffin too. It hurts me when I see people act. This is where the evils of social media creep in. Also, our listener Joan had asked for a brief rundown of what the actual playoff scenarios are right now. It can get super complex, but to keep it simple, Joan, the biggest thing you need to know is that if they win out, they're in the playoffs. So I'll read from young author Sean T. Pendergast in the Houston Press, who had said the Texans control their own destiny. They're in the 8th seed with control of getting into the playoffs without help from anyone else. Quite simply, beat the Titans at home, then go to Indy and beat them in Week 18, and then they're in the playoffs. The AFC South title is still in the mix. An 8-7 record would normally have a team more focused on the wild card, but everybody's tied at the top right now. The Jags, Texans, and Colts are all 8-7. The Jags have the edge in the tiebreakers, so the Texans and Colts need the Texans would have to win one more game than the Jaguars. So the Jags need to lose one of their next 2 games, and the Texans would need to win out. Unless they need to win one more game than the Jaguars. So that's where they sit with.
But if they lose on Sunday, they need the Colts to lose, and then they need to beat the Colts the final week of the season. Yeah. And I think when you're asking that question, that tells me what I already know everybody else is worried about. And maybe you should feel a little bit better now that the news is broke that C.J. Stroud is expected to practice today, but you're worried as hell about this Titans game on Sunday. Yeah. And you should be. you should be, just because of how everything is played out the last 3, 4, 5 weeks.
Oh, it was, honestly, I look back at a younger version of myself 4 or 5 days ago where we were having this discussion and we thought, well, really, either one of these next 2 games, you just win one of those, the Browns or the Titans, and then the Colts game is the one that really matters. And I'm looking back at myself and thinking, like, what kind of a dunce was I that I kind of just casually thought, oh, yeah, all you got to do is win one of these next 2 NFL games, and it'll be no big deal. One versus the hottest team in the league, and the other versus a divisional opponent. No big deal. And then it's the Colts game that really matters. Idiot.
You're excused. It's okay.
Yeah. So Brandon Scott joins us, and Adam Spillane.
Look, I got to give y'all credit for even going down that rabbit hole of what they've got to do to get in there. Like credit to you.
Just trying to appease our listeners.
No, that's a good thing, and I credit you guys for being good people, because I would have straight up told them to Google it. Google it.
Well, no, you got to remember, though, this is where I struggle this time of year, because I get overwhelmed with these playoff scenarios myself. But, most of our listeners are driving in the car at any given time, and a lot of them just want something like, okay, give me something simple to latch onto while I also try to avoid getting T-boned. And I think that, this, if you keep it simple, look, if they win out, they're in. Yeah. If they win with one more game than the Jaguars, then they can win the division. And they've got a head-to-head matchup with the Colts coming up.
If Siri was worth a damn, though, Seth, you could just say, hey, Siri, give me all NFL playoff scenarios.
Yeah, how is that not a chat GPT thing yet? I know you've been into the artificial intelligence, Seth. How is that not something they can just ask one of these artificial intelligence softwares?
With ChatGPT, for one, you got to get the premium if you want anything current events, like anything within the last 3 years. But then also it will admit to you and tell you that it's really bad with current events. You need the best is if you feed something into it and it can kind of spit things out for anything newer. Like, you got to use a recent article. So in that case, okay.
Sounds like a sports radio host.
Yeah, basically. No.
I'm worried. I'm worried, Seth.
You know what our life is? Our life is bullet points, right? Like, you read stuff, you watch stuff, you write bullet points down, and then you talk about it. ChatGPT is really good at spitting out bullet points. So it's once they attach a personality to that, we're screwed.
Yeah. Totally, man. I'm worried about it. I'm worried about the future. I'm worried about artificial intelligence. We got Adam Spillane in here, a real life intelligent guy. So I don't feel like ChatGPT's gonna. I don't feel like ChatGPT's gonna take his job at any point.
Ian Rappaport reporting that C.J. Stroud's going to practice today. Do you guys expect this to be in a limited capacity or no way to tell?
I'd probably be full. Wouldn't you think? Just be full participant?
He has to be able. Well, he has
it's
to
going to be
clear
real
through.
Right? Yeah. Go ahead.
He has to first clear through like the limited participation. So I don't know if they can lump that into something that people are doing on Monday or Tuesday when it's not a full practice. So yeah, that part of it I'm unclear about. We'll find out today if he's a full participant.
Yeah, I feel like though we would take limited at this point, right? Like any kind of participation, going from not being on the field or visible on the field. I know he told. D'Amico Ryans told Stacey Dale Schumann over the weekend that he was apparently out there on Friday in some kind of capacity, just not practicing. Just watching.
Mm-hmm.
But practicing in any capacity, whether limited or full, would be enormous progress, especially when you consider the weight of the game. So I'm on CJ. Like, that's part of the show today, guys. We are on CJ Watch to see. I know they don't practice until 1, a little bit after 1 o'clock, so it'll be late in the show. But, I mean, that has got to be the A story right now.
If he stretches, I feel good.
Right.
Just stretch.
The way I read it, you can actually get cleared to full football clearance without practicing because you can do club-based non-contact training drills before you get to the practice stage. So you could be cleared for full practice today, as I understand it. And we'll see. If it's full practice today, then I'm going to be super stoked. It feels like you know when it's cloudy for like 2 weeks straight and it starts to affect your mood and you don't even realize it, and then all of a sudden there's a sunny day and life's worth living again? That's how I feel today. Like my football life is just, it's taken on a new, it's seeing things on a different wavelength.
Yeah. Look, at this point, if he, like Sean said, if he stretches, if he does anything, but I'm also worried about him though. Like, I think you're worried about this game, Seth. I am more so worried about C.J. Stroud, like specifically, like when he goes out there, what it's going to look like, the offensive line, his rustiness, his readiness. Like, I'm legit worried about this game, man.
Brandon Scott and Adam Spillane as my voice almost made it in the entire show, but now it's dying. You know what? It's like when you have to go to the bathroom and then you get close to the bathroom and you really, really got to go. That's what my voice did. It saw you guys come in and it was like I'm headed for the urinal. Yeah. My voice. So we're going to release it all right now. You're listening to KILT Houston and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. In the Loop starts now. Thank you, Sean, for filling in the last couple days. You were awesome.
Thanks, man.
Everybody have a great day.
No Landry Locker, no John Lopez, no Figgy Fig today, but you got B. Scott, Adam Spillane. Jace is behind the glass here, handling everything behind the scenes. And look, man, I'm excited to be on the air today, man. I've been itching to get on the air ever since Sunday, ever since this loss to the Browns. Not necessarily to break down the game against the Browns, really to flush it. Like, I think it was a missed opportunity. But I'm looking ahead, man. I'm looking forward to this week. And just the idea that the Texans, I feel like, have no excuses. You can be worried about this game. You can be worried about whether they're going to win the game. But I feel like for the first time, Adam, for the first time in like 3 weeks, the Texans are going into a game, going into a week with no built-in excuses for why they could, would, or should lose the game. You think about 3 weeks ago when they played against the New York Jets. All right. You're playing on the road in bad weather against a really good defense. You can have a built-in excuse for why you would lose that game, even though I went into it thinking that they would win it. They lost it. Built-in excuse. Go to Tennessee. No C.J. Stroud on the road against a team that had just beat a really good Miami Dolphins team on the road. Didn't feel confident about them winning that game. They did it. So I'm wrong in back-to-back weeks about what they're going to do. But there was a built-in excuse for why they could lose that game. Not having their best player, not having Nico Collins, a lot of their best players not in that game. They won it. Then this game against Cleveland. Built-in excuse, good team, good defense. Oh, lo and behold, Joe Flacco and Amari Cooper have a connection after knowing each other for 5 minutes. Built-in excuse for why you would lose that game. You were playing against a really good football team. I don't feel like they got that excuse going into this one, Adam, and we're going to talk about C.J. Stroud practicing. We're on C.J. Stroud watch. We're going to talk about Kareem Jackson being added to the defense. But right now, going into it, I just feel like this is a game, this is a week where they are excuseless. They don't have, I can't think of a good reason for them to lose this game.
Well, they shouldn't lose this game. I mean, if you think you're a playoff team and you want to be a playoff team, then this is a game that you have to win. And if you don't win it, you don't deserve to be in the postseason at all.
Yeah.
So that's the decision basically that you have to make. Are you a playoff team or are you not a playoff team? And it doesn't matter if you're shorthanded. It doesn't matter if you're 100% healthy. This is a game that you should win against a team that's not very good, against a team that's going to be playing all sorts of backups also. It's not like the Titans come into this game fully healthy. They're going to be playing a backup quarterback. They're going to be playing, they're without Jeffrey Simmons. He's on IR. So this is a game that, yeah, you should win. If you think that you're a playoff team and you guys, people say how good this team is and whatnot, if you're that good a team, then yeah, you should win this game, and you should win it probably pretty easily.
A couple of weeks ago, Adam, this team made a fool out of me. This team made a fool out of me because I was on the air. I was in for Clint Stoerner on the afternoon show, hosting with Ron Hughley, and we had a discussion about whether the Texans are ready to go on the road and win a playoff game. And at that point, this is going into the Jets game. At that point, I felt like they were. And that was just as much about the AFC landscape and not being overly impressed with the teams that are at the top of the AFC as much as it was about the Texans. Like, I didn't feel like at that point that it was inconceivable, even though they wouldn't be a favorite against any of them, right? So I'm not saying that you'd necessarily pick them, but I didn't feel like it was inconceivable that they could go out there and win a road playoff game. I didn't think so. Like, whether it's against the Chiefs, certainly against the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Miami Dolphins, even the Baltimore Ravens, who look like the class of the AFC. Then they go out there and they lay that dud against the Jets, right? But I talked about it. There was built-in excuses for it. There were reasons for it. If they are going to be, and here we are 3 weeks later and they're still in the playoff picture. It's still within their grasp. They still control their own destiny. Shout out to Sean Bajani and Seth Payne for laying out the playoff scenario. Basically, man, you got to win these games. Like, how do you get into the postseason? You win these games. Okay, man, well, the Titans, like you mentioned, they're going out there with really no incentive to win this game. I don't think that they're going to lay down. I don't think that based off of how they're coached and the way that they're built, that they're going to go out there and, like, not try or anything like that. I don't think a Mike Vrabel team is going to operate that way. But the Titans are in a situation now where they've been eliminated from the postseason. Their quarterback, Will Levis, has been banged up. You remember that the Texans are the ones responsible for his ankle injury. And then you just look at it overall, man. You follow what they're doing, the Titans coverage. It's about, like, draft positioning. It's about, hey, you can finish no lower than 9th, and you right now you're 7th in draft position, and like they're having a totally different conversation in Tennessee versus what you're having here. I feel like that team comes into your place, into your house, and the excuses are out the window, man. I don't like whether CJ Stroud plays or not, whether you have Will Anderson or not, whether Jalen Petrie is good or not, whether Kareem Jackson comes back and is a factor or not. I feel like this is one of those games where you come away from, if you're serious, if you are to be taken seriously the way we have with the Texans so far this season, it's a game where you can't really afford to lose.
I mean, if you can't beat this team in a must-win situation, you don't deserve to be taken seriously. I think it's as simple as that. That being said, Tennessee's going to play. Like, they don't care about, like, there isn't a single person in that Titans locker room that cares about draft position. There isn't a single person on that coaching staff that cares about draft position. That is a media talking point. That is a fans talking point. That is it. And you look at, Tennessee's been out of this thing for a while. I mean, officially they were out of it a couple weeks ago, but realistically they've been out of it for over a month. They went into Miami and won. They were down 14 in the fourth quarter. They came back and won that game. They had a 13-0 lead against the Texans. Probably should have won that game.
Yeah.
They did not win that game. They played hard last week and probably should have won that game against Seattle. Again, another team that's they've gone out these last 3 games. Miami's going to finish probably with the 2nd seed in the AFC. Seattle's a playoff team. The Texans are playing for a playoff spot. They could have won all 3 of those games. So this is not like a team that's just going to sit there and let you beat up on them. You're actually going to have to beat them. You're actually going to have to play well. You're going to have to show a little bit of toughness in doing so. And if you play the way that you played on Sunday against the Browns, you're not winning that. You're not winning this game.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I really love about football. We can do all of this talk from Monday through Saturday or Monday through Friday, but when the weekend comes, man, they got to line up and play. Like, the narratives be damn, you still got to line up and play. But I will say, Adam, for me, and maybe this is just the privileged position of being in the media and not having to actually go out there and put my money where my mouth is. Like, no matter what I say, it does not impact the outcome of the game. But I still feel like it's inexcusable to lose to a team that is in that position. Even though that they're going to come out and that they're going to play hard, and Mike Vrabel's a good coach, and Tennessee's identity is, physicality, muck it up. There's a rivalry that exists here. I still feel like it's inexcusable to lose a game against a team that boasts the offensive line that the Titans boast. Like, you remember, they gave up 7 sacks. They gave up 7 sacks to the Texans just 2 weeks ago. I think they gave up 4 or 5 to the Seattle Seahawks over the weekend. Like, it's a really bad offensive line. Talking about what the talking points are in Tennessee, how they're looking ahead to the offseason. They're looking for an offensive line that can protect their quarterback. They're looking for an offensive line that can keep him upright. Kind of similar, funny enough, to the team here that's invested as much money as the Texans have in their offensive line. But specific to the Titans, like a not-so-talented offensive line. An offense that is devoid of weapons outside of really DeAndre Hopkins and the ghost of Derrick Henry. I know Tajay Spears has had a nice rookie year, but like they don't have a whole lot going for them, and that's what's led them to be in this position, to be having their fans talking about what their draft positioning is. So even though they're not going to lay down, their results are bad enough to indicate that that's a team that when you have an opportunity to increase your playoff position, when you have an opportunity to lengthen your season against that team, you have absolutely got to do it. You've got to do it. And I, again, back to this point about built-in excuses, I can see him over the last few weeks. I could see him against the Jets. I could see him in that first Titans game. I could see him against the Browns. How you would have a built-in excuse. But do you buy that, Adam, at least that the excuses now are out the window? And I'm saying that, Adam, thinking that C.J. Stroud's going to play in this game, but even if he doesn't, like even if he weren't able to play in this game, I feel like that would be the case.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't come from like you never have an excuse to lose a game. I just don't think you do. Especially if you think that, especially when you're playing against a 5-10 team that is out of the race and shorthanded the way that the Titans are. No, there are no excuses. You just got to go out and play.
Yeah.
And, Tennessee, 3-point loss to Seattle. 3-point loss in 70 minutes to the Texans. They beat Miami. 3-point loss in overtime to India. Like, the Titans are in every single game. So, again, this is kind of my point earlier. You can't expect the Titans to just, lay down for you. You actually have to go out and beat them. And they are pretty much in. It's just the way that they play, the way that they prepare for games. They're going to be in every game. They're going to want to win this game. This is, again, the draft position thing is not anything that anyone in that locker room cares about. It's if anything, you're trying to ruin the draft pick if you're on that team because you don't want that guy to take your spot.
Adam Spillane in with Brandon Scott, Jay Samuel handling things behind the glass. We are in for Landry Locker, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig on In the Loop coming up at 11 o'clock too. We're going to have Texas A&M head football coach Mike Elko on the air. So we're going to have a conversation with him. Of course, the Texas Bowl is tonight. Texas A&M and Oklahoma State out at NRG Stadium. I believe you can still get tickets to that game if I'm not mistaken. So if y'all want to check that out, you can go do that. But in the meantime, y'all can also catch Mike Elko right here with Brandon Scott and Adam Spillane at 11 o'clock on In the Loop. You're not going to want to miss that. Hey, man, I know you watched this Rockets game last night. I was pretty conflicted. Because I felt like they did some good things. Obviously, they lost the game. But you watch them First of all, what did you think about the loss last night, man? Because they lost to the Pacers. They played the second night of a back-to-back against the Suns. What were your overall impressions of them losing to the Pacers last night?
Defensively, they were pretty average. You could kind of see when they don't have. I mean, Dylan Brooks left the game, and the fact that he left that game probably doesn't bode well for him being able to play tonight. They struggled offensively in crunch time. And it kind of shows you that they don't have necessarily, like, you need a guard in crunch time to be able to take a game over, and they don't have that right now. And part of that is Jalen Green isn't playing crunch time, and it's just he hasn't been good enough. And he did not play. He checked out at I think it was the 4:47 mark or something like that in the third quarter last night. He didn't come back in. And in 12 games in December, he's averaging just over 12 points a game. He's shooting 33.6% from the field, 25.4% from three. He's not getting to the free throw line at all, and he hasn't been good enough. And it's funny because the first six, and he played 16 games in October and November, and he was pretty good. 19 points, and not the most efficient 19 points, but he was still 43% from the field, 36% from three, getting to the free throw line more than 5 times a game. I mean, that's a guy that you can trust late in games, and he has just fallen off a cliff over these 12 games.
Yeah, they couldn't, the Rockets, that is, could not defend the three early on in the game.
And they're not making threes either.
Right, well, and that's been an issue for them for a while.
So when you're getting beat the way that they did, I don't know how, I think they made 5 threes. I can't remember how many threes the Pacers made, but Pacers are a really good three-point shooting team. When you get outscored like that from behind the three-point line, it's really hard to win. And you saw it last night, and they had a lead at halftime. They were awful at the start of the third quarter, and so they had to dig out of a hole, and they almost did. They got the game tied. I think they might have even taken the lead late in the fourth quarter, and then the offense fell apart.
Yeah, the way I looked at the game, Adam, was you had good news and you had bad news. Obviously, losing the game is bad news. But the good news to me was that Alperen Sengun turned in another quasi-all-star caliber performance, I would say, and that's back-to-back for him in terms of having really good games, and he's had a really good season, as we all know. That's part of the good news. Tari Eason, again, was really good off the bench and has, really been, I wouldn't say a revelation this year, but has just built on what he was as a rookie. And so I thought that was good news within the context of losing. But the bad news, and you mentioned this on X or Twitter or whatever y'all are calling it these days, but Aaron Holiday is getting crunch time minutes over Jalen Green. I mean, you laid it out here. And you had another post on X/Twitter that was basically giving the side-by-side of what Jalen Green's numbers are in December versus what I guess November. His November numbers versus his
October, November, then December.
Okay, so those first numbers were October and November. Okay, so those versus his December numbers, and everything's down.
Yes, significantly.
Everything's significantly down. The numbers are down. The points, the percentage, the 3-point field goal percentage. The foul shots, the minutes, obviously, everything is down. And so
the minutes are significant too because it shows you that he's not playing fourth quarters.
Yeah.
Like if you're playing, he was playing 32 minutes a game in October, November. He's down to 28 in December, and that's because he's not playing fourth quarters.
Yeah.
I think he's probably played. I don't even remember how many fourth quarters he's played, but he's played less fourth quarters than he sat, I guess would be the best way to put it.
Yeah, we've got a Rocket segment built in at 11:20 where we'll get into a little bit more of this. But I will point out, man, from listening to Ime Udoka or reading a little bit from after the game, like he mentions that Jalen Green's not seeing it well. Like, because you and I have discussed this on the H-Town Hoops podcast of like, why is it that Jalen Green has shown whatever regression or at least not that progression that you would like to see from him. And Ime was Udoka was pretty plain and straightforward about it seemingly last night about him not seeing things that he needs to see and also that he's passing up some good shots to take worse shots. And I feel like that's something that shouldn't be the case for a guy. I understand that it's a new system, but in year 3 with what I was told and have been led to believe is better coaching and better teammates, I don't get how that is a thing that you're not doing well at this point.
Well, especially because he started the year well.
Yeah.
So why is it that he started the year playing pretty well, and then all of a sudden he's taken like 8 steps back since the start of the year? So I think that's the thing that you got to investigate a little bit.
All right. We know what y'all want to get into, man. We know what y'all are here for. Brandon Scott and Adam Spillane in for John Lopez. Landry Locker and Figgy Fig on In the Loop. We're going to have a quarterback conversation, man. Look, we saw the news. We saw what Seth Payne and what Sean Bajani were talking about leading into the toss about, Ian Rappaport saying that C.J. Stroud is expected to practice today. So we're on C.J. Stroud watch. I'm excited for it, but I'm also a little bit worried about watching him play on Sunday if he does it. We're going to have the quarterback conversation on the other side. Don't miss it on Sports Radio 610.
Playoffs after a tough loss to the Browns.
Houston. Let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Potential good news for the Texans. Potential good news for the Texans, according to Ian Rappaport. Quarterback C.J. Stroud, in the NFL's concussion protocol, as we all know, is expected to practice today. Now, practice doesn't get going until about 1:10 this afternoon, but that's Ian Rappaport at about 9:36 a.m. He references Coach DeMeco Ryans telling Stacey Dales of the NFL Network on Sunday that C.J. Stroud had been in meetings on Friday and that he's definitely making progress. So that's good news. The Texans need these last couple of games, and you can only win one at a time. So we're talking about this one against the Titans on Sunday. I'm really excited about it. I think it's a no excuses kind of weekend for the Texans. And C.J. Stroud playing in the game feels like it would be even less of an excuse for you to go out there and lose it. Finally getting your quarterback back on the field after not having him for a couple of weeks. But I'm curious on how the people are feeling about this going into the game, because clearly there's excitement about the game. Clearly there's excitement about the opportunity to be in the playoffs. But how are y'all feeling? How are y'all feeling about the way this team is playing and C.J. Stroud going out there? First of all, Brandon Scott, Adam Spillane, and Jay Samuel in for Landry Locker, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig on In the Loop. But Adam, man, how would you handle the C.J. Stroud situation if you were in charge? If you ruled the world for the Texans, how would you be handling this?
He's got to play. I don't think there's any doubt that he needs to play.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you have goals, and you're trying to accomplish something this season, and your chances of doing so are increased significantly if he's out on the field. So I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah.
Do you think that they should maybe not play him?
No.
Okay.
No, and that's the reason I feel this conflict. That's the reason why I'm this nervous, because I agree with you, Adam. I feel like dude's got to play. Like, we're past the point of, okay, just do this as a precaution. Like, I thought this a couple of weeks ago after the Jets game going into the first Titans game. I thought, look, they can't play him no matter what. Like, I don't even care if he clears the concussion protocol. He looked like he might have gotten a concussion 2 games ago against Denver, I believe it was, and then clearly something happens here that puts him in a protocol against the Jets. I felt like going into that Titans game, they couldn't even play him politically just because of how it would look, and also the risk of something happening to him again, and then therefore there being back-to-back weeks of a potential concussion and potentially back-to-back weeks of a potential concussion. You're past that point now. You're way past that point. And then obviously him missing a second game meant that it was more severe than just the semantics of me saying, hey, they can't play him politically. No, something was wrong with him. Like, he had a legitimate, I'm going to believe, a legitimate head injury, a concussion that kept him out for 2 games. But now I feel like if he clears that protocol, if he says he's comfortable with playing, if he's ready to play, he absolutely has to play. You need him. Okay, and I led the show talking about how there's no built-in excuse. You don't think that there should be built-in excuses to begin with for a team. But I think even if you wanted to make them, they don't exist in this game even without C.J. Stroud. But that doesn't take away how important and how paramount he is to this offense.
Oh, for sure. That's part of, like, that is part of the challenge that they have, is keeping him upright.
Yeah.
And it's keeping him healthy. And that's on the 5 guys in front of him.
Well, and that's where I'm at. That's the thing. That's the thing that I'm nervous about going into this game. It's like, okay, there is no conversation about not playing C.J. Stroud if he's ready. The only way that he doesn't play is if for some reason he doesn't clear this concussion protocol and if he's not ready. But there's no conversation of, you hold him out for politics or hold him out for image or for risk or whatever it is. Like, if he's ready to go, he has to play. But then he has to play. And that's the thing that I'm concerned about is this offensive line, which has had its moments in run blocking, I feel like, especially against the Titans a couple of weeks ago. And I think we can talk about this as well. I do feel like there's a formula, too. Talking about no excuses. There's a formula for beating this team. There's a formula for moving the ball against this team. You just played them a couple of weeks ago with not great quarterback play, and you were able to move the ball effectively as an offense by forcing the issue running the ball. So I do think that there is a formula there. But if you're going to have C.J. Stroud out there, I do have to feel like you're going to ask him to make plays for you because, I mean, what the hell is the point, right? And I've got some reservations about this interior offensive line, the Michael Dieters and the Juice Scruggs of the world, specifically in pass protection. Okay, Charlie Heck, if that's going to be who your right tackle is George Fant back. That's why I feel like this week is really important, even more so than previous weeks, in monitoring the injury report, seeing who's practicing, not just if C.J. Stroud is out there, but what's his protection going to look like, and how do you feel even about it once it gets there?
But the thing with C.J. Stroud is that he's so good. He's a guy who can get rid of the ball quickly. Like, that's how you get around a bad offensive line is you have your receivers win their matchups, and you get the ball out quick. And this is basically the same offensive line that he's had for much of the season. And he has been kept, there was the first 2 games of the year, they had trouble keeping him on his feet.
Yeah.
But after that, they did a pretty good job of doing that. And they did a pretty good job of keeping him clean and keeping him healthy. And he had the one bad hit against the Jets, and that's going to happen sometimes to a quarterback. So there are ways around a poor offensive line when it comes to pass protection, and that's just getting the ball out quickly and putting your receivers in opportunities where they can win their matchups. And if you have receivers who can win their matchups, get off the line of scrimmage and get them and get open, then that's going to solve some of your problems.
Yeah, I'm just nervous about it because we've got a glimpse of what the future looks like with a healthy C.J. Stroud, with what the Texans have going right now. And look, I'm living in the moment. I'm glad that the Texans are in this position, but I feel like you can do 2 things. I know the guys on In the Loop, the regular guys here, Landry Locker and John Lopez, have mocked the idea of the Texans playing with house money. But I do think that you can have it both ways in this conversation, and acknowledging that the Texans are so much better than anybody expected them to be and are way further along schedule within that context, but also like wanting to win, like wanting to actually seize this moment. But I think about it in sort of the long-term health of the organization of like, man, I don't care as much about the mediocrity of these 8-7, these 8-win, 9-win, 7-loss teams that are mucking it up for this last playoff spot as much as I do the long-term health of the franchise. But this is also part of the long-term health of the franchise, playing meaningful football. How do you respond in a game that you got to have, right? And we saw the last time that they, felt like it was a game that they had to have. They didn't play well against the Jets, coming off of a loss against the Browns. So you understand the importance of it, but also it's like, man, you're going out there with the same offensive line that basically got you concussed to begin with, the same offensive line that Case Keenum has been running for his life for in the last couple of games. So it's just an icky feeling, even though you know and realize that he's got to be out there.
But even good offensive lines get their quarterbacks hit. That's
true.
You're never going to keep your quarterback on his feet the entire. You could have 5 Hall of Famers back there, and it's still not going to matter. Like, these teams are really good at rushing the passer, especially now where offensive line play is taking a hit. Like, you're never going to have a perfect offensive line. It's just not possible. So you got to figure out ways around it.
Yeah. Another thing that I'm excited about with C.J. Stroud, the potential of him coming back, I think he makes Bobby Slowick a lot better. Which is like, kind of goes without saying. But I have not necessarily, let's put it this way, I have not necessarily enjoyed watching Bobby Slowick. Even in victory, I understand that they won the Titans game 2 weeks ago, but I have not necessarily enjoyed watching Bobby Slowick out there without C.J. Stroud.
Well, it's a lot harder to call plays for Case Keenum than it is for C.J. Stroud. It's just going to look different. And a play caller is only as good as the guys that are like running the plays. And so when it's Case Keenum trying to run the plays that you call, it's just not going to look as good. And especially when your offensive line isn't great, when you don't have great weapons to go to in the pass game, Nico Collins is your number one. Nico Collins is a nice player, but if he's your best option, you're not going to have an elite offense, and it's just not going to look great for the play caller in that regard. So it's hard on the play caller when you don't have elite talent. If you have elite talent as a play caller, you're going to look really, really good.
Coming up next, a Texans reunion, and the second best quarterback in the AFC South is injured again. We'll talk about that on the other side. In the Loop, Brandon Scott, Adam Spillane. Stay right there.
The Texans may have lost.
making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Not just on CJ Stroud watch today. We are obviously on CJ Stroud watch today. We are expecting him to practice for the first time in a couple of weeks since going into the concussion protocol. So we will have an eye out at NRG Stadium today. That's later on at 1 o'clock. But also around the AFC South. You guys may have noticed this by now. It is Wednesday. Brandon Scott, Adam Spillane, Jay Samuel handling things behind the glass for us. We are on In the Loop for John Lopez and Figgy Fig and Landry Locker. But Trevor Lawrence, who I have dubbed the second best quarterback in the AFC South, controversially in some places, have dubbed him the second best quarterback in the AFC South, suffered an AC joint sprain in this past weekend. And his status against the Carolina Panthers is unclear. What Doug Peterson had to say on Tuesday was that he's a little bit sore, doing better, but a little bit sore, and they'll see where he's at today. So while we're on CJ Stroud watch, out there in Jacksonville and in Duval County with the Jaguars fan base, they are on Trevor Lawrence watch to see what his availability is going to be. Now, I don't feel like he's going to practice today because, unlike with CJ Stroud, who has not practiced in a couple of weeks, I don't feel like there's a rush to get him back out there. They should probably rest that thing as much as they should. But to me, this makes things really interesting in the AFC South because obviously they're all tied with the same record. But you'd probably say that the Jaguars have the easiest game on their schedule in playing the Carolina Panthers. It's probably one that you chalk up as a win, even though you probably should never do that in the NFL.
Not sure people who follow the Texans should be saying that.
No. Well, look, if anybody knows that you can't do that, it would be people who follow the Texans.
Panthers have been feisty.
Yeah, yeah.
They probably should have won Sunday.
No, I get it. Exactly. Well, all the more reason I'm saying that without Trevor Lawrence, it to me makes that game a lot more interesting, Adam. I don't know about you.
No, I don't know what the number is or what the line is for that game, but I would almost venture to say I would take Carolina. And the thing with Jacksonville has been, it just has never looked right really the entire season. And I saw the Lawrence injury happen on Sunday, and it was 30-0 when that happened. Like, why is Trevor Lawrence in the game when it's 30-0, when you still have 2 games left and you're playing for your season? The way that Jacksonville has handled him over the last month has just been mind-boggling.
I don't get it.
As a guy who is your franchise, like he is your guy, and if stuff happens to him, you are screwed as an organization.
That to me is worse than which this got way more run because it was on television and we all could lay our eyes on it. But the whole thing about him not getting a card, which was also dumb. They should have gotten him a card. Forget what he was talking about or whatever he said. Get the guy a card. He's Trevor Lawrence. But what you're saying to me is even worse. Like having him out there risking injury in a meaningless, or at this point, a meaningless point in a game, like to me is even worse than a viral moment of him taking an awkward, delayed walk or longer than should be walk to the locker room.
And then they rushed him back for that Cleveland game, which you want to get your quarterback killed. Go let him play against the Browns when he's not 100%. So it's been very strange the way that they have handled him, and I couldn't believe he was out there running around down 30-0 on Sunday. That's malpractice. That's organizational malpractice to put him in that situation against a defense that's Tampa Bay has a good defense and they'll come after you, and I don't know. You got to be smarter than that,
dude. It is like one of the prime examples of why I don't care what the context is. And I know about 5 or 6 years ago, the Jaguars had a really good run, had a really good team. But I don't care what kind of talent they have. They just, and if we're being fair, like you just said, if you follow the Texans or root for the Texans, you could, the pot calling the kettle black or whatever. Look, that organization is so horribly run. Like even with Trevor Lawrence, even with another number 1 overall pick after that, even with being the favorite in the AFC South, I can just never take them fully seriously. It's really hard for me to look at them as a serious operation because of examples like that.
But the weird thing, though, is, I mean, Doug Peterson's a real head coach.
He is.
And so the fact that stuff is happening with Doug Peterson as the head coach, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But you watch them, they do some weird, the play calling is weird. They do some really weird stuff on fourth down. I don't really know why Doug Peterson gave up play calling to begin with and gave it to, it's just.
Well, we saw how they mismanaged the end of the first half here in the game that they ultimately ended up winning.
Well, and then they had the end of the first half against Baltimore where they get down towards the goal line and then Trevor Lawrence throws an out and they don't get out of bounds on it, and they wind up not getting any points in that spot. So it's just been very flummoxing just how they have run things over the course of this season, because I did not think that they were going to be like an 11 or 12 win team this year, but I thought that they would have no trouble winning the AFC South.
Yeah.
And frankly, they shouldn't have had trouble winning the AFC South, but they just shoot themselves in the foot time after time after time after time, and they're lucky to even be in the position that they're in. They should have lost the game here.
Yeah.
Like, they are very lucky they didn't lose that game here.
Yeah. And again, thinking about the AFC South just being wide open, Texans, man, got that opportunity. By the way, you mentioned the line. Jacksonville Jaguars -6.5.
Give me Carolina.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll do it, but I mean, Carolina's playing hard. Bryce Young's playing a lot better at the end of the season, and it's not like Jacksonville has done anything over the last month that makes you think they should be a 6.5-point favorite against anybody. Give me Jacksonville against University of Michigan. I'll take Michigan at this point.
You'll take Michigan.
Big Ten.
Come on now. Yeah, that's that Big Ten pride talking there. I don't think that's logic speaking. But yeah, man, you just think about the Texans in the context of the AFC, what this opportunity represents. Down year in the AFC. Okay, overall down year in the AFC. I think Baltimore looks like, I'd say Baltimore, Miami. Baltimore and Miami are real. They look like legitimate teams.
Buffalo is real,
but
Cleveland might be.
I feel like Cleveland is real, but Buffalo, I feel like their record doesn't really allow them to kind of have that. But if you go by the eye test, they are real.
They lost some dumb games early in the year. They lost to the Jets in overtime. They lost to New England. They lost that dumb game to Denver. Like, those are 3 games that they should have won right there. So what are they, 9-6 right now? I think Buffalo's 9-6. They should be 12-3.
Yeah.
I mean, those 3 losses that I just mentioned are games that they had no business losing.
Yeah. But think about it, man. The Jaguars lose this game to Carolina, and obviously, Landry likes to say, looking at somebody else's paper. We're looking at the other paper here. You should probably be looking at your own, because you need to go out there and take care of business against Tennessee. If the Texans don't do that, then this conversation is null and void. It's a moot point, all of that. But can you imagine if Jacksonville, and by the way, this is the only scenario really where the Texans could win the AFC South. Jacksonville goes out there, and because Jacksonville's going to win any tiebreaker against the Texans more than likely, because of not really head-to-head, but I think it's because of the AFC South record. The divisional record is going to be better. I don't think the Texans can, at this point,
No, the Texans cannot win any tiebreaker.
Yeah, they can't win a tiebreaker. So the only way to win the division would be if Jacksonville goes out there and somehow messes the bed, and you obviously take care of business against Tennessee, which sets up a glorious finale to the season in Indianapolis, and a way better type of conversation and storyline than the one that we were talking about last year, like fighting for the number 1 overall pick, where I remember even doing shows talking about how winning was losing and losing was winning. Like, if this could happen for you, and you just alluded to maybe even being bullish on the idea of Carolina winning this game without Trevor Lawrence, and especially with that spread, with that
even
point
if Trevor
spread.
Lawrence plays.
Yeah, because there's such a F up. Yeah. There's such a muck up. Even when he's out there, like, man, the opportunity that is in front of the Texans is just one that is undeniable. So on CJ Stroud watch, on Trevor Lawrence watch as well in the AFC South. Coming up, we're going to talk to Texas A&M new head football coach Mike Elko right here on Sports Radio 610. You're not going to want to miss it.
Playoffs after a tough loss to the Browns.
Brandon Scott and Adam Spillane on In the Loop. For John Lopez, Landry Locker, and Figgy Fig, we also got Jay Samuel handling things behind the scenes for us. And the Texas Bowl, the Tex-Act Texas Bowl is tonight.
Tex-Act.
How did I say it?
You said Tex.
I said Tex-Act. I said I got my tax and my Tex mixed up.
Yes.
Sometimes when you're from Texas, you get your taxes and Texas is mixed up. But the Tax-Act Texas Bowl is tonight with Texas A&M and Oklahoma State. And we are happy to be joined by Texas A&M, new Texas A&M head football coach Mike Elko. Mike, you are here with Brandon Scott and Adam Spillane. It's been a month on the job now. How's it going? And thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me on. It's been going fast and furious, as you can imagine. You know, a lot of things to do to build the foundation of this program and finally lift it where it needs to be. But we've been at it. We've hit the ground running and really happy with where we are so far.
How do you handle tonight? Like, I got to figure that it's an interesting experience to be the head football coach, but to not be working the game. And I just always find that to be an interesting sort of dynamic whenever you get to the end of the season like this. How are you going to handle watching this team from the stands? Is it awkward for you? Do you sense it'll be awkward, or is it more fun knowing that you're not really going to have to be working tonight?
No, I don't know about fun, but just obviously an opportunity to go there and support the guys. And there's a lot of guys that are giving an awful lot to Texas A&M, a lot of coaches whose futures are up in the air or who have already decided that their futures are at other places, who've been extremely professional throughout this whole process to get these guys ready for this game tonight. And then, you know, a group of kids who have been through so much change and turmoil in the last 6 weeks, for them to kind of stay together and go out and represent the university tonight. And so my role is basically just to be there and support them and you know, to cheer them on and root for them. And, you know, hopefully they come out in the right way and we get this thing started the right way moving forward.
What have you learned about the program since you took over?
I don't know if I've had time to learn at all. I think it's just you're just rocking and rolling and moving. You know, obviously the portal is so fast and furious with outgoings and incomings. You know, recruiting is flying, and you're trying to hold a class together as best you can without, you know, really any prior relationships with anybody in it. And so you're kind of putting all that stuff together. And as you go, I think what I'm relying on is the 4 years that I spent here as a defensive coordinator and all the knowledge that I gathered. It was unique trying to get in front of recruits and knowing enough about the university to speak about it, what it can provide, how it can help them in their future. That part of it was a natural transition. And, you know, from there, you just kind of, you know, start to identify where there are holes in your organization and how to fill them and how to grow this thing moving forward.
What is the challenge of that, though? Because I got to imagine it's like moving with your hair on fire a little bit, because you're trying to figure out what players you want to keep, but also got to be aggressive with the portal. I am curious how you view it in terms of how does the transfer portal complicate the job but also enhance it?
Yeah, I think it does both, right? It complicates it because, you know, you walk into a situation where the entire country is actively trying to poach your roster. And that's not the best situation for a new coach to walk into. But, you know, you try to do the best you can to convince those guys of what all the reasons for staying are. And then you also identify that the transfer portal is a place to go out and add value. And I think, you know, we've started that process, and that process will continue to roll through the month of January and then even into the springtime. And so, you know, I think at the end of the day, what you're hoping for is a net positive, and that's all you can hope for in anything. And I think that's the mission. You can't get locked into one guy or one move. You've got to look at it as the totality of it all and make sure at the end of the day, Texas A&M winds up with a net positive when the portal's over.
Mike Elko joining us here on Sports Radio 610. He is the new head football coach for Texas A&M University. Since you mentioned it, what is the reason for staying? Like, take us in a little bit behind the scenes to what the pitch is for Mike Elko. What's the reason for staying?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a couple things. I think, first of all, it's Texas A&M, and it's the lifelong legacy of being an Aggie and everything that provides, and being part of the largest alumni network in the SEC and an alumni network that's extremely powerful, not only in the state of Texas, but really throughout the country. And what that does for a young man's future beyond the game is immeasurable. And then you focus on the game, and we are going to run an elite college football program, and we're going to develop these young men into everything they're capable of becoming, and that'll be on the field, off the field, field tactically, physically in the weight room, and allow them to max their potential as potential draft picks. And so I think when you look at Texas A&M, it's really an opportunity to build your legacy at a place that has everything. And there's not a lot of places left that haven't hit the top of the mountain at some point that have all of the potential and capability to do it. And I think from that perspective, we're one of them. And so you get to come here and you get to do something uniquely special and set yourself up for a life long after football.
Mike Elko joining us on Sports Radio 610. You hired Colin Klein to be your offensive coordinator. How big of a get did that turn out? How big of a get is that for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's huge. I think one, obviously, is that position is one everyone looks at. With my defensive background and defensive pedigree, everyone wants to make sure that the offense is in really good hands. And as the head coach, I obviously play a role, but who we hire as the offensive coordinator is critical. And I think we were able to go out and identify Colin as the best young coordinator in the country and a guy that's got an extremely bright present and an even brighter future. And so to be able to go out and pull him away from his alma mater, which a lot of schools have tried and haven't been able to, and really to do it in a way that he believes in what Texas A&M is capable of. And it was kind of a linked vision that him and I shared through conversation of what this place should be. And when you connect that way and you're able to get a guy on board to want to drive this place to what it's capable of becoming, that's when you know you have the right fit.
So you've been a head coach now for 2 years. You were a head coach at Duke for a couple of years. Are there things that maybe you do differently that you didn't think you would have done when you originally became a head coach?
Yeah, I think, and I've said this to a lot of people, I think when you're there as the defensive coordinator, you're telling everybody, like, yeah, I'm ready to be a head coach. I've run 50% of the program for the last 12 years. And I think what you find out really quickly as the head coach is as the defensive coordinator, you really ran about 10% of the program. And there's an awful lot of stuff that's going on behind closed doors that is allowing the program to succeed. And so I think, you very quickly learn you've got to put a CEO hat on for at least parts of the day and in the off season, bigger parts of the day to make sure that you're growing the infrastructure of this program beyond just the X's and O's. And then when it comes down to do the football stuff, you got to make sure that you don't lose track of what the X's and O's need to look like and making sure that part of the program is going in the direction you want it to too. And so you've got your hat in an awful lot of buckets when you're a head football coach in college football these days.
Hey, Mike, I want to follow up on Adam's question to you about Colin Klein. What was it? You mentioned the shared vision, but what is it specifically about Colin that makes you believe in him as the best offensive coordinator in the country? And what can Aggies, Texas A&M fans expect an Aggie offense to look like under a Mike Elko regime with Colin Klein calling the plays?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I was looking for was a guy who had a diverse way of attacking people and could utilize personnel. I think to me, that's the biggest skill set I was looking for, not a guy who's necessarily driven just to a system or calling a certain play, but really could understand how to utilize our personnel and attack defenses. And that's where I think the intelligence of Colin really stood out and his ability to understand not just what he was calling, but why he was calling it and why it had the ability to be really effective. And so, what Aggie fans can look for is they can look for an offense that's going to be multiple in how they attack people. It's going to utilize different personnel groups. It's going to be physical because that's where everything starts from. But it's going to have the ability to be explosive and play up tempo when it needs to as well. And I think that's what you have to be. If you look around the country right now, a blueprint for success is this tough physical mindset that also has the ability to be extremely explosive on offense. And that's the teams that are in the playoffs, and that's ultimately where we want to be, and that's what we want to get to.
Mike, I promise you, I'm not trying to get a soundbite, not trying to get you to throw anybody under the bus here with this question, but I am genuinely curious, so I'm going to ask you, when you come into a job like this, you're a month now, roughly about a month into the job, what is it that needs fixing? Because you're obviously here for a reason. They hired you for a reason. And they moved on from their previous coach for a reason. So what from your vantage point is it about the program that needs tweaking, fixing? Like what's the thing that you've got to address mostly?
Yeah, I'll start this way, and here's your soundbite. I'm not where I'm at today without Jimbo Fisher, and so for that, I'll forever be grateful and thankful for the opportunity that he gave me and my family 6 years ago, bringing me to College Station. And so, but sometimes it's about different, and it's about finding ways to do things just a little bit different, and it doesn't mean better or worse. It just means different. And so, what do we have to be? We have to understand who we are and where we want to go. I think we've got to become way more blue collar. I think we've got to be way more committing to grinding to find results. We've got to stop reading headlines and reading Twitter pages and reading things that make us look flashy, because that's not where success and winning comes from. And we've got to change what we do in the strength and conditioning program in the off season and develop a certain toughness about who we are and where we go. And I think through all of that, you build this culture and chemistry in your locker room that makes this about a lot more than just myself or my NIL or my whatever, but it makes it about playing football for Texas A&M and winning football games for Texas A&M. And when we do that, a lot of really good things can happen for you in every scope of your life. And so that's what we're trying to get young men to understand. That's the culture that we're going to build. And, when we get there, this place is going to be the best program in the country.
Texas A&M head coach Mike Elko joining us on Sports Radio 610. I'm looking at the schedule. And, wow, you got Notre Dame, Florida, Arkansas, obviously, LSU, and then obviously there's the game November 30th against Texas. How important is that game going to be for your program moving forward when you consider that this is the first time that we will see Texas against Texas A&M in over a decade?
Yeah, I mean, obviously that game is going to be a game like no other. There's probably not a more passionate rivalry in college sports between Texas A&M, and the fact that it hasn't been played in so long and that it's coming back Thanksgiving weekend at Kyle Field, that'll be a once in a lifetime experience. And like everybody, that game means everything. I think in some ways it is the biggest game that we'll play in our entire tenure here, because that's what that means to Texas A&M people, and that's what it meant to me for 4 years, not even playing them. And so I can only imagine the feelings you're going to have game week when that thing finally gets brought back into the equation.
Mike Elko joining us here, Texas A&M head football coach. Hey, Mike, I do want to Adam asked you a similar question in terms of like how you do things differently now after being a head coach for a couple of years at Duke. But I want to ask you this. Just in terms of your progression as a coach, how are you better? Like, how are you a better coach now than you were, say, even the last time that you were employed by Texas A&M?
Yeah, I mean, I think you learn every year. I think if you're doing this thing the right way, you're making decisions on a daily basis, and then if you analyze them and you self-reflect, you become better every single day. And so, when I left Texas A&M, I left as a guy that I thought was ready to be a head football coach and thought he had a good plan, and certainly did to some degree, and was able to get some really good results over 2 years at Duke. But you look back at everything you did, and certainly things you can do better and enhance and improve, and make you even more ready for the next opportunity when it comes along. And so I think I've grown every year that I've been in this profession, and these last 2 years you probably grow exponentially when you get in the head coach chair.
What kind of quarterback was Mike Elko?
A really bad one. He really was. He had more athleticism than a lot of people think he does nowadays. But, he could make throws at times, and at times he'd throw into coverage because he thought he could make throws. He couldn't. And people figured out really quick that if he could ride a really good tailback, he could have success.
So is it fair to assume that you're not trying to recruit a Mike Elko at quarterback at Texas A&M?
If we have Mike Elko playing at quarterback, my tenure will be very, very short at Texas A&M. I can promise you that.
Fair enough. Hey, Mike, look, we really appreciate you for joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Best of luck, obviously, in this game with the Texas Bowl, but also going forward in your tenure at Texas A&M, and we appreciate your time, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me, man. You guys have a great New Year.
Same to you. That is Mike Elko, Texas A&M head football coach. Man, look, I am very intrigued by what Texas A&M has going on there since the Jimbo Fisher, and I know we couldn't say this with Mike Elko on the line and him and Jimbo having the relationship that they do, but obviously that experiment failed miserably, and they've got an opportunity here to turn things around and start fresh. We'll see what they're looking like with this Texas Bowl, because, the storyline going into that game is the fact that it's going to be a lot of young talent out there, just period overall. That's kind of the story of all the bowl games. It's like, getting a chance to look at either the next iteration of the team or guys that are going to be playing somewhere else the next year.
And college football is better when Texas A&M is good.
Yeah.
And you've seen it in this area now where Steve Sarkisian has Texas back in has Texas in the college football playoff for the first time. So it's good to see Texas being relevant. Now, can you get Texas A&M relevant? And with those two teams playing each other now every year, that makes things a whole lot more fun. And it's been a very, very long time since Texas and Texas A&M were both like good.
Yeah.
I can't. Obviously, they haven't played in more than a decade, but like, it would be really fun if like an SEC championship game berth were on the line November 30th when Texas and Texas A&M both play. So I think it's only good for football in this area if Texas A&M is good.
Well, and really for college football at large, when you think about what the trend is now with realignment, and now it feels like geography matters a lot less. It feels like rivalries are starting to matter a lot less because teams or schools are leaving their respective conferences to go play in places that don't really seem like they make sense traditionally. Whereas with this one, you're sort of getting the band back together, and it's the opposite of the trend of
leaving Texas Tech behind.
Yeah. Oh, poor Texas Tech, poor Red Raiders, Red Raider fans who feel like men without a country right now. But yeah, no, that's the thing that I love about it. You know, when you talk about the death of the Pac-12 and the teams out there going to play against teams that don't really matter to them. Well, the opposite side of that is you get a rivalry reborn with Texas and Texas A&M, and I couldn't agree more, man. Like the idea that those two teams are going to now be in the SEC with SEC resources. Obviously, they're in Texas. They're Texas A&M in Texas, so that the money there speaks for itself. The resources there speak for itself. Now the expectation is for the football to sort of meet the moment, to sort of match the brand that they have so desperately tried to go attach themselves to. So, yeah, definitely looking forward to that. All right, he's Adam Spillane. I am Brandon Scott. Jay Samuel is behind the scenes. We are here for you for Landry Locker, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig. And look, coming up, we have got to talk about what's going on with this Texans defense. Y'all know Kareem Jackson has been brought back to the Texans, claimed off of waivers. But what exactly is going on with this defense? We will discuss that next. No John Lopez, no Landry Locker, no Figgy Fig. Instead, you get Brandon Scott, Adam Spillane, and Jay Samuel on In the Loop today. And you brought this to my attention during the break, man. We got a new low in the NFL for NFL quarterbacks. A lot of talk and a lot of attention paid this season to the injury bug, the unfortunate injury luck that we've seen across the league. Obviously, the Texans know it as well as anybody, but we've seen it across the league. The Denver Broncos, and we're going to talk about their defense. We're going to talk about the Texans defense. I teased that coming into this segment. What's wrong with this Texans defense? Trying to figure it out, trying to diagnose it. But one quarterback that the Texans defense played well against, intercepted 3 times. A new low. Sean Payton, this is from Adam Schefter. Sean Payton met this morning with Russell Wilson to inform him of his decision to bench him, and then told the team he is benching Russell Wilson. The Denver Broncos are the guy who they traded buttload of draft picks and gave contract to, I believe. Benching Russell Wilson in year 2 of the Russell Wilson experiment, year 1 of Sean Payton, in favor of Jarrett Stidham. The shock. Y'all might remember a few weeks ago, the Texans picked off Russell Wilson 3 times. They beat the Denver Broncos. I believe that score was 22-17, if I'm not mistaken. But, dude, I did not see this coming. And maybe I just didn't pay enough attention to whatever was going on with the Broncos over the weekend. The last thing that I really paid attention to was Sean Payton yelling at him on the sideline. I think that was maybe in the previous game. But I didn't see this coming, man. I did not see this coming. Russell Wilson getting benched for Jarrett Stidham.
He was pretty bad Sunday against the Patriots. I mean, really bad Sunday. And they, especially once Courtland Sutton got hurt. And that, you know, the way that they've run their offense is basically we are going to throw passes behind the line of scrimmage to the running backs, or we're going to throw the deep ball. And Sutton's been really good with the deep ball, and not having Sutton just kind of took that away. But it's interesting that they're doing this because, first of all, the Broncos are still alive. Like, yeah. They're hanging on by a thread, but they're still alive. And it's not like they're going to some young up-and-coming quarterback that they happen to have on the roster that they don't really know. Like, they're going to Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah, it's not the dude that they have something invested in or like this hope in. It's not like a Will Levis type of situation or anything like that, which makes it even more curious.
When they had, remember when they benched Peyton Manning for Brock Osweiler because Osweiler was like the second-round pick who had some talent and people kind of believed in.
Yeah, nobody at that point really knew how bad Brock Osweiler was.
Well, he was good enough to get $36 million from the Texans.
Well, yeah, but I think they also didn't know how bad he was either.
It took a while to figure out how bad.
It took a little while, and it also helped that Peyton Manning was at that point, still surgical from a mental standpoint, but his physical talent was so bad at that point.
But I think that's what makes this move really, and I'd be very interested in that locker room. I wonder what the reaction will wind up being. Because
he's always a polarizing figure in the locker room.
Is this one of those things where the guys in that locker room are thrilled because they felt like Russell Wilson was holding them back? Because I don't think that's necessarily the wrong, the wrong emotion to have when it comes to this, because Russell Wilson has not been very good. I mean, even they went on that winning streak, but that was all on the defense. Yeah. That was all the defense turning the ball over.
Yep, and some luck.
And then there's just kind of been this uneasiness between Russell Wilson and Sean Payton all year. And even going back to that Saturday night game in Detroit where Sean Payton is just going off on Russell Wilson after he basically snapped the ball too early before they could I think they possibly wanted to get in a challenge, but Russell Wilson took the snap too quick and didn't give Sean Payton the opportunity. So I think that it probably shouldn't be that surprising that it was kind of always headed towards this, but it's tough on the Broncos because the Russell Wilson contract extension really doesn't start to kick in until next year.
Yeah,
and they're stuck.
That's my thing. I think that's the part of it that's so shocking. Like, I get that you don't want to lose to the Patriots at this point. That that the Patriots are kind of a laughing stock at this point in the league, but also just the fact, I feel like you bring in Sean Payton in part because you're trying to rectified. You're trying to fix this Russell Wilson situation because you know you're stuck with it. You're married to it. So the idea that they would go away from it, especially in a time where they're not out of it, it's going to take a lot of help and a lot of things to go right for them and wrong for others for them to get in. But like kind of to your point, them still being in it, that feels like part of the reason why they're doing it. Part of the reason why they're going to Russell Wilson is because they feel like they have a chance to do something, and that Jarrett Stidham gives them a better chance to do it.
Well, there's also a financial aspect to this. And Russell Wilson is already guaranteed $39 million for next year, but there's another $37 million that he is guaranteed if he can't pass a physical in March. So you bench him now. He's healthy now.
Yeah.
He can pass that physical in March.
Ooh.
But if
business decisions.
If something were to happen to him over these next 2 games, and then all of a sudden he can't pass that physical, and now that's another $37 million that's down the drain. Now I don't know exactly how that works in terms of the cap. Do you want to take a $39 million dead cap hit next year? I don't think that's necessarily the best way of going about business. But if you know, Sean Payton has job security. They went out and they paid Sean Payton, and he got a lot of money, and he's got some time to figure this thing out. The GM, George Payton, I don't know if he does, but obviously this is a move that you make as a head coach when you are very comfortable with your job and your job security.
So for the Texans right now, we're on C.J. Stroud watch. We expect him to practice today in some kind of capacity. I expect it to be limited. I know, Adam, you mentioned, hey, why not full? But we'll see. It's just something to monitor, to be out.
I was purely a guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's just something to be on the lookout for. That's why we pay attention to these things. So make sure that y'all are locked in on Sports Radio 610, the Odyssey app, watching this on YouTube, Twitch, and all of that. But the defense is a pretty big storyline right now, and I think specifically the safety position for a couple of reasons. A lot happened, actually, at the safety position over the last couple of days. Let's go back to Sunday, where Jimmy Ward gets hurt, Jalen Petrie gets benched. Okay, big stories. Fast forward to now, Jimmy Ward's on the injured reserve. His season is over, and I think you can fairly say that no, I don't think any fault of his own, but that was a failure this year because he didn't stay healthy long enough or enough to be on the field to make the impact that you would want him to make. So that didn't quite work out the way you wanted it to. But then also benching Jalen Petrie, who's a captain coming in, a guy that you had a lot of, I would say, high hopes for coming into the season, coming into year 2. And then you bring back Kareem Jackson, who spent almost a decade with the team, has been gone for 5 years with the Broncos, now known more for illegal hits than probably anything else in his time in the league, has spent well over a decade in the NFL and is now known for illegal hits more than anything. What do you make of what's going on with the Texans secondary, and how much of a concern is it at this point?
Well, so I think the Petrie thing is a concern because he hasn't had a very good year. PFF ranks him 64th among all safeties. That's not something that you would have expected when the season started, especially coming off of the rookie year that he had. He's seemingly declined he's regressed as the season has gone along, and that's not really what you're looking for. And for him to only play 19 snaps on Sunday after he had not been off the field at any point since the Pittsburgh game. He had played every snap since the Pittsburgh game up until Sunday. So the fact that he only played 19 snaps Sunday was pretty disappointing, and he has not played well. So that's on one end. The other end, I think with Kareem Jackson, I think that you bring in a veteran who just kind of versatile and knows what he's doing, and I just think that it just becomes, I don't think they're expecting a lot from him, but he just knows what to do. And I think there's something to just having veterans. I would rather have a veteran who can learn quickly as opposed to a rookie who's got to try and learn something on the fly.
Yeah, and I want to get into more of this at 12:40 about needing more from Jalen Petrie, but that to me is the big takeaway. You're substituting one experienced, older safety for another in Jimmy Ward for Kareem Jackson, but the big thing is, do you have what you felt like was, safety of the future? because that to me is in question now. And I don't feel like even with the struggles that Jalen Petrie had as a rookie, I felt like he had enough positive plays to make you feel like the negative plays were going to correct themselves, or that he was going to correct them, or that the new coaching, being under DeMeco Ryans and this new regime, was going to help him in that way. And so I don't know, man. I'm looking at that safety position and just feeling like, hey, Jalen Petrie, as a guy who showed as much promise as you did, you got to play better. Like we just flat out need more out of this guy. Like, just point blank, I feel like they just need more out of the guy.
No, you're right. And especially year two, I think that he's got, we make the excuse sometimes, well, it's a new system, new coaching staff, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's fine, but you shouldn't get worse as the season goes along. Like, you should still be getting better, and he's not getting better. And I think that's been what's disappointing about the season that he's had, because he saw just this amazing potential last year, and now this season it's just gone backwards. And this is a guy, like, this isn't some 4th or 5th round pick that came out of nowhere. This is a guy that you drafted early in the 2nd round. You need this guy to be good.
CJ Stroud watch continues, and the Rockets are playing the second night of back-to-backs. That's happening tonight. The hits are lit. On the other side, Sports Radio 610.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, Coach D'Amico isn't ready.
Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
No Landry Locker, no John Lopez, no Figgy Fig today. Instead, you get Brandon Scott, Adam Spillane, Jay Samuel behind the glass. Kind of an H-Town Hoops edition of In the Loop. I ain't mad at that. You know, a little podcast that we do about the Rockets that you can get wherever you get your podcasts. We also usually post the videos on YouTube, I guess whenever my power or internet doesn't go out or we don't look like ridiculous on a given day and don't feel like posting the video. But for the most part, we get those posted. So that's also something that I feel like you guys should check out. I feel like it's a pretty decent production, wouldn't you say, Adam? I mean, we're kind of biased, but I feel like it's pretty good.
I'll let the people be the judge.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Let's let the people be the judge, but you got to check it out just to know one way or the other. So make sure that you check out the H-Town Hoops podcast. But right now, the hits are lit.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
So you've known since the weekend that C.J. Stroud could and probably would return to practice today. But this is the day, all right? Wednesday is the day. Obviously, Christmas was earlier in the week. Tuesday is a normal off day. Wednesday is the day to be on C.J. Stroud watch. Will he be out there? We expect so. Once we find him or see him out there, what will he be doing? I just saw Sean Bajani walk through the hallway, so I'm pretty sure he is headed over to NRG Stadium to kind of keep us updated on what's going on. But also, as part of the hit, it's not just C.J. Stroud that the Texans are expecting to get back on the practice field. Adam, you and I talked about this defense and what's wrong with it, but primarily focused on the secondary. They've been without Blake Cashman for a couple of weeks now. And I've been saying a little bit tongue-in-cheek before he actually proved it, I'll admit, but I've been saying all season that Blake Cashman was their best linebacker. I've thought that from the very beginning. That's based off of watching training camp and really based off of some of the early struggles that the linebacking core had this season, and they've played a lot better to their credit. But Blake Cashman is expected to return. I believe he had a hammy, right? I believe Blake Cashman had a hamstring injury. He's expected to be back at practice this week. That would be huge for this defense, I think, not just because, he's their best linebacker, I would argue, but also because he's one of their more cerebral players, one of their better communicators, and one of their better guys in coverage. I can remember after one game, Adam, you went in the locker room and talked to Blake Cashman for the first time and came away thoroughly impressed. He's good sort of like in the classroom and on the field, if that makes sense.
Well, and if you go by the PFF rankings, he's been the fourth best linebacker in the NFL this year.
Well, yeah.
So he hasn't just been the Texans' best linebacker. He's been one of the best, I think, let's see, the only linebackers that have graded out better than Blake Cashman this year, Fred Warner, Demario Davis, and Tyrell Dodson. That's
some good company to be in. That's some good company to be in. Intercepted Trevor Lawrence earlier in the season. Had 1 week where he was the AFC Defensive Player of the Week. So, I mean, some accolades there. Might even be pushing for a Pro Bowl nod if he gets back and actually finishes out the season. I'm not sure. I know he didn't play the first couple of weeks, I believe, and then has now missed these games. So he's got to play, but underrated on this team, I think, is Blake Cashman. Like the presence of Blake Cashman on this defense.
No, and he's a guy that was drafted in the 5th round, in 2019? So he's kind of come out of nowhere to become a really good player and almost an indispensable part of this defense.
Yeah, for sure. Also, like we just mentioned, C.J. Stroud, I want to ask you, man, and we'll get into this a little bit more in the show. We talked about it earlier, but C.J. Stroud out there practicing, does it feel like this is a week where, hey, maybe he practices, but you keep the load as light as possible? Like, I know that they're not hitting a lot at this point in the season, but I just keep thinking about this game, about the position that they're in, and I might be overly nervous about this. He's got to play. He's got to play, especially if he clears the protocol, says he's ready to play. He absolutely has to be out there. But I feel like this is one of those where you can't put him in bubble wrap because it's football, but also you got to take every single precaution with this guy.
Well, I mean, it's not like he's going to get hit during practice, but you do need to make sure that he can, handle everything from a physical standpoint. I mean, that's part of the concussion protocol is that you can handle the physical aspect of a game. So I think that you've got to be able to maybe it's not today. Maybe you kind of, you take it slow today, and then maybe tomorrow that's when you put the gas on, I guess would be the best way to put it. So I just look and see what he can do. Certainly they need him. This offense looks very, very different when he's not out there. And they need to win. They need to win this game Sunday. This is a must-win game.
You know what I like most about, and it's funny that I'd say this because you mentioned that it's a must-win game. So this has far less to do about must-win game, just personal preference. But one of the reasons why I can't wait to see him out there or hear that he's out there and that he's playing and all of that, just clear it all, let him play. I don't want to participate anymore in the Davis Mills versus Case Keenum discussion or idea or concept. Who would you rather start? I never liked the conversation. We were forced to have it because that was the situation we were in. But I don't want to do that anymore. I hope it doesn't ever happen again. Especially after watching them play them both for some reason on Sunday. I was floored when I saw them run a Driscoll cat, wildcat, whatever kind of cat you want to call it, with Davis Mills out there running the 2-quarterback system. Shows me a lot about the kind of faith that they had in Case after. I know they won that game, but it's not like he played great at Tennessee. Doesn't feel like they felt really great about their quarterback situation in that Browns game, and I can't say that I blame them, but I don't know, man. Where did you fall on the Davis versus Case debate? Were you passionate about it in one way or the other, or did you feel like there was a better option?
There were no good options. I mean, I think that is a mistake that they probably have made as an organization, and they're not the only ones, but I do think that you're going to see a shift this offseason. Teams are actually going to start paying attention to who the backup quarterback is. And I think that Case Keenum's not a bad guy to have just in your building because he's a smart guy, he's a good teammate. But if you're having to rely on Case Keenum to win games, you're not going to be successful. And the same thing for Davis Mills. Davis Mills seems to be a fine teammate, but he's not winning you games. And you can't quarterbacks are going to get hit and quarterbacks are going to get hurt, and you can't have your entire season tied up into the one guy. And I think teams are dumb if they are just going to ignore the backup quarterback position. And I would hope that now teams are learning that if you get the right guy in, a veteran who knows what he's doing, then certainly you lose something when it's your starter, but it doesn't just completely tank your season.
I feel like they should win the game even if CJ didn't play. I'm at the point. And
are you talking about this week?
Yeah, this week. This Titans game.
Yeah, they should.
I have come in here and have thought this since Sunday. One of the reasons why I was fired up about coming into the studio today. I feel like whether it's CJ Stroud, whether it's Davis Mills, whether it's Case Keenum, this is a game that there is just no excuse at all to lose this game. In part because you beat them on the road just a couple of weeks ago, but not just that, but you beat them a very specific way. There was a formula to beating this team, and it didn't require exceptional quarterback play. Obviously, Case Keenum wasn't great in the game. Obviously, C.J. Stroud did not play. But you were able to run the ball effectively with Devin Singletary in, let's face it, an offense that has been inconsistent at best at running the football. They have not been able to do that on a consistent basis. And even if you look at this loss against the Browns, it feels like something that they did okay. Devin Singletary had a couple of decent runs. I know the offense just overall was flat. They weren't able to get a lot going, period. But the running game looked okay. Certainly the offensive line, that's my big thing. The offensive line, and I'm surprised to be saying this right now, looks night and day difference, better right now, run blocking than pass protection at this point. And that kind of surprises me a little bit, but yeah, man, I feel like there's a formula here if you just kind of lean into the run game, Lean into the fact that this Tennessee Titans team, as hard as they're going to try, as well coached as it is just not very good. It's just not a talented football team.
But remember, it took the Texans 70 minutes to beat them the last time around. So
that's what makes me nervous.
But I also don't like the idea of leaning into the run game, especially if Stroud plays. Like, if Stroud doesn't play, okay, run the ball. But if Stroud does play, you know who wants you to lean into the run game? The Titans.
Well, they don't defend it very well. And my thing about it is, like, this is in part.
But the Texans are a more dangerous offense when
100%.
CJ Stroud throws the football.
100%.
So that's why I hate the idea of running the ball.
That's not even a question to me. If it's a more dangerous offense with CJ Stroud throwing the ball, I'm looking at this offensive line, and again, like, it's not like you can just run away from the fact that the offensive line hasn't been very good. But the thing that they seem to do better right now is go forward as opposed to go backward. Like, that's just right now, based off of watching them, that seems to be a thing that they do better. And again, it is how they beat this team the last time. I think that, the strength of the Titans defense is more so in pass rushing than it is in run defense. And I think they can be had a little bit on the back end at times. So I don't know, man. I like the idea of CJ Stroud going out there and slinging it around the field, but I do think that there's a formula to beating this team, and you just saw it a couple of weeks ago. So I'm really curious to see it. Rockets, second night of back-to-backs. You were not in the building last night, but you're going to be there tonight. What are you expecting to see? Like, do we expect the Rockets to kind of have any kind of letdown on the second night of back-to-backs, given how weird their schedule is, or is that not a good enough excuse either?
Well, it's definitely not an excuse, and you should, whenever you play Phoenix, like, you should be up for that game. This is Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, and I don't know who else is going to play for them. I haven't seen an injury report yet.
Eric Gordon revenge game?
This is the Eric Gordon return. We forgot about that. So I don't think there's a letdown. For them, it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see who actually plays. Dylan Brooks left the game last night with an abdominal injury. It's hard to think that he would be able to play tonight, but again, I haven't seen an injury report. Tari Eason is a guy who's been dealing with the leg stuff, and I don't know if they're going to necessarily want to play him a back-to-back. I think that the leg thing is something that they are going to monitor for a while, and so if that's the case, they need somebody to step up, and that should probably be Jalen Green, but Jalen Green is in a really bad place right now, and he's really playing poorly, and he's just not on the floor when the game is on the line.
How can they get him out of it? Because it's like they're past the point of hand-holding or letting them play through it because winning is prioritized and losing is no longer incentivized. How do they even get him out of it?
Well, I think that's one of the questions that I have is, okay, he played pretty well at the start of the year. You look at just the splits in October, November, 16 games, averaging 19 a game, 43% shooting from the field, 36% from three, getting to the line more than 5 times a game. And then you look at what's happened in December, and I think it's 12.8 points a game, and the shooting has gone from 43% to 33.6, and the three-point shooting has gone from 36% to 25.4, and the free throw attempts have gone from like 5.3 to 3.7. So the question is, what was he doing then? Why was he playing well then, and why has he taken a step back now? Like, what needs to change? And I do want to know from Ime Udoka, like, well, how can you get him going? Because I do think that's part of the job of the coaching staff is you got to try and figure out a way to get this guy going because he has a skill set that they don't have. Like, nobody else on this team has the skill set that he has, and they need a guard who can go and get you buckets late in games. And for him to not even be out there, that's a problem.
Coming up next, I've got reasons why this is a no excuses weekend for the Texans. I alluded to it a little bit during this segment. We're going to talk about it more coming up next. No excuses for the Texans. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns, but the season is far from over.
You hope to have a chance with 2 games left. That's great. That's something to play for.
Brandon Scott and Adam Spillane on In the Loop. We are in for Landry Locker and John Lopez and Figgy Fig. Shout out to Jay Samuel handling things behind the glass for us. And look, Adam, man, I know you, man. I know you're not big on excuses.
Wait, can I really quick? I was watching a video.
Yeah.
Jair Alexander got suspended by the Packers for a game.
Why?
Do you know what happened? He crashed the coin toss before the game on Sunday.
On purpose?
Yes.
Like literally crashed it.
So he was not supposed to be one of the captains, but he's from Charlotte, and they were playing in Carolina.
Oh, and so he thought he was supposed to be an honorary captain?
So he just went out there, and then he screwed up. So they won the toss, and the referee says, "What is your choice?" And then he says, "We want to be on defense," which you're supposed to say, "We defer." If you say we want to be on defense, that's like you are taking the option. So you are saying basically we're going to kick off, and then you don't get the option in the second half. So not only did he go out for the coin toss when he wasn't supposed to be there, he almost screwed up royally to the point where if the referee wouldn't have said, "Oh, you mean defer?" Like if the referee just takes, we want to go on defense at at face value, then they would have kicked off, and then Carolina would have had the option in the second half.
Did he go out there by himself, or was there another captain out there?
No,
with
there
him?
there were the three other captains, and then he took it upon himself to go out.
Oh, see, so to me, that's also on those other captains. Because if you're going to come out here and you want to represent, you want to do the thing for the hometown and all of that, okay. You probably shouldn't do it without clearing it first. But if you feel like you're a good enough player to have that kind of clout, okay, cool. But you're not coming up here and talking and making decisions. Just come up here and stand next to the people that know what they're doing and that know how this process works.
Just because you're from Charlotte doesn't mean that you get to go do whatever you want.
Yeah, what is the honor in that? Like, you're already playing. You're already a relevant player on the team. It's not like your hometown people are coming to watch you play, but you're just going to stand on the sideline and not be a part of the game. You're Jair Alexander. You're in the mix. You're going to be playing. The people that are there to see you are going to get to see you play. What you need to go out there and talk at the coin toss for.
It's a very weird story.
That is very strange. What is I'm trying to think, what is the most out of bounds you've been at work? Like the most out of pocket, like I'm going to overstep my bounds. That's one of my pet peeves of the person at work who has a role, whatever it is, but for whatever reason wants to go the extra mile to the point to where they infringe on the next person.
I know my role. I don't infringe.
I think you and I are like-minded in that way of hey, if you ask me a question, if you ask for my input, if you ask for me to step up in a way, I'll try to do it. I'll give it to you. But I ain't out here just this my job and then I'm going to go make it my job to go do the next thing. I cannot stand people like that. Whether it's a group project, at work, football game, Jair Alexander taking a little bit too much initiative there. A little bit too much initiative.
And now he's suspended for a game. In a game that they need to win. So he cost his team.
Cost his team. And
almost cost his team Sunday and did cost his team this Sunday.
And I would imagine, if you're suspended for a game, you lose a game check, right?
Yes.
I would imagine. So also cost himself some money. All for what? Is this one of the worst examples of clout chasing gone wrong in the NFL?
Do you know who they play Sunday? They play Minnesota. So
that's a division game.
Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
So now hey man, that's a rough one.
And the Packers are one of those scrappy NFC teams. I haven't kept up with the NFC standings nearly as closely as I have with the AFC, but I feel like the Packers last time I checked were one of those frisky, sort of in the mix.
They're right there.
NFC teams that needs its players, and also back to the original point, needs its players to make smart decisions on the field. Don't go out there and screw up. If you're going to take it upon yourself to overstep your bounds, don't screw up the call or the plan. Very surprising that would happen. First of all, that would be allowed to happen. I feel like there's a coaching and void and leadership issue there for something like that to take place. Yeah. All right, man. So I know you're not big on excuses. Probably shouldn't be. But I've thought about this. I feel like the Texans have had reasonable built-in excuses for some of their letdowns or potential letdowns of the last 3 weeks. I feel like it's a real thing. Going into the Jets game, I thought that they were going to win it for the simple fact, C.J. Stroud was healthy in that game. Simple fact, hey, Jets offense had been historically bad leading up to then. They figured it out against the Texans in the second half of that game. But the Jets offense had been historically bad. The Texans offense was pretty good. I understood that the Jets defense was good, but thought that the tie was going to go to the Texans. They were going to be able to win that game. Certainly could see why they wouldn't, though, right? Good defense, bad weather, all of that. They lost the game. Going into the next one, the Titans had just beat the Miami Dolphins, I believe on Monday Night Football, if I'm not mistaken, in front of the world, and looked really good. Looked really good doing it. Or I looked really good. Actually got lucky in some ways because it seems like they tried to give the game away a million times and still win it. But they also made plays down the stretch that made you think, hey, this is a team that, while it's not a good team, can make some plays. Texans don't have C.J. Stroud. They don't have sort of the engine, the thing that makes this thing go. Man, could see why going into that game, if it's Davis Mills or if it's Case Keenum, backup quarterback on the road, division opponent, why they would lose that game. To their credit, they won it, even with the built-in excuse to lose it. They won it. They went out there and made it happen. Shout out to them for doing so. But there was the built-in excuse, I thought. Then this last game, I didn't think that they were going to win, man. I don't know how you felt about the Texans going in against the Browns, but I looked at it like, man, this is a really good defense. I know there's some question about, does it travel well? Are they as good on the road as they are at home? And, hey, what Joe Flacco are you going to get? Are you going to get the one that makes plays for his team or the one that makes plays for your team? Because we know that Joe Flacco is going to give you an opportunity to get the ball. And he did do that in this game, but also made some plays with Amari Cooper. I thought, honestly, just straight up, I haven't wanted to acknowledge this, the Cleveland Browns are probably a better football team than the Texans right now. That's the way it looked on Sunday. That's the way I thought it was going into it. So you could build in the excuse of, hey, you just got beat by a better football team. You got beat by a better football team, and I don't think there's any shame in that and how it went on Sunday. The Titans don't have any of that going for them, I don't feel like. They've already lost to this team without C.J. Stroud. The Texans are expected to get C.J. Stroud back in this game. And you said earlier you want them to lean into the C.J. Stroud experience if they do. So, advantage Texans. But also, this is not the Cleveland Browns. This is not the Jets defense that you faced 3 weeks ago now. It'll be 3 weeks ago once that game comes along. I don't see any built-in excuse for why the Texans are not playing for a playoff spot. A week from now, we're not talking about them playing for a playoff spot in the season finale against the Indianapolis Colts. Other than, hey, you have to go out there and line up and play, and the game isn't won on a Wednesday with radio guys talking about there being no excuses. I get that. But I legitimately don't see the reasons for why the Texans should lose this game on Sunday. I can't find it. I can't find it at all.
Well, if you think that they're a playoff team, and if you think that they are a team that has that should make the playoffs, then yeah, this is a game that they should win, and they should win relatively handily. But as we've seen, that's not how this works. And Tennessee has played some good teams recently, and they've either beaten them or they have competed down to the wire. You look, they went into Miami and trailed by 2 touchdowns late in that game. They came back and won. The Texans needed 70 minutes to beat them the first time around. Last week, they took Seattle down to the wire. Seattle was a team that was desperate for a win too. So these are still they're still going to compete. I think that's the one thing that you have to remember about athletes, that they're going to go out there and compete, and they've got pride, and all these guys are playing for jobs coming up in the future. And you're going to have some young guys. Jeffrey Simmons is not going to play in this game, but there's going to be somebody in his place who's looking for a job for next year. And so that stuff matters. And so you have to be ready as a team to understand that, yeah, you're better than them, but you still have to compete.
Yeah.
And you're still going to have to make plays in order to win this game. They're not going to just hand you the game. And you're seeing this now with Carolina. It was 2 and whatever. and they're competing hard. They beat an Atlanta team a couple of weeks ago that was desperate for a win. They still won that game. Green Bay last week, desperate for a win. They almost won that game. New England a couple of weeks ago, winning in Pittsburgh. And then last week, winning in Denver, a game that Denver was desperate to win. So
the Raiders beating the Chiefs.
Yeah. Like,
another example.
Now the Chiefs were still, or the Raiders are still kind of in the race.
Yeah.
But, like, NFL players are still good. It doesn't matter if you're on a bad
They weren't
team.
laying down and saying, hey, it's the Chiefs, which they never do.
Yeah,
but they looked at it that way.
So you, as a team, you can't just expect because you're playing against a 5-10 team that 5-10 team is just going to lay down. You actually have to go play well, and you have to make plays, and you have to go win the game for yourself.
Yeah, one of the, I think a good thing, aside from lining up and playing, a good thing for them to do would be to cancel out any of the noise that I'm talking about right now. Like if there's anybody in their inner circle that's talking about them or talking to them the way I'm talking about them right now, about, hey, look, y'all can't lose this game. Y'all better than them. They not as good as y'all. Y'all should go out there and handle y'all's business. Like that's probably, going back to that Mike Elko conversation we had earlier about not believing everything that people say about you on the internet and reading your basically the 21st century version of not reading your press clippings. Like, don't be too big for your britches, so to speak, right? Like, you shouldn't necessarily view it the way that I view it, but I do think this is the correct take. Like, when you step back and take the bird's eye view, which is what I'm allowing myself to do since I'm not on the team, I can't impact winning in any kind of way. When I take the bird's eye view, I'm just looking like, my goodness, how disappointing of an outcome would it be if we come in here on Monday or we're preparing for the week next week and somehow you think of all the squandered opportunities throughout the season, losing to Atlanta in a week when you shouldn't have, honestly. I don't think Atlanta's as good as they are. Losing to the Panthers, we talking about it like, hey, Panthers, they show up. I don't think they should have lost that game. Going out there and laying just a straight-up egg against the Jets. I mean, these were all missed opportunities. This is one that feels the most unforgivable, the least forgivable, the most inexcusable to lose. Gotta have it. Season on the line. Getting your quarterback back. And, again, not playing an opponent like the Browns, playing one that is beatable, who, by the way, you just beat. And I know you don't like the idea of running the ball, man, but it feels like a formula. Feels like a formula to beat this defense that honestly isn't very good against the run.
They're also not good at running the ball.
But they have been. They have been at times. They have been at various times, and they were specifically against this team.
If you take out the 17-yard run Devin Singletary had on Sunday, it was 3.2 yards a carry.
But you had it. You had it. And that's what I'm saying.
That's one play.
Right. But see, and look.
And again, and this is, I keep coming back to this. That's what the Titans want you to do. The Titans want you to take the ball out of Seven's hand. The Titans, if you give Mike Vrabel a choice, hey, man, we'll either run the ball, or we'll let C.J. Stroud throw it.
Yeah, no, I get that.
What are you picking as a defender?
No, 100%. I would agree with that point. I just, going back to the point of there being no excuses. All right, well, in that case, I feel like if you're talking about playing complimentary football, I hear that all the time, one of the cliches. Hey, if there was any week to actually be able to do it, you've proven to yourself and to the world that you can run. Forget how well you run the ball historically throughout the season. You've proven, at least in recent memory, that you can run the ball against this football team. And then also, C.J. Stroud has been one of the better quarterbacks in all of the NFL. Pick your poison. You should have a balanced attack. I would like to see them be able to run the ball at 4.5, 5 yards a carry, but then also be able to make big plays down the field with C.J. Stroud, an element that has not been a part of this offense for the last really 3 weeks, even going back to when C.J. Stroud was out there. So for me, that's a big part of it. The fact that this team's not very good, and you've got a very specific formula of how to beat them. Now, I understand that teams make adjustments, and everybody's not going to play the exact same way that they played 2 weeks ago. But for the most part, the players are the same. So to me, that should be There's just a prime opportunity there. I'm trying to think of what would be the reason for this team to lose this game. Like, what would be the reason for a letdown at home, season on the line against an inferior team?
Probably similar to why they almost lost the game a couple weeks ago, where you fall behind, you turn the ball over, and you just run out of time to try and make a comeback. And they were fortunate that they were able to come back and win the first time that these two teams played. But Tennessee's going to compete, and it's a division game. You have guys at the end of the season trying to make a name for themselves and trying to stay in this league for another year. They're going to want to put good film. It's kind of the cliche. They're going to want to put good film out there, for the future, whether it's with Tennessee or if it's with one of the 31 other teams out there. So you can't just expect this Tennessee team to roll over for you. It's just not going to happen.
You know what I am curious about, though, with Tennessee? That quarterback situation. Because I know Mike Vrabel talked about Will Levis giving it a go in practice this week, and we'll see. I know we're on C.J. Stroud watch. The Jaguars fans are on Trevor Lawrence watch, but Titans fans are kind of on Will Levis watch. They're in an odd spot because a lot of them now want to lose. Like they've got the loser mentality now since they've been eliminated. But if Ryan Tannehill's out there,
Tannehill might be better.
No. He ain't. Let me tell you. I did not watch as much of Russell Wilson and the Broncos over the weekend, but I did watch Ryan Tannehill against them Seattle Seahawks, and let me tell you, better he ain't.
Okay.
He has a better career and has been better over time, but better he is not.
He does provide challenges, though, that Levis doesn't necessarily. Like, he can run a little bit.
Yeah, he's an athlete.
And still have Hopkins out there.
Yeah.
And DeAndre Hopkins is going to want to come back here and do some things.
Yeah, for sure. Now, that is the game within the game I am interested in. DeAndre Hopkins against Derek Stingley here at NRG. I know we didn't get much of it against Tennessee or really see him make a lot of plays, but I am interested in that. And to your point about Ryan Tannehill, I will give him credit for that. He was out there scooting a little bit for an older guy. People forget that he was a receiver before he was a quarterback, and it's a lot more athletic than I think people give him credit for. That is Adam Spillane. I am Brandon Scott. We got Jay Samuel handling things behind the glass. Coming up, Lunchtime Confessions. Don't miss it. Sports Radio 610.
Playoffs after.
it is about sports. Some of it is not about sports, but this is where we are known to let it hang a little bit. And so we're going to get this thing started right now. Watch this. These are my confessions. I'm a fake Raider fan this week. I'm a fake Raider fan. We do this thing where sometimes we'll find extra rooting interest or unconventional rooting interest. Maybe it's a player or a team that you don't necessarily key in on, a player or a team that you don't necessarily care about on a given week. I know for a lot of people, maybe even like yourself, Adam, the gambling community, you're rooting for your money on any given week. So that might mean somebody different every week, right? Whatever your bet is, that's what you're rooting for. I am not much of a betting man, but I do like this Raiders story of Antonio Pierce and that team rallying around him, the idea that he's not somebody that people looked at as a potential head coach before this interim run, but the interim run is now giving him that sort of look. I don't think it's a cautionary tale. I think it's a good way to find coaching talent or to seize an opportunity. So I'm a fan of that storyline. But also, they can do a little bit of work for you. They can do a little bit of work for you having the Colts this week. And, man, it would be really good if the Texans could go out there and take care of business the way that they have to, the way that they're supposed to. But also, the Colts go into that season finale not with the same record as the Texans. That's how I feel about it. Reasonable?
Yeah, fine.
Fair enough.
Watch this. These are my confessions. Have you seen the TV show The Crown?
No.
The Netflix show?
No, I have not, but I know some people that are and have been very much big fans of it.
Jace, have you?
I saw it like as a way to go to sleep, but yeah, I've seen it.
It's golf for you, basically?
Yeah.
So if for those that don't know, it's about the royal family. It's like a docudrama about the royal family, and they do... It's 6 seasons, and every 2 seasons they basically switch out the cast as the characters start to get older.
Yeah.
Well, this last season is the Princess Diana dies season. Ooh. Spoiler alert, but I think we all know that Princess Diana dies at some point.
Yeah. Sorry, folks. Sorry, 1997. But yeah.
Now I can't watch it.
The episode after her death, leading up to her funeral, I couldn't keep it together. That's some sad stuff.
Yeah.
That was incredibly sad.
Oh, if they play, and I don't know, maybe this would be a spoiler alert, but if they at all play Elton John's Candle in the Wind, I will lose my bleep.
It's tough.
I will lose my you-know-what, man. Like, I even remember, and obviously, we were younger, and, I was a kid at the time, but, and I didn't have much context for the royal family or Princess Di or any of that. I just knew, that this relatively young woman, young mother, had passed and that it was sad. But then when Elton John came out there with that Candle in the Wind, oh man, my heart is heavy thinking about it.
I'm trying to think. I was thinking about something. I can't remember.
I feel like that's like a you can go ahead and hit that drop, Jace, because that's like another confession right there.
Watch this.
I didn't know that you were going to bring me here, Adam, but I just confessed that Candle in the Wind makes me emotional.
It's first of all, it's a beautiful song.
It is a beautiful song.
And Elton John can sing the hell out of it.
Yes. Yeah.
So. Yeah, that's a tough episode to get through, because I'll watch that show like on the elliptical at the gym, and I knew, okay, I can't watch. There's no way I make it through. I don't want to start like bawling my eyes out in the middle of the gym here. Like that's a bad look. So I just watched it at home.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Not a good look.
I'm with you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I didn't know whether to be embarrassed by this or not, but I've talked myself into not being embarrassed by it because, hey, it's my business. I can do whatever I want. I'm a grown man. Nobody's legislating my behavior in this kind of way, and I'm not hurting anybody. I have watched the Tiny Desk concert with Scarface. In case you guys don't know, NPR does this series called the Tiny Desk Concert, where they invite a notable artist to come and play with a band, play some of their hits with a band. They go for roughly 30 minutes or so. Scarface did this now I think they recorded it back in November, but it dropped no less than, I guess, not this past weekend, but the weekend before. And I have watched that 30-minute Tiny Desk concert, I feel like at this point, no less than 20 times. I am that enthralled. I am that impressed. I am that fascinated by every single member of that band, Scarface and his voice, the fact that like they could perform that and it sound even better in the Tiny Desk setting than it would on the records. I reached a point because I've played it for everybody that'll listen. Like I showed my parents, like, guys, you got to listen to this. Showed my kids because they're taking like keyboarding classes or training on the piano in a little bit. I'm like, hey man, this is what you could be if you ever like really committed to it. Like, look at Mike Dean. Look at the producer Mike Dean on the keys. You could do this if you really put your mind to it. And I was expecting it to kind of wind down at some point to where I've seen it, a dozen times now. I don't need to watch it again. I'm still watching it. And I feel like it's a little bit much now, but I'm not embarrassed by it.
No, there's a lot of stuff that you can watch just over, and that's what YouTube is for.
Yeah.
Just watch over and over and over and over again. So
yeah, and music is like that too, especially if it's music that you like and it's quality music. It is, the replay value of music can't be overstated.
And there's specific parts of it too that you'll fast forward to that are just like, oh wow, this is good.
Well, the thing that's kind of kept me going back to it is that, you've got 3 different guys playing keyboard. You got the bass, got 2 different guitars up, 3 different guitars up there. I key in on a different musician every round, or every time I listen to a song. I'm keying in on that instrument and figuring out what their specific role is on a given song, where they're just playing the notes and then where they're riffing a little bit, where they're kind of freestyling and just adding a little bit of soul to it. And if you do that, there is something to watch differently from each performance. They did like 5 or 6 songs, I think. So each time you watch, you can key in on somebody specific, whether it's Mike Dean on the keys or the guy in the back playing the guitar or Scarface himself, the lyricist, so there's something different each time you experience it. I'm still watching the damn thing.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got nothing.
All right, I got another one.
I've got nothing left.
I got another one, man. Since we're doing lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop, I did Christmas on the beach, and I'm not going to do the thing that, who was it yesterday? Did Clint ask you how you celebrated Christmas, not knowing maybe your background? I'm not going to do that, but I am going to tell you I did Christmas on the beach this time for the first time, I think, in my life. And look, going into it, I thought it was like a cute idea. It's something that my family wanted to do. Y'all are aware, my family suffers a great deal of loss this year. And so we all wanted to be together and do something that would somewhat tribute and commemorate our loss. And so we did Christmas on the beach. I was not all that enthused about it going in, but once I got out there, not bad. It wasn't bad. Like, if you're gonna go, Galveston is a place where if you're really trying to have a true beach experience, like where you want to be in the sand and in the water and really doing the beach, you could probably do better. But if you just want something that kind of sort of looks like a beach, but you don't really plan to participate in beach activities, which is the case in December, at least for me, it ain't bad. It felt like, it's probably the most recent time, one of the few times I've gone to Galveston and felt like it was a quality beach experience, because I went in December and didn't do the actual beach thing, stayed at a beach house, enjoyed the deck and the views and family.
Smells like a beach. Smells like salt water. There's sand.
Yes.
So, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yes, it did. Yes, it smelled like a beach. So, fair enough. I think we got time for one more.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I think I'm hope trafficking for a Rocket superstar. We watched Tyrese Halliburton last night. You didn't go to the game, but I'm sure you watched Tyrese Halliburton. He's so much better than I realized. He was the star of the in-season tournament. and he's like the budding superstar in the NBA right now. I'm hope trafficking for a superstar. Every time I watch a team that has one, so like when the Rockets play the Thunder, I'm like, oh man, wouldn't it be nice to have an SGA? Wouldn't it be nice to have an all-NBA player? I feel like that's what I was doing last night. I watched the game in part evaluating the Rockets, like, kind of like what our job is, what we do every night, but also like a little envious and hope trafficking that the Rockets either have and we just don't know it yet, or can find a guy like Tyrese Halliburton. I don't know how impressed you've been with watching him as like the new budding superstar in the NBA.
No, he's not budding. Like, he is a star. I mean, he was an all-star last year.
Yeah.
And he has only gotten better.
But I was going to say, he's even better than I realized.
It helps when you can shoot, man. I'm telling you. Shooting is that's the one thing that everybody needs. I mean, there are ways, and I'm sure we'll talk about it here over the next weeks and months, but they have ways to get a superstar. And it might not happen. I think you hope that you drafted that guy, but it's really hard to draft guys like that. So I know what you're saying.
Coming up next, the Texans defense got a bit of a facelift. But there's a player already on the team that we just simply need to see more from. We'll talk about that next. Brandon Scott, Adam Spillane, Jay Samuel in for the guys on In the Loop. That's on Sports Radio 610 next.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with
with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Back on Sports Radio 610, Adam Spillane and Brandon Scott in for John and Landry. Taking you up until, 2 o'clock? And then we've got Clint and Wade Smith from the Texas Bowl.
Yeah, man, as long as we don't have any kind of unexpected happenings like we had yesterday and like we had just now with me getting caught before the break. I don't know. I guess we had another minute, but we didn't. But, yeah, man, I saw that. Very interesting watching, when you get a little bit of insight into how things work or how they're supposed to work behind the scenes, I was watching yesterday and I'm like, it's past 2 o'clock and Adam Spillane is still in studio. I wasn't expecting to see that, and I knew you were fighting hurt to begin with, so I was wondering how that was going for you, man. I was worried about you yesterday.
I survived.
Yeah.
I'm tough.
Yeah.
There's a toughness that I have that others don't have.
Tough as nails. Yeah, man. People think us sports writers or sports media types are like soft or, you didn't play the game. You're not really. Nah, man. We can play through a fever or through a cold or whatever it might be, man. It's not something that like we're not equipped to do. So
although when I complain about it being too cold in the arena today or PA announcer yelling defense, and my toughness kind of goes away at that point.
Hey, but look, we're not being overly dramatic about how cold it is at Toyota Center.
Oh, it's very cold.
Is it? And I don't know. I don't feel like it's cold all around the arena. It's something about that row that we sit on.
Well, and so I'll be on the 124 side today.
Okay.
And it's even colder there.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
See, I don't know if I can't remember where I've sat other than our 160.
106?
106, yeah.
106, 108?
I can't remember last time I sat anywhere, at least for media, other than that. Maybe all the way at the top once. But, man, colder than where we sit, I can't even fathom. So you're gonna go and try to do that. I know yesterday you didn't feel like you could do that because you obviously worked, but you were kind of under the weather, so you opted not to go. But you mentioned earlier, man, they play the Suns. They got to get up for this game. Like they got to get up for a game against the Suns. Devin Booker, obviously a team with a lot of bells and whistles on it. But second night of a back-to-back, they gotta get to it, man.
Well, and we talk about them wanting to be in the playoffs or in the play-in. I mean, this is one of the teams that you're competing with. And right now, Phoenix is in 11th place in the West. And my expectation with that is that they will wind up being better than 11th in the West. But if you can clear another game from Phoenix, I mean, they're right now, a game and a half up on the Suns. If you can get to 2.5 games up on the Suns, that matters a whole lot. And so all these games against these Western Conference teams, they matter. That win that they had last weekend in New Orleans, that mattered. You are competing with all of these teams. And so every win that you can get is significant because this is not a team that wants to be in the lottery because they don't control their own pick. So they want to be able to play more than 82 games this season.
Yeah.
And winning a game tonight, that's a big step because Phoenix, it's a flashy team and there's some flashy names on that team, but they're below 500. And it's not like we're 3 weeks into the season. This is game 30 for Phoenix. So they might just be that type of a team. It just might be that type of a season for them. So if you can beat them while they're down, you have to take advantage of it. And right now, Phoenix is not healthy. Bradley Beal's not going to play tonight. And so you have to take advantage.
Yeah, but when you talk about how losing is no longer incentivized because you don't get the pick, that's also the reason why the Jalen Green struggles are not really something that you can have in-game patience with. Like you can, between the games and certainly in conversations like these on the radio and in our podcast that we do, the H-Town Hoops podcast that we do, we can talk about having patience with Jalen Green, but they just can't really afford it because these games matter. And that is why, like him not playing winning basketball, whereas before, maybe you could let him play through it, figure it out, maybe learn some lessons about your shot selection, whether it be passing up good shots or taking bad ones. But now, like, man, if you're not getting it done and you already start the game, right? Like, we're already giving you the first however many minutes on the court. You're not doing that. Like, look, man, this is the reason why. The point that you're making about the Suns game is also the reason why we see a much shorter leash with Jalen Green struggles.
And they need him to be good. Like that's the thing that you have to remember is that they don't necessarily have the guards that can just go out and get you a bucket whenever you need one. And that's what good teams need, especially once you get down to crunch time. And so he's the one guy that should be able to fill that role. And right now, not only is he not doing it, he can't even get on the floor in crunch time. And so they need him to be better. They need him to be the guy that he was the first month of the season, because if he's not, then first of all, that's a wasted asset because they used the second pick in the draft on him. And so that's tough. It's tough to come back from that.
Yeah, so that's the Jalen that's being criticized on the basketball court. There's another one on the football field in Houston that is not playing well. And I thought that Jalen Petrie, the second-year safety for the Texans, had a mulligan. Maybe, the last game against the Titans, so the game before this one, he had a pretty big pass breakup, and I felt like he made some plays that made it okay to quell or stop a little bit of the criticism of Jalen Petrie's sophomore slump or the downslide of Jalen Petrie this season. I was like, hey, you know what? These have been fair criticisms, but hey, man, we can stop all of the Jalen Petrie criticisms for now because he had a good game. And then the Browns game happened, gives up the touchdown or the blown coverage that allows for the touchdown to happen. I think it was the second touchdown that the Browns ended up scoring was the one that was his fault. And I feel like there are a lot of storylines to come out of that game, a lot of them centered around the safety position, and especially now midweek with the Texans signing Kareem Jackson, a guy that played almost a decade for the team, was a first-round draft pick here, was a polarizing figure at one point here a long time ago. Jimmy Ward going on the injured reserve list, big deal because that was a pretty big signing for them in free agency. But this development of Jalen Petrie not playing up to the standard, what should be his standard and what I'm sure their standard for him has been as a captain on the team and as somebody that was really good for them last year, to me is something that is more significant than all of it and needs to be corrected as soon as possible. Because like if the Texans, one problem that I did not feel like they had even coming into the season was at safety. And if they do have an issue at safety, that would be a disappointing development.
Well, especially because they used a high second-round pick on him. And so when you use a high second-round pick on a guy, you're expecting that he's going to be a good player for you. And he was last year, but he's regressed. And that's a big problem. And so he needs to figure out what's gone wrong. And just talking to John Harris about this yesterday, John said that he's basically not seeing the ball well. And I think it's almost like he's having trouble reading what's happening on the field. So, maybe that's something that you can fix. Maybe hopefully for his sake it is, because they need him moving forward. Because you look at that 2022 draft class, Stingley at 3 overall has been good in his second year when he's been healthy. Kenyon Green has not been good. Petrie was great as a rookie, but he's taken steps back this season. And then obviously you have John Mechie, who hasn't played well now that he's healthy. So that 2022 draft class is not looking great right now.
Yeah, man. And the John Mechie thing, like we've had this conversation a lot, but watching him drop those 2 passes that he did in that Cleveland game, that was cringeworthy. And that being the same game in which Jalen Petrie's being benched. So like spotlight on the second round picks from a year ago. All right. One of them, and we know what he's been through. We understand John Mechie's story, and we all he acknowledges that that's going to be a part of his story forever. But once we get down to the football part of it, like we do expect you to catch the passes that hit you in the hands.
Yes.
We do expect you to run the routes that are called for and to just be ready when your number is called. And he's talked about that, being ready when your number is called. And so to have plays that seem like gimmies, they hit you in the numbers, hit you in the hands. Ooh, pretty awkward on top of the Jalen Petrie stuff.
Yeah, and again, like you said, he beat cancer. Like he almost died. And so it's hard to like criticize him when he went through that, but at the same time, and it
definitely makes football feel a lot smaller.
Yeah, but you got a job to do now, and he has had really a prime opportunity in the last few weeks with all the injuries that they've had to their skill position guys, and he hasn't really gotten better. Like, you don't see the improvement. And so as you move forward into the season, you want to see these guys getting better. And with Petrie and with Mechie and some of these other guys, you're seeing regression and not improvement.
It feels like there's a notion out there that bringing in somebody as experienced as Kareem Jackson to either pair with Petrie or to replace him. I'm not sure exactly how this is going to work. It's Jimmy Ward who's on the injured list, and it's Jalen Petrie who's benched, and so you got DeAndre Houston-Carson in the mix, and of course Kareem Jackson just got signed. But there seems like there's this notion that Kareem Jackson's presence is going to rub off on Jalen Petrie and help him or something like that. Like, isn't that what Jimmy Ward was supposed to do? Like, that's the thing that I'm also worried about is, like, you know, is Kareem Jackson coming here to help mentor Jalen Petrie or to replace a player that they feel like they're going to have to fix in the offseason, similar to how Damian Pierce talked about in the postgame show. Hey, I need a whole offseason to kind of get right, to figure out my role in this system. I wonder which one it is.
I think Kareem Jackson is here because he's a veteran who knows what he's doing. And if they need to use him in a pinch, the learning curve for him is it's not a big learning curve because he's been around the league for so long. And I think that's it. Like, I don't think he's here necessarily to be a mentor. I think that he's a guy who knows how to play the game, and he's seen basically every situation that you could possibly see. And so you're not having to, like, break in some kid who's coming in off the street. I think that's why you go out and get Kareem Jackson.
Coming up next, I thought it was pretty dumb that the Jets activated Aaron Rodgers from the IR. I thought that was pretty dumb, knowing that he wasn't going to play. Turns out I'm not the only one. That's next on Around the NFL.
Playoffs after a tough.
is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Brandon Scott, Adam Spillane, and Jay Samuel on In the Loop today. And we're going around the NFL right now. I got to tell you, Adam, when I first saw that the Jets were activating Aaron Rodgers, but he wasn't going to play, I thought, okay, that's dumb. What's the reason for that? And I didn't even think about it in the context of he's going to take somebody's roster spot. They're going to have to cut somebody. They're going to have to let somebody go. I wasn't even thinking about that. I just thought of it in terms of why would you waste a roster spot on a guy who all he's going to do is the same thing that he's been doing already for the most part. And it turns out I'm not the only one. Aaron Rodgers went on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, I believe it was, and said that even he thought it was unnecessary for him to be put or activated from the IR. I don't understand this. Are you able to rationalize this in any kind of way? It seems like just more examples of poor mismanagement by the New York Jets.
Well, so the rationalization is if you activate him, then he can continue to practice. Because when you open the 21-day window, you may start practicing. But if they don't activate you, they either have to put you back on IR or they have to put you on the active roster. If you're back on IR, you aren't allowed to practice anymore. So that's the rationalization is, well, now he can practice. But I get that. But at the same time, why does he need to practice when he's not going to play?
Yeah, what are they practicing for exactly?
Are they trying to get ready for next year? Okay, I get that. But that's why you have OTAs. That's why you have mini camp. That's why you have training camp. So I don't really understand what the whole point is of this. And then when Rodgers says, I wouldn't have done this, do you totally believe that? Like, I'm just telling you right now.
Oh, no. Do I totally believe something that Aaron Rodgers said?
Yeah.
No. No is the short answer.
So, yeah, the whole thing, it's strange, it's weird, but that's kind of the Aaron Rodgers experience for you.
Yeah, that's the Aaron Rodgers experience. Just everything. Man, this is another reason why it just irks me that they went up there and lost to that football team, because I just feel like they're poorly run. The decision to put, I get bringing in Aaron Rodgers, don't get me wrong, but to build their entire identity and just totally lean into Aaron Rodgers in terms of the coaches that you hired, the players that you brought in, to the point where it's not even functional if something happens to him and he the age that he is. I just did not understand it. I feel like it's kind of a shoddy operation, the way it's been run and managed. And this is just another example of that to me. Can't believe that they lost to that football team.
I mean, they haven't been to the playoffs since 2010, so that's a long time. That is now the longest drought in the entire league. So sometimes you have to do things that maybe you wouldn't ordinarily do. And I don't think there's any, like, if he had been healthy, there's no reason to think that the Jets would not have been better. I think the problem that the Jets had is that once he did get hurt, they did nothing to replace him. Like, they just stuck with Zach Wilson when it's been very clear for a long time that Zach Wilson's not an NFL quarterback, where you didn't try to go outside the organization to try and improve that position because you wasted a year of a really good defense. Like, that defense has just been completely wasted this season under Zach Wilson and then Tim Boyle and then Trevor Siemian. So it was basically a wasted op. Like, they had Joe Flacco in that building last year.
Yeah.
Why not bring in Joe Flacco when nobody else was interested in doing so? Or why not go trade for Jacoby Brissett before the trade deadline?
Well, I think it's going to start, if I'm not mistaken.
He is going to. But that's why, like, listen, it was terrible for them that Rodgers got hurt on, the fourth play of the season.
Yeah.
But that also gave you plenty of time to try and figure out some sort of a backup plan, and they did nothing. So it kind of shines a light into why the Jets have been as bad as they have been now for almost a decade and a half.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier in the show, and we're going around the NFL right now, but we mentioned earlier in the show that the Broncos are benching Russell Wilson, which, my goodness, they're benching Russell Wilson for Jarrett Stidham. The Commanders are benching Sam Howell for Jacoby Brissett, and that's somebody that it seems like could have been had especially talking about week 2 or just after week 1 of the season. He goes down 3 or 4 plays into the season. Jacoby Brissett, Joe Flacco. You look at what the Minnesota Vikings did after Kirk Cousins went down. They saw Joshua Dobbs functioning okay in Arizona and said, hey, we need at least a functional quarterback to get us through this season. Let's go get that guy. Now, that hasn't exactly
He was for
worked
a
out.
few weeks,
Right, exactly. It worked out for a few weeks, and then ultimately he sort of reveals himself, or the regression to the mean happens. But, like, to not even try, and it's not like you're stepping on Aaron Rodgers. This is not benching Russell Wilson for Jarrett Stidham. This is Aaron Rodgers goes down on the first series of the season, and now you need a backup plan. But it does not seem like they were either inclined or equipped to do so, to make a move after Aaron Rodgers went down.
And they wasted a very good defense. Like, that's a very, very good defense that I'm not going to sit here and tell you the Jets would have competed for a Super Bowl had they had a real quarterback in there, but they could have at least made the postseason. And if you get to the postseason, anything can happen. I mean, that's a franchise that went to 2 AFC Championship games with Mark Sanchez and a good defense.
What is the most boneheaded, I should say, what is the most boneheaded overstepping of the bounds that you've ever seen for somebody not knowing their role at work or at a job, at school, whatever it may be? This Jair Alexander story that you brought to my attention and I'm seeing here now, he's been placed on the reserve suspended list, which just means he's been suspended for 1 game for conduct detrimental to the team. Have you ever seen insubordination quite like this, where a dude goes out there, not supposed to be a part of the coin toss, goes out there anyway, does a job he wasn't asked to do and is not supposed to be doing, and then does it incorrectly? That messes up the coin toss. You laid this out earlier. Wild.
Yeah, it's very strange. It's a very strange story. And for those that don't know,
that it would even happen to begin with.
Yeah, so Jair Alexander is from Charlotte. The Packers were playing at the Panthers, so he wanted to be out there for the coin toss as a captain. And so he's the one who did the talking to the referee. They won the toss, and they wanted to defer. Now, you actually have to say, we defer. Jair Alexander said, we want to go on defense. Now, that makes it seem like that you have just chosen to kick off, which means that you don't have the option for the second half. Now, the referee in this case bailed out Jair Alexander and said, you mean you want to defer?
Yeah, because he knew that joker wasn't supposed to be up there and didn't know what he was talking about, clearly.
And so, obviously, you go out there when you're not supposed to be out there. You screw up once you do get out there, and the Packers said, you know what, no, we're going to suspend you. And by the way, he's one of their better players defensively. It's a game that they need to win, and they're only going up against Justin Jefferson. And they're not going to have him. So, obviously, they feel like that they needed to do something in order to send some sort of a message to one of their best players.
I don't think I've ever heard of this, of so badly wanting to be seen in front of the folks from the crib, the hometown, so badly wanting their attention that you feel like you got to go out there on the coin toss. I didn't realize players actually really cared about that. I figured that they cared more about just the opportunity to go out there, make plays, get interceptions, passes, defense, deflect some passes, maybe get a sack, maybe return one for a touchdown or an interception for a touchdown. But the coin toss, and then to almost cost your team an opportunity, and then to cost yourself a game check, I don't think I've ever heard anything quite like that.
Yeah, that's a new one for sure.
We mentioned this earlier, but it bears some revisiting because this is another one that shocks me. I don't know if it shocks me more than the Jair Alexander one. I got to say that one takes the cake. But
have you heard Jair Alexander's explanation for this whole thing?
What is his explanation?
I mean, we might need to play this in the next segment.
Okay. Hey, so, Jace, get ready for that. Coming up is going to be some audio for Jair Alexander possibly explaining the inexplicable, the indefensible, going out there for a coin toss when you were not asked, when it is not your job. Everybody knows somebody like this. 713-572-4610 is the number to get in. Feel free to text in, to call in if you've got any examples of somebody at work just overstepping their bounds, doing a little bit too much. Who's that person for you? In your family, at your job, maybe it was in school. Do you have that person that's just doing too much, trying to be seen? Maybe it's clout chasing, whatever it is, just trying to be seen. I would love to hear Jair Alexander's explanation for this. Why it is that he's out there to begin with, and then why he's talking. Just if you feel like you got to go out there, let the Grown folks do the talking, so to speak. The people that know what they're doing.
Just hang back.
Yeah, just hang back.
You can stand out there.
You're just in the cut. They see you. They know what number you wear. Everybody from Charlotte that's there for Jair Alexander, whoever that might be, they know what number you wear. They know who you are. You're a good enough player, recognizable enough player. What are you out there doing, man? I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. But Russell Wilson, benched for the remainder of the 2023 season, and you talked about this a little bit as well, but it's illustrated here in this article that I'm reading. Broncos are benching Russell Wilson for the remainder of the season to preserve financial flexibility. Dude, explain. What do you think this is like? They're still in it. Like, not
sort of.
Not really. They need a lot of help. And even if they got it, they're probably not good enough. They're not good enough to make a run. But benching him early to preserve financial flexibility, I mean, does this surprise you at all?
So he is right now guaranteed. It's either 39 or 37. He's guaranteed 37 or 30. I think he's guaranteed $37 million next season. If he cannot pass a physical in March, then there's a $39 million guarantee on top of the 37 already. So if he can pass a physical in March, that 39 is not guaranteed. So this is a financial thing.
So they are more so trying to have their cake and eat it too.
I'm pretty sure they're trying to figure out a way to get out of the Russell Wilson business.
It sounds like it. It sounds like it. It's like, hey, this money's not guaranteed. I'm sure the cap hit is...
No, the cap hit is enormous, and yeah. I don't know exactly how you get around that.
They might just have to eat it.
Like, well, they will.
Yeah.
But yeah, that trade obviously was bad last year, and it's only gotten worse this year, and it's just kind of felt like between him and Sean Payton that it was only a matter of time before this happened, because Russell Wilson has showed some flashes every now and then, but it just has not looked good through the course of the season.
So we just got a call. He wanted to kind of fill you guys in on who the GOAT of doing their job with the question that you asked.
Oh, really? Did we lose him? I think you hung up on him.
No, he had to go. He had to go.
Oh, okay.
But the guy he said was Jack Easterby.
Oh, well, see, I disagree with that one though. That's somebody that was maybe initially, maybe that's part of his rise. And I don't want to get into a Jack Easterby rabbit hole here on a Wednesday when the Texans got to have a game to keep their playoff hopes alive. But Jack was empowered. So I don't know about that one. Maybe to a lot of the fans that grew frustrated with that era of Texans football, but he was somebody who was empowered for better or worse, better and worse, however you want to look at it, or maybe just worse. I know a lot of people want to look at it like that, but I don't know. I guess that would be an interesting one to add in there. But man, back on this Russell Wilson thing, the part that really gets me, that shocks me, is just that a couple of weeks ago when the Texans played them and the Broncos had won however many games in a row at that point, it felt like the Russell Wilson, Sean Payton thing was starting to come together, even though he wasn't the reason, like the offense and Russell Wilson himself wasn't the reason for their success at that point. It did feel like they were starting to figure things out. They were trending in the right direction. You know, people are talking about the job that Sean Payton is doing with them coaching. Maybe he saved Russell Wilson. I heard a lot of that at the time. And now there's just like none of that. It's just completely falling off the rails. Like that part of it does surprise me, how quickly things can change narrative-wise in the NFL.
Well, they had kind of figured out a game plan that worked, and that was throwing balls behind the line of scrimmage and the deep ball. And I think Russell Wilson is still very good when it comes to the deep ball. So they were basically just ignoring the middle of the field, and it would just either be throw deep or throw short, and that had kind of worked for them. And they had gotten some explosive plays out of it. They had some success with that here, but ultimately Russell Wilson just isn't what he was, and he can't make plays outside the pocket the way that he used to. He can't manufacture drives the way that he used to, and it's all just falling apart very quickly for him.
Going around the NFL right now, and look, I'm seeing it out here. Y'all can check this out on X, formerly known as Twitter. Sean Bajani, he retweeted this on the Sports Radio 610 account, but we've got video evidence of the return of one C.J. Stroud. We heard that this was a possibility, that this was maybe even a likelihood given the fact that he has not participated in the last couple of weeks. But I'm looking at this video right now, Adam, and I see Case Keenum throwing it to C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud throwing it to, he's not in the frame, but that's either Davis Mills or Tim Boyle. That's Tim Boyle. Where's Davis? Where's Davis? I'm sure Davis is out there somewhere. But looks like C.J. Stroud has officially returned to the practice field. Now, they're not going to get a great glimpse at practice to see a whole lot. We'll find out from the injury report whether he's limited or a full participant. But you got to think that this is good news for the Texans, that it's not just projection or speculation that C.J. Stroud could return, but he is actually on the practice field with his helmet on and throwing around with his teammates.
Well, he hasn't been there at all the last 2 weeks. So the fact that he is out there, obviously he has. That means that he's taken the next step in the concussion protocol.
For sure. And I do see Davis. They got 4 quarterbacks.
They might need to lose one of them.
Yeah, one of them's got to go. One of them's got to go. Who do you think that is? They just brought Tim Boyle in. Who do you think that is? Is it – and Case has played more recently.
No, it would be Tim Boyle.
It'd be Tim Boyle. Yeah, no, I'm just –
he's on the practice squad, right?
Yeah.
He's not even on the active roster.
Yeah, I'm stirring the pot here a little bit, but, I mean, I feel like stranger things have happened. I do feel like stranger things have happened. So, yeah, I can't say I'd be shocked at anything that the Texans did at this point, but certainly good for them to have C.J. Stroud back. And look, they need him. I've talked already in this show about how, look, there's no excuses to lose this game. Even if C.J. Stroud wasn't ready to go, even if C.J. Stroud couldn't play in this game, I feel like the Titans are the type of team that they should be able to go out there and take care of business against. But now with Stroud out there, given what's at stake, man, what an opportunity, man. I am so fired up for this weekend, man. I cannot wait, man. And hopefully we'll see. I don't see any mention as far as the defense goes about Blake Cashman. Maybe we'll have that for you guys on the other side. But Blake Cashman returns to the practice field. I think that would be not nearly as important, but pretty damn important for this defense that has struggled in coverage. Struggled to give up big plays in the passing game.
No, they certainly need him back. He's just been so good all season long that I think that his loss has been it's been underrated just how much that they've missed him over the last couple of weeks.
All right, so that was around the NFL. Brandon Scott, Adam Spillane, Jay Samuel in for Landry Locker, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig on In the Loop. Coming up next, man, now that we've gotten some clarity on the C.J. Stroud situation, I just got to be honest. We did confessions already, but I just got to be honest about why I'm nervous about this game, why I'm nervous about C.J. Stroud being out there. And, some of you might not like it, but I'm very curious on how you guys are feeling about it going into it as well. That is next on In the Loop.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns. presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Hey, man, listen. I need for this Texans offensive line to make its money. Like, I need them to earn their paycheck on Sunday, man. I really need that to happen. Brandon Scott, Adam Spillane, Jay Samuel in for Landry Locker, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig on In the Loop. Guys taking the day off. CJ Stroud's back at practice. We just saw this about, roughly 15 minutes ago when they took the practice field. We suspected that he would be back. We're hoping that he would be back. We acknowledge that the Texans absolutely need this guy. I don't think that the need for him is a good enough excuse to go out there and lose this game if he wasn't available, because we've seen him do it already. But it is absolutely necessary that he be healthy if this is a team that we're going to take seriously beyond today, this weekend, next weekend, right into the playoffs. If it's a team that can threaten somebody as a wild card or as one of the lesser division champions, a lot has to happen for that to be a possibility. But if they're going to be a serious team in the playoffs, I mean, this is absolutely important that they have, I would say, the key central figure and reason why they are a much better team than they were before. But, man, I look at this offensive line. I think about how much the Texans have invested in it, more than anybody in football. Now, I understand. I do acknowledge and understand that the offensive line that we're going to see and that we have been seeing is not necessarily quite the one that they invested in. It's not assembled the way, and it doesn't have all the pieces that it's supposed to include. But it's still a highly paid offensive line. And the task in front of them, the weight of it is just so important in protecting C.J. Stroud, who's coming off a concussion, missed 2 weeks, and we'll see how much they answer for this. I don't know how much they're going to feel obligated to be open about this, but I do want to know at some point, whenever the C.J. Stroud questions come up, if they know of him being diagnosed with more than one concussion, or if they were able to go back and retroactively determine that he had some type of trauma or may have had some type of head trauma that maybe he played through and perhaps shouldn't have. I doubt that they would, because now you're opening up yourself to all kind of criticism. But we all saw it, and we all know that it's a possibility. I'm extremely, extremely nervous about this, Adam. And not because I'm like, hey, they shouldn't play C.J. Stroud. They need to be careful with him. Handle him with kid gloves and don't let him go out there. No. He's got to play, especially if he's ready and able. He's got to play. And the reality, the truth of that makes me nervous, because that means he's got to play with these dudes that got his head slammed on the MetLife Stadium turf to begin with.
Yeah, but that's been the case all year.
Yeah.
And guys are going to get hit, and guys are going to, unfortunately, hit their head on the turf. That's just the nature of playing football, and you just hope that it doesn't happen the wrong way. Sometimes it just happens the wrong way. You look at what Courtland Sutton had the other day, where he's trying to make a leaping catch, and he just hits the ground, and he hits the ground the wrong way. Some of the stuff is just, it can be very fluky, and it can just be a lot of luck tends to be involved in it. Josh Johnson, when he got concussed during the NFC Championship game last year, it was just kind of an unlucky hit. And so you just have to hope that he doesn't, get hit in the wrong way. He's going to get hit. That's just the nature of playing quarterback. That's just the nature of playing quarterback, and there are ways to mitigate against it. You can make sure that he gets the ball out quicker. I think that he processes the game fast enough to where you can rely on your receivers to win their matchups, and you can get the ball out in a second and a half. I think that's something that they should really try and really lean into.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you brought that up. Getting the ball out quickly, because you said this earlier about C.J. Stroud, and I didn't mention it then, but I'm thinking about it now. Like, I think C.J. Stroud can do. We've seen enough of him. I think he can do whatever it is that the game plan calls for him to do. If the game plan is, hey, you got hot routes, you got quick. We're gonna have the quick game going. We're gonna try to be balanced. Whatever it is, he can execute that. And if it's, hey, dude, we want you to throw it down the field 4 or 5 times a day. We want some explosives. He's very much capable of doing that as well. Might even be one of the more, I think we can say fairly, he's one of the better guys at doing that part of it. But it seems like, and I'm going to put some attention on Bobby Slowick on this part. I have wondered why they don't have or haven't had as much of some of the quicker stuff. And I wonder if that is C.J. Stroud and by extension Bobby Slowick, with C.J. Stroud being the one that's got to go out there and execute it. If it's a lack of patience and some I should really call it greediness. That's what I've called it in the past. Some greediness from them. C.J. knowing his ability, knowing that he can stretch the ball downfield, get the ball downfield, and got a couple of guys that can run those routes for you, especially when Tank Dell was still healthy. It feels like as a combo, C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick have been a little bit greedy offensively, and I would feel a lot better, a lot more comfortable if I had seen them do more of the quick game stuff that you're talking about. Get the ball out quick. Don't give that pass rush enough time to get home. One of the things that, we talked bad about the Jaguars earlier in the show. One of the things that I did feel like they were doing well was getting that ball out of Trevor Lawrence's hand as soon as they snapped it. Like, he got some criticism earlier in the year about being a one-read quarterback, but damn it, it was effective. Like, hey, get to that first read, that first guy get open, and hey, let's move the ball downfield. Let's not let him be a sitting duck. And especially if your offensive line, in this case the Texans, your offensive line is not whole, which it has not been all year.
But you know what has to happen for that to work is that you need your receivers to win their matchups.
Yeah, you're right.
And there have been a lot of times where these Texans receivers just have not been able to win their matchups.
I'm nervous about that too.
No, and I think that's very fair.
About that too.
But the second Jacksonville game, the one here, where C.J. Stroud was holding onto the ball for a long, long time, and part of it was that guys just weren't able to win their matchups. And so now, because they can't win their matchups, he's having to hold on to the ball for 3-4 seconds, and that's just not going to work. And so it's on Nico Collins, it's going to be on Robert Woods, it's going to be on Noah Brown, it's going to be on Mechie or Schultz and all these other guys. They've got to be able to win their matchups. And I do think we talked about the run game. I'm not a big proponent in running the football a lot, but I am a proponent in using your running backs in the pass game.
Yeah.
Because that's a good way to get the ball out quick, and that's a good way to keep the defense honest. So that's one area where they can keep C.J. Stroud upright.
Yeah, and I just to be clear, I don't love the idea of running the football a lot. I'm in this for the entertainment. Like, I don't have to be a stickler any way or the other. Like, I'm here just to be entertained, and running the football a lot is just not really that entertaining of a brand of football, especially when you have a quarterback the caliber of C.J. Stroud, which I think we're, for the most part, on the same page about. I just view it more so as a pretty decent formula. But to your point, another really good formula, and something that it's funny, this is going to trigger some people of the Patriot way, but one thing that the New England Patriots did a good job was using their running backs in the passing game as somewhat of an extension of their running game with the short passes. Tom Brady was great about this, is just taking whatever the defense gave him. And if he had to check down his way down the field, if he had time to do it, that's the way he was going to do it. He had the ability to throw it downfield if he had to do that too. But hey, if this is what they're going to give me, this is what we're going to take. I want to see this Texas offense, both from a execution standpoint, but also from going back to my original point about C.J. Stroud, from a protect the quarterback standpoint, your quarterback who had a concussion that kept him out for 2 games. I want to see some quick game. I want to see some short passes to Devin Singletary. Dameon Pierce, who I think is better in the passing game than he maybe has been in the past, or maybe than he gets credit for. A threat in the open field, as we saw with the 98-yard kickoff return. Some passes to the running backs. Dalton Schultz, okay? Even Robert Woods, I would like to see a reemergence of Robert Woods, the guy that was C.J. Stroud's most reliable third down target for the first couple of weeks of the season, and seems to have sort of disappeared. I want to see all of that come together. I need to see all of that come together to feel better about C.J. Like, if the game plan is C.J. Stroud's just going to drop back and heave it down the field and hope Nico Collins and Noah Brown is ready to catch these go routes, I'm nervous about that. I'm nervous about him taking the extra shot. The shot he took from Quentin Williams that I don't think was dirty was late. Like, and we see that some plays that are borderline illegal but not necessarily dirty. Like, these are the breaks. This is the game. You know, I'm not complaining about the way it works, but look, man, you've got to protect this guy if you want something to happen this year and especially going forward, man. I need to see a different kind of game plan than what I've seen. You talked about that Jaguars game. Where was the quick game? Where was it? Where were the passes to the running backs? Where I don't know. I want to say that was maybe a Dalton Schultz injured game, maybe. But damn it, whoever the tight end is, I think Brevin might have had a decent day. But like you need to utilize that again from an execution standpoint and to protect your quarterback.
You got to win your matchups. Everybody's got to win their matchups. It's not just about the 5 guys up front. It's about everybody else. It's about the skill position guys too.
Coming up next, final segment, Internet Going Nuts, and we are also going to toss it out to NRG Stadium, where our guys, Clint Stoerner, and I believe Wade Smith. Man, I'm so glad to hear Wade Smith back. Clint, I love you. I like to hear you every day, man, so don't take this. I love you, man. But to hear Wade Smith back on the air, it's been a minute, man. I'm looking forward to this crosstalk when we get to it. You don't want to miss it on the other side. Stay tuned to Sports Radio 610.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, Coach D'Amico isn't ready to talk about playoffs.
You have to earn those spots to get into the playoffs. So if we go and play better and earn a spot, then we can talk about possibly the playoff race and what does that look like. But until then, right, we got to do a much better job collectively.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
This is John Marks with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Has Raiders head coach Antonio Pierce earned the full-time job for next year? Well, he's guided his team to a 4-3 record since taking over for the fired Josh McDaniels and just beat the defending Super Bowl champion Chiefs on the road. The Raiders made the mistake of not hiring Rich Bisaccia after he guided the team to the playoffs following the firing of John Gruden. Hopefully the Raiders have learned from that mistake and give Pierce a shot. I'm John Marks.
Did you know some ordinary cold medicines can raise your blood pressure? That's alarming. Fortunately, there's Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure. It's specially formulated without alcohol, sugar, or decongestants to provide fast, powerful nighttime colds and flu symptoms relief for people with high blood pressure. So if you have high blood pressure, try NyQuil High Blood Pressure. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, colds, and flu for people with high blood pressure medicine. Use as directed and keep out of reach of children.
Wendy's Peppermint Frosty and Frosty Cream Cold Brew make the perfect gift for anyone in your life. Especially for you. Yeah, this year you're sitting on your own lap and getting yourself what you want. Finally. And now every day this season, unlock 20% off your total when you get any small, medium, or large Frosty in the Wendy's app. So order something from your own wish list this year.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's with app offer and registration. Applies to menu items only. Taxes and fees excluded.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
Brooklyn survived a scare from the Pistons on Tuesday night, but now the Nets face off against one of the top teams in the East. Milwaukee is in town to play the Nets, and the Bucks are sitting in second place in the Eastern Conference, having won 8 of their last 10. The Nets are just .500 on the season after their win over the lowly Pistons, and the BetQL model is hoping to catch Brooklyn on the back-to-back. Their 5-star play of the day is Milwaukee laying the points on the road. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Wendy's Peppermint Frosty and Frosty Cream Cold Brew make the perfect gift for anyone in your life. Especially for you. Yeah, this year you're sitting on your own lap and getting yourself what you want. Finally. And now every day this season, unlock 20% off your total when you get any small, medium, or large Frosty in the Wendy's app. So order something from your own wish list this year.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's with app offer and registration. Applies to menu items only.
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheet. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet.
Honey, come here, quick.
What is it?
Shh.
Check it out. The prices on all these highly rated tequilas are amazing. Total Wine must have made a mistake.
Nope, they always have the best deals in town. Remember that amazing reposado your sister brought over last week? See, it's right here.
Whoa, that's a low price. I mean, whoa, that's a low price.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
It's an incredible mattress sale at Gallery Furniture right now, starting with Sealy Posturepedic mattress. Queen size as low as $3.99 for a queen size Sealy Posturepedic mattress. King size Sealy Posturepedic mattress, $4.99. Or getting the Gallery Furniture Texas Win It All, Get It All promotion. Buy a premium Tempur-Pedic, $4,000 plus. If the team from Texas wins it all, January 8th, Energy Stadium, Houston, your purchase is absolutely free. Sleep great tonight on the new Tempur-Pedic mattress, and you might get it free.
Hey, did you know the Statue of Liberty is the largest holiday gift ever given?
That's a big deal, just like those at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hey, did you know when the year ends, so do the deals? It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days.
John Lopez and Landry Locker.
No John Lopez, no Landry Locker, Brandon Scott and Adam Spillane in instead. And it's the internet going nuts. Last segment of the day before we hand things off to the fellas on the drive. You'll have Clint Stoerner. You'll have 12-year NFL veteran and former Texan offensive lineman Wade Smith hosting for you, and Tyler Milner, T-Mill, will be holding it down behind the glass. But right now, the internet, I feel like, is going nuts about the C.J. Stroud return. C.J. Stroud is back. That is the topic, the main story here in Houston. And I wanted to know from the people, what is the level of concern with him out there? Because nobody is fixing their lips to say that C.J. Stroud, if able to clear protocol and obviously feeling comfortable enough to be out there to practice and play, that he shouldn't play. We all agree. C.J. Stroud needs to be out there. C.J. Stroud should be out there, especially if he can be. But how does it make you feel? Especially the football team that you've watched over the last few weeks, man. I mean, it's a reality. There's nothing you can really do about it, but there's some uneasiness, some uneasiness for me about it. I know Jerry has called us on on the hotline here. 713-572-4610 is the way to get in. Jerry, how are you feeling about this, man?
Well, look, don't take this wrong, and I really hope he makes it back. But, the take on him when he was at Ohio State is that he never wanted to run the ball. And if you go back to before he got hurt, when he got hit in the second quarter, he came back second half, and he threw, if my memory's correct, 3 interceptions. Unfortunately, I don't see him coming back. I think he's going to have the happiest feet that you've ever seen. And I don't see him as a tough guy, so I don't see him making his way back, unfortunately. I think he's done.
Oh.
I hope I'm wrong.
Oh, yeah.
I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, thanks for the phone call.
I like the way he finds the open man, but I don't see it, man.
Interesting. Hey, thanks for the phone call, Jerry. I appreciate it. Man, Jerry went the extra mile there. I don't think he's tough. I'm not going there, man. Far be it from me, a dude that talks for a living. All I do is run my mouth. Far be it from me to be talking about a football player not being tough. So you'll never hear me do that. And to CJ's credit, I do think he's got plenty of toughness in him. Now, I do think that there's some validity to where the criticism felt like it was going in the beginning there, which is what mine was in the previous segment. They're a little greedy. Like, they're a little greedy, a little cocky. We can remember earlier in the season when CJ Stroud was talking about, hey, man, we want to make – I want more explosive plays downfield. And I'll be damned if almost immediately they weren't challenging things downfield a lot more and to a degree of success too. So credit to him for feeling the agency to be able to go out there and say so, and for the coaches to recognize that they got a quarterback with a unique ability. But they're greedy. They're greedy, man. I'd like to see them have a little bit more of a quick game instituted into things. I wish they were more balanced, even though we can agree that running the football probably ain't the best way to win a game. It is a good thing to have, to be balanced. I do think that part of it is important, man. So I don't know, man. You think about CJ Stroud coming back in this game. I think a way to protect him. I totally disagree with Jerry that he's not tough and that he shouldn't come back. He's got to come back if he's able to. Like, just flat out. He's got to come back if he's able to. But they've got to do some things to, and I'm talking about schematically, coaching-wise, game planning-wise, organizationally, that protect this guy.
Well, I mean, you're trying to win, and you have a chance to make the playoffs, which I think is incredibly important to this organization when you consider what the last 3 years have been. So if you can make the playoffs right now, I think it puts you in it has you headed in an incredible direction if you can make the playoffs in year one of DeMeco Ryans and TJ Stroud. So you have to go for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
No question about that.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And if I'll say this, if he couldn't go, that would be, I don't know what would be a bigger story. Like right now, the story is that he's out there, and I think that is trending toward him probably being able to play eventually. We'll see how it goes this week. But, man, it'd be an even bigger story if for some reason he couldn't play. And I don't think it has nothing to do with being a wimp or not being tough or nothing like that. Like, that's ridiculous. But, like, if he couldn't play in this game, that would signal that something is seriously wrong. Like, and also, since we see him on the practice field today, that would also mean that there had to have been some sort of setback, some sort of regression that is not encouraging for his long-term health. Like we would have to start having much more serious conversations that go beyond football if he didn't play in this game.
Yeah, I don't know where he's at in the concussion protocol, so I don't want to.
I'm not speculating. I'm just saying if that happened, you know, my man Jerry went all the way on the deep end talking about he doesn't think he's gonna come back because he ain't tough. Man, do you know how hard the stuff that these guys do to go out there, like the things that they do to get out there on the field? I wouldn't celebrate them as tough. I think that they're borderline insane.
Well, they are.
Yeah, I think there's some insanity to it beyond just toughness. I think some of it is somewhat cuckoo. So I'd point that out. Internet going nuts here. Another one. The Jalen's, man. The Jalen's are catching heat. All of them with Houston ties, man. I look at Jalen Hurts out there in Philly. That's a Houston guy, Channel View guy. We don't care about the Eagles, but I care about Jalen Hurts and his long-term success. Hate to see that he's getting all the criticism that he's getting. It sound like the folks out there didn't quit on him. And then actually here in the city, the Jalen's, Petrie and Green. Jalen Petrie, another native, but also Texan safety, second year. Jalen Green, number 2 overall pick for the Rockets. Folks are starting to think that Houston might have got sold lemons on these guys. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm at a weird spot because I think that both of these guys' presence are absolutely needed. Jalen Green even more so, given his position and, you know, just the fact that there are fewer basketball players on the court at once. So one player just means a lot more in basketball than one player in football. I mean, I guess unless he's the quarterback. But, dude, both of them, they got to get it together, man. Which one is more concerning right now in terms of their play, would you say? Which one is more of a red flag right now? Probably it's got to be Green, right?
Yeah, I think so, just because, well, I mean, they're both very similar in that I guess the big difference is that Green is in year 3, Petrie is in year 2, but they have gotten worse as the seasons have gone along. Like, I think if you look at Jalen Green's first month, he was pretty good. You know,
yeah, he was.
19 points a game. You know, the shooting wasn't like elite, but
he had that Lakers game.
Yeah, it wasn't awful. And then just the last month has been just really bad, and it's to the point where he has not been on the floor a lot. So I think they are probably in similar boats, but I think Green is far more important to the future of the Rockets, or at least he was more important. He's the second pick in the draft. Like, that's the guy you have to hit on.
Yeah.
Whereas you need to hit on a second-round pick like Jalen Petrie, but it's not like the most crucial thing in the world.
Yeah, and he plays safety. It's not necessarily even the most crucial position, even in this defense. So, I mean, we're talking about with Jalen Green. I mean, it's a story either way. Like, you can maybe put the Petrie thing on the back burner as much as you want, or mask it with other issues. Hell, just talk about the quarterback situation. Talk about the offensive line. Talk about the lack of weaponry when you take away Tank Dell and, you know, Nico Collins is the only guy that can even somewhat dictate coverages for opposing defenses or against opposing defenses. But, dude, Jalen Green even being in this conversation right now, me asking, hey, you know, which one of them matters more right now? Like, that's an indictment on the situation in and of itself, that I would even go there, because this was supposed to be the year that he took the leap. And this is another thing you and I hit on a lot whenever we're doing the H-Town Hoops podcast. This is not a contract year, but it is kind of effectively a contract year. You know, like it is, but it ain't, because this is supposed to be the year when you're convincing guys being like Tillman Fertitta and Rafael Stone, like the guys that are in charge of whether you get this money that you're trying to get, this max contract that, if you remember, that you went out of your way to say that was one of your goals and something that you wanted on draft night when you were drafted. The ones that are in charge of making that happen for you would like to see that or know that you're that type of guy by year 3. And we are, I don't have the math in front of me, but to get this far into year 3 and to feel like, and we did this on the show too, on the podcast, the answer is a definitive no.
Yeah, but he's got 54 games to prove himself. That's a long way to go. There's a long time left in the season, and even if there's no max out there for him after this season, you can come back next year and have a really good year. So the book has not been fully written on Jalen Green or Jalen Petrie for that matter.
Yeah, internet going nuts. So on Jalen Petrie, internet going nuts, as we mentioned, Kareem Jackson is back. And I feel like that's something that, you know, in the very specific Texans Twitter and Houston sports fans, especially like day ones, people that have been around for a while, Kareem Jackson coming back, something that probably been monitoring ever since he got released several days ago. Like, hey, could the Texans be interested? Now, it sounds like the Broncos were hoping that he'd clear waivers or that they'd be able to bring him back possibly, but he doesn't. The Texans pick him up. We're just talking about Jalen Petrie, talking about the Jalens, the conundrum of Jalens right now. What do you anticipate being the impact of Kareem Jackson on this team, both for the team and then also specifically for Jalen Petrie, perhaps?
Probably not much, really, for either. Like, I don't think that he's like going to come in here and hold Jalen Petrie's hand. I think it's just a guy who's experienced and has seen a lot in the NFL, and if you need him, he can step in a pinch, and he can fill a lot of different roles. And there's not a huge learning curve with him just because he's been around for such a long time. So I just think it's a guy that you add for depth. It's a guy who knows what he's doing on the field, and you don't have to teach a whole lot.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to remember a couple of years ago when the Rams won the Super Bowl and they lost all their safety, so they went out and signed Eric Weddle off the street.
Yeah.
That's, in a sense, I think that's a very similar situation to what the Texans are trying to do here with Kareem Jackson, only I don't think that they are going to be relying on Kareem Jackson the same way that the Rams were relying on Eric Weddle back then.
Yeah, and I hope that this doesn't sound too fluffy or cliche, because I really don't mean for it to be. I believe this wholeheartedly. Signing Kareem Jackson and bringing him onto this team, to me, represents a mentality and the personality that the team is trying to adopt. The identity that the team is trying to adopt of being more of a physical, hit the other team in the mouth, and they still don't have enough of that. I feel like they've got some of it on defense. I honestly don't feel like they got enough of it on offense. Like, let's just be honest, man, as we get ready to welcome in Clint Stoerner or go out to NRG Stadium to talk to Clint Stoerner and Wade Smith on the drive, man, I just don't feel like they got enough ass kickers. I feel like they need more guys that just will go out there and kick some ass. This has not been a nasty enough football team, in my view. And I say that as a guy who I don't really have all of that much nastiness in myself, but I do get it that that's what you need from a football team. And I just don't see a lot of that. I can appreciate that Kareem Jackson is at least somebody, and Wade knows as well as anybody, he is going to be somebody that brings at least that level of personality, that type of player profile to this team, and I think that's what DeMeco Ryans wants this team to be. What do y'all think about that, fellas? Can y'all hear me out there, first of all?
Hey, look here. We got you, man. We're out here at NRG Stadium at the TaxAct Texas Bowl 2023. Big 12 versus the SEC, Oklahoma State versus Texas A&M. But we're gonna get to that. We got Smitty in the house, and you just put it out there. K-Jack is back in the building. I'm absolutely stoked about it. I'm a fan of the guys. I didn't play him, don't know him, but I love watching him play football. Smitty, the floor is yours, man. K-Jack is a Texan.
He's a Texan, and it's a damn good feeling for me personally. But I think it's a lot of fans that remember what K-Jack brought to this organization for a really long time. He played at a very high level, left here, even eclipsed what he did here in Houston when he went to Denver, went out there and became a Pro Bowl player. That physicality is his brand. He was one of the guys that when he was still a cornerback, I used to say all the time, I'm sure I got tweets about this, live tweeting games where it's 2016, 2017. And I'm like, Kareem Jackson, the best tackling DB in the league.
Yep.
And he was that guy for so many years. Now all of a sudden he's a dirty player. I just think that the rules have changed. They're trying to get over, trying to protect guys, and K-Jack is still the same guy. So that physicality is going to be there. That's kind of the only concern I have is how is it going to translate? Got 2 games left in the season. Is he going to be able to stay out of the way of getting that personal foul? But besides that, everything you talked about, B-Scott physicality, he's going to bring it.
Well, hey, look, fellas, I don't like to throw the word dirty around. I was putting it in the damn – I like to throw the word dirty around for other reasons, but not when we're talking about players.
As long as it's red.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. But, look, I mean, there's times when let's call it reckless, right? I mean, it's in today's game – it's such a fine line, and you're trying to hit a moving target, and that target is sliding half the time and jumping the other time and getting hit from the backside the other time, and then there's about 2 inches difference from the crown of your helmet and your face mask. I mean, it's such a just a bang bang play. It's hard for me to label guys dirty when you play extremely physical, when you're violent when you arrive. I think it's just a matter of time before the league gets you, finds you, suspends you. Now, I do think KJ, I think his last one, was kind of a throw in the face of the NFL, and that last little incident he had in Denver. But nonetheless, I absolutely love the addition here for multiple reasons. We're going to get into that during the show, fellas. But I've been listening to you guys, and y'all been killing it, man. We do a hell of a job, fellas.
Man, look, I really appreciate that. And I was saying this earlier too, Clint. I love listening to you. But, man, get you and Wade Smith together, man. And Wade, it's been a minute since I heard you too, man. So like I am very, very excited about the drive being live. I want to hear about the scene, everything that y'all got going on over there. I'm very excited, especially this transition that we're going from nerds to jocks, and we say that like we embrace our identity over here. We don't have no insecurity about it, but we're going from the nerds to the jocks out there at NRG Stadium. You are listening to KILT HD2 at Odyssey Station, and The Drive is live.
That's right, and whichever one of them avenues you're listening to us on, we greatly appreciate you listening in and giving us a couple of minutes of your holiday. What is today, Wednesday?
It is.
Today's Wednesday.
It is
there you go.
Day.
2 days after Christmas, a few days before the new year. It is absolutely beautiful to be speaking to the city of Houston once again. Again, we appreciate you guys joining us. And as B. Scott alluded to multiple times, Ron Hughley is out. And Wade Smith, former Houston Texan, former Pro Bowler, good friend of the station, good friend of mine, longtime friend of mine, and one of the best dudes in the business. Smitty, man, it's good to have you, baby.
It's good to be here, man. We got a nice scene in front of us. You got the Texas A&M logo painted in one end zone. You got Oklahoma State in the other end zone. You hear the Texas Bowl here in Houston and at NRG Stadium. I'm excited about that. I'm sure a lot of people listening are, but I know there's a lot that people want to hear about. The Texans are 2 games left in the season. You know that the playoffs are right upon us. You finish the deal with these last 2 games, and you're going to be in. But it's going to take a lot to make it happen. So we're going as you said, we're going to cuss and discuss it and figure out how we're going to get there.
Yes, Smitty, we got some things to unpack. No matter who's in the studio, we got some things to unpack because there's a lot of good news coming from the Texans right now, and in terms of who's been claimed and who's back on the practice field, and then. You know, when Smitty's in the building, we got to talk about O-line play. We got to talk about the run game, the lack thereof. What's it look like? What's the future look like? And Smitty can break that down and bring it in a way that just nobody else can. So we'll unpack that as well. And hey, we can't go much longer and not let the people know that my man T. Mill is back in the building. T. Mill, do you have me, baby?
I read you loud and clear, sir.
There he is. Hey, look, and that's just a tired T. Mill, man. He had some puppy problems. Had to go. I hope I don't. Is this against? I'm not breaking any of Dusty's rules or anything. I'm not putting any medical information out there, T. Mill. But he has some puppy problems. Went out there and took care of his 4-legged family. That is a tired Tyler that hadn't had much sleep. That's not nasally Tyler that been on that dirty water for a late night. T, how you doing, man?
That is facts. What you said right there, man. I am running on minimal sleep here. It was a bit of an eventful Christmas evening for us and one of my puppers, but she's doing well. We got her home. She's safe, and that's what's important, you know.
T. Mill, you know, you ain't gonna believe this, man. Yes. Prayers up to the pup, man. Keep recovering well. Hey, because I talked to a couple of folks. That little issue she had is no joke. That's nothing to play with.
Scary,
man.
So,
man. I can only imagine. But you ain't gonna believe where I found myself last night, fellas.
Where is that?
Well, it was at the chairman's event, which for the TaxAct Texas Bowl.
Okay.
I am a board member, Smitty. I know it's hard to believe.
I did not know
I know
that.
when I walk in the door, it doesn't scream board member, but hey.
I'm seeing this blazer you got on right now. It's screaming board member to me now.
Come on, I'm trying, Smitty. I'm growing up, man. I got 2 kids now, man. Hell, I'm
Hey,
I'll be 46 in 2 days, brother.
Hey, I got 4. You can't get me out of a hoodie, baby. It is what it is.
I hear you. Hey, but T. Mill, man, I found myself last night, man. I'm at this chairman's event, man, and I look over and, you know, you got Gundy sitting over in the corner, and I'm looking around looking for all the powers that be up there in CSTAT in College Station. And I look over, and my man Ross Bjork is over there just chilling, and Justin Moore, again, one of the, what would they call an assistant ADs or no disrespect, I'm probably butchering that, but some of the powers that be, some of your Aggie head dogs were there, man.
That looked like a hell of an event, and I was very jealous that you were there, man.
Ooh, hey, I'm gonna tell you, the Grove over there in downtown.
Yeah.
That the way it's set up with that little second deck area where you can obviously rent it out. And, man, it was a hell of an event. But, you know, Sarah Frazier, our boss lady, she's been the chair of the TaxAct Texas Bowl for the last 2 years. This is her outgoing. I guess they're handing it over. I guess they changed that, you know, every few years. And she's done a hell of a job. And so I thought I'd show up and support. And I'll be damned if I wasn't rubbing elbows with the big wig Aggies, man. It was a good time. They repped you well, T. They repped you well.
Love to hear it, bro.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I wouldn't expect anything less, man, unless you would have been there, and then you'd have probably pissed me off.
Giggle.
Ron. We got a big show lined up, man. We got D'Amico Ryans will be live right here on Sports Radio 610 right around 2:15. So we're I don't know, 10 minutes out. We're going to break a little early here in the next few minutes to make sure we're ready for D'Amico live. This is the first time that D'Amico has spoke since the last game, obviously. Been a few extra days since we've heard from the head coach, and he's got some news. What's he think about K-Jack? Obviously, he's going to be a big part of his defense. Smitty, we're going to dig into that, man. To me, it's just a question of how quickly can he plug into D'Amico's defense and get up to speed, because that secondary is going to be fun to watch, assuming he's going to be part of it, and assuming that Jalen Petrie gets it all figured out. But D'Amico Ryans, C.J. Stroud back on the field. D'Amico Ryans, I'm sure will be asked about that right out of the gate. We're going to give away some Texans tickets as well, y'all. All our listeners out there, we're giving away, is it a pair or is it 4 tickets every time, T? Tighten me up.
It'll be a pair each time, sir.
Okay, 2 tickets in the 3 o'clock hour, 2 tickets in the 4 o'clock hour, and 2 tickets in the 5 o'clock hour to come see. Look, this game right here is for all the marbles, man. There's a wild card spot up for grabs here. This is a must-win situation for the Texans. We got Warren Moon, former Houston Oiler quarterback, obviously. Oiler great. Warren Moon, Hall of Famer. We got him at 4:10, and we got Sean Bajani, SportsRadio610.com. He's fresh off the practice field. I just mentioned C.J. Stroud is back on the field in some capacity. Sean Bajani will let us know exactly what that is with his Texans practice report at 4:40. But let's start there, Smitty. We got C.J. Stroud, man. C.J. Stroud is back on the field, and I don't know how dialed in you are to concussion protocol, where it sits today relative to where it was when you were playing, but I think it was strategic and purposely done that he was back in meetings last Friday. He was back at least on the field for the Friday accelerated walkthrough, whatever they call it nowadays. I think that's part of the protocol. And now you start this week, bang, first practice. C.J. Stroud is reported to be back on the field. Obviously, big news for the Texans.
Definitely big news for the Texans. I tell you what, with the concussion protocol thing, it's one of those things where, hey, you go a couple of days without having any symptoms, now you can move to the next step. And then when you move to the next step, if you do that next step, and then you know what, after you doing that next step, a couple of days pass and you don't have any symptoms still, then you can move to the next step. And so that's what you're seeing, that progress and that process that D'Amico talked about at the press conference it was a couple of days ago when they were like, is CJ going to be out for the year? And he's like, oh, don't say that. He's working through the process. Yeah. And so that's what you saw. And the Texans missed them the last 2 weeks. They were able to get a win in Tennessee, weren't able to pull one out here in Houston against the Browns. Hopefully it'll be for sure that he's back this week. Him practicing this week is a very good sign for that, but he's needed. Like you mentioned earlier, this is a playoff game for the Texans. Like, straight up and down, you got to win this game if you want to make it to the playoffs. You got a division opponent in the Tennessee Titans, and although there's ways that they can finagle it around to get in there and backdoor in there, if they do lose this game, you can't look at it this way. That way you have to figure out a way to get a W, and C.J. Stroud being back is a huge lift to make that happen.
Well, I mean, the way you put it, Smitty, was the season ultimately hinges on C.J. Stroud's health, and I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think you could probably, as you said, figure out a way to get past the Tennessee Titans. Obviously, 2 weeks ago they beat them with Case Keenum, and so you could. It's not unfathomable to think that they could beat them in their own backyard here at NRG Stadium without C.J. Stroud. But I think the big part of that, Smitty, is that then it puts a definite must-win, or what we think is going to be a must-win situation with the Indianapolis Colts as the first game that C.J. Stroud would be back after missing 3 ball games in an extended period of time. So getting him back in the fold this week clearly is the best for the team. But I think as you look forward, having C.J. Stroud with 1 game under his belt, with 2 weeks of practice under his belt, when you play that big-time game against Indy in Week 18 to wrap things up, it'll probably be for a wild card. You've got him, again, multiple practices, game, and he should, at that point in time, definitely be back to some level of the C.J. Stroud that we saw this year.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see out of it. Can you get C.J. Stroud at the level of what he was before he had an injury? Because he was on his way to the Rookie of the Year. We'll talk about that later on in the show, that we think he is that guy. He was having that type of season leading up to that point, and if you can get him anywhere close to that level, then that bodes well for the Texans.
Absolutely, man, and I think he's got Rookie of the Year sewn up if he gets healthy this week. I think he's got it sewn up. I mean, I trust that he's going to play halfway decent, but that Rookie of the Year, man, I mean, there's the kid, the receiver out with the Rams is doing some impressive things, but when I look at what C.J. Stroud has done, I mean, I've never seen a rookie quarterback put those kind of numbers up, take his team to the next level, and do it in the fashion that C.J. Stroud is doing it in. He doesn't have a ton of run after catch. He doesn't have a lot of screen game. He doesn't have run game helping him. He's had offensive line injuries galore. He's had wide receiver injury galore. His own issues with injuries. The way in which he's doing it, I'm sorry, if he finishes the season, as long as he doesn't miss the last month or 5 weeks, if he finishes the season healthy, I think the Rookie of the Year award is wrapped up. All right, it's 2:10. We're going to break a little bit early because we want to make sure that everybody out there listening that we are locked and loaded for Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans when he hits the mic for the first time to bring all this beautiful news to the Houston Texans fans. We will be live right here on Sports Radio 610. Make sure you stay plugged in. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns, but the season is far from over.
You hope to have a chance with 2 games left. That's great. That's something to play for. To have something on the line, and games in December are obviously very important.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Seasons are in full gear, and BetQL is ready to help you win more consistently this year. BetQL is an absolute game changer if you're looking to find trends to help you win. Make smarter bets on spreads, totals, player props, and more. BetQL has already helped over 300,000 people with powerful analytics and community insights. Don't fumble the ball at the goal line or airball any free throws this
You'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
The NBA season is in full swing. And if you live for the hardwood drama, you'll love Odyssey's newest podcast, Heat Check with Trista Crick. Stay up to date with the latest storylines, hottest takes, and best interviews from around the game. New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Ron Hughley is out. Wade Smith is in. And got a little bit of an echo in my ear there, boys, but we'll get that thing figured out. We're waiting D'Amico Ryans. We want to make sure that we came back in time to be plugged and ready when he hits the podium. But we were talking about C.J. Stroud when we went to break, and we were talking about Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
And Smitty, this is an interesting year. I think he's got Rookie of the Year locked up. But there's no doubt about it that he was playing his way into the MVP conversation when he got hurt, or maybe at least a week before he got hurt. Let's say up to the New York Jets game. He was playing his way into the MVP, and I think it was legit. When people first started talking about the first 2 weeks, I was like, hey, let's relax a little. Let's pump the brakes a little. We don't know what kind of team this is going to be.
Right.
Let's relax. But as the team continued to get better, as they started trending towards 10 wins possibly, and then possibly even winning the division and getting to the playoffs, and I think there was a real shot, had he stayed healthy, that he would play himself into the MVP conversation. Do you feel that's accurate? Do you feel like there was a chance? Do you feel like it was at least worth the conversation that would include C.J. Stroud? Not necessarily he was going to win it, but at least the conversation included him.
So I think for sure he had included him, and I look at it like this: the starting off in the season, the Puka kid with the Rams, he was head and shoulder above everybody to start off the year. He started off fast. There was no Cooper Kupp, so he was putting up huge, crazy numbers. Then C.J. went on his run, and C.J. pretty much had it sold up in my eyes. Then he gets hurt.
You're talking Rookie of the Year.
Rookie of the Year.
I was talking MVP, but you're talking Rookie
you're talking
of the Year.
Yeah. Okay.
No, let's stick with Rookie of the Year, because we didn't finish that conversation up. Let's stick.
You're talking about MVP.
Let's stick with Rookie of the Year.
Well, yeah, Rookie of the Year. So because with Rookie of the Year, I thought he pretty much had that sold up. Then he gets hurt. The Rams are winning ball games. Puka's still putting up decent numbers. So I don't think it's all the way sewn up. I think if he plays anywhere close to the level of what he's been playing this year against the Titans, then it's sewn up.
Yeah.
Because the Puka guy, I don't know what his stats are looking at now, but I know he has over 1,000 yards.
Oh yeah.
He's at huge numbers. He might be 1,400 yards or something crazy like that. He's having a hell of a year, and that team turned around to where I think they were like 2-5 or something at one point, and now they're a playoff team.
Yep.
And so like I said, CJ getting hurt, and the way that the NFL works and the way people work, they forget real quickly. What was right there in front of him. Like Brock Purdy 48 hours ago was the MVP.
Yep.
Now he's not even in the conversation. So, it is important what have you done for me lately? So, CJ coming out and putting his a decent foot forward this week, I think sews up the rookie year for him.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I think he comes back, and I think he plays, say, an average C.J. Stroud, which, by the way, is 300 yards.
That's damn good.
It's pretty damn good. But if he does that, I think he's got that sucker locked up. Do you think there's any validity to, as the season went along, the MVP conversation? Pat Mahomes not playing what you expect. Josh Allen not playing what you expect. Up until recently, Lamar Jackson was in a new offense. He's not statistically putting up the numbers. So all of a sudden, then it becomes, could a rookie quarterback that's playing lights out, that's leading the league in passing, that had – he had the longest run to start a career with no interception. His touchdown-interception ratio was phenomenal up until a certain point. Still really good, but was phenomenal up until over halfway through the season. With the MVP conversation being so wide open and so up for grabs with DNs and wide receivers and running backs in the conversation,
right?
Do you feel like C.J. Stroud, again, not saying he's going to win it, but do you feel like it's fair or reasonable to have a conversation that included him in the MVP, obviously before the injury?
For sure, there was a time, there was about a 3 or 4 week time span there, like around week 9 through 12, somewhere around there. We were like, damn, this dude here, he's having an MVP caliber season, especially with what the Texans were doing as a team, and the fact of the matter, he was the catalyst in making that happen. He was playing way above what you would think any rookie would play. He was in the conversation. Now, I don't know the history on this, but I think you have to be a division champion to win the MVP. So CJ could conceivably backdoor his way into an MVP if the Texans can win this division. He have 2 really good games because, like I said, Brock Purdy, what happened the other day, he's out of the conversation. And the Brock Purdy's numbers, when you match him up with C.J. Stroud's numbers, especially when you match up with what C.J. has around him compared to what Brock Purdy has around him, there's a possibility. I think Lamar Jackson, pretty much everybody thought he's got it sewn up because of what he did. But he doesn't have the numbers that typically what you see out of MVP. Like you said, there's defensive players that are in the conversation. It's wide open. So I could see a scenario where that could happen, where he could backdoor his way in there. But they got to win a division to do that. I don't. And people talk about Josh Allen being in the MVP conversation. If they don't win a division, how can you be the MVP and your team wasn't even good enough to win your division? To me, that just kind of eliminates you out of the discussion. So, but the Bills still have a chance to make it as well, because if they can somehow beat the Dolphins the last game of the season, if the Dolphins lose to the Ravens, which is a very possible thing this week, then the Bills will win that division, and now Josh Allen comes, I think, to the forefront of winning the MVP.
Well, it's just one of those years, Smitty, in the NFL where, and I'm here for it, man. I think there's an argument or a debate or a case to be made for a guy like Christian McCaffrey. I think that's year in, year out. You can make the case for Christian McCaffrey. It all boils down to, does his team win? Are they worth a damn? And now that he's with the 49ers, I don't know how you can look at that team and not think that the amount of productivity and the sheer number of snaps and what this guy's responsible for, how he's not in the top 3, right? But you look at it, and it's crazy, man. I mean, Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen and Joe Burrow, none of those really, to your point, Josh has got a chance to make a late run, but really none of those guys are in the conversation. I mean, up until, what was it, Monday night, it was Lamar, Brock, and Christian McCaffrey.
Right.
And so Jalen Hurts not even in the conversation. I mean, the top, I don't know what the actual odds in Vegas were, but I would be willing to bet you that the top 4 or 5 guys that were slated to win the MVP aren't even on the radar, with the exception of Josh.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about it.
It's wide open, man.
It's wide open, and people are very fickle. Like I said, Jalen Hurts was in the MVP conversation like 5 weeks ago. But then what happens is they go on a 3-game losing streak, and he's out of the conversation. You got other guys moving up. The thing about Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy, those guys kind of take votes away from each other, I think.
Yeah.
And so I think that gives an opportunity for somebody to wiggle themselves in. But to me, like, the MVP should be the best player on the best team or one of the top teams.
Sure.
And if I took him away from my team, how much difference would it make? You know, would we be the same team? If you took Lamar Jackson away from the Ravens, what would they be? I think they would have lost maybe 2 or 3 more games than what they have lost. If you take Josh Allen away from the Bills, to me, they might have the same record because earlier in the year, Josh Allen was throwing games away.
Yep.
He got his coach fired, even though he's putting up ridiculous numbers. It's the truth of the matter. Ken Dorsey is up out of there because Josh Allen was doing just really boneheaded plays.
Right.
He was kind of reverting back to the Josh Allen that came here in Houston that lost that playoff game where he's doing just crazy stuff, fumbling the ball over the place, trying to be Superman. But he's gotten back on track, and those numbers look great. And so he's in the conversation. Christian McCaffrey, a guy like him, he's a running back. So that's the strike against him. Then you got defensive players that are having amazing years. Because they're defensive players, they got that strike against them. It's typically a quarterback award.
Yeah.
And so you don't have any quarterbacks that have consistently played at a high level this entire season. And so because of that, now it's wide open.
All right, that's Wade Smith, 12-year NFL vet, former Houston Texan. He's in for Ron Hughley today. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. We're waiting on Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans to step to the mic here. We hadn't heard from him in, I don't know, what has it been, 3-4 days? Obviously, everybody's had a Merry Christmas. There's a lot going on here with the Texans that we got to hear from the head coach on. One of those things, obviously, C.J. Stroud being back on the field, but also, Smitty, Kareem Jackson is that news broke yesterday during our show that the Texans claimed him after the Denver Broncos waived him earlier this week. That's a big get for the Texans, man. I know you've got some experience with K-Jack, and it goes way back. But the crazy thing is it was believed when he left here last time, like, hey man, he's on his last leg, he's going to move on, and he's kind of on a decline, and he went out to Denver, and with the exception of the issues that he's had, with the fines and suspensions here on how he's playing the game. Well, we'll talk about K-Jack when we get back. Here's your head coach, Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans.
Encouraging to have CJ back out at practice today. It's encouraging to see him. It just lifts everybody's spirits to see him back doing well and still progressing in the right direction. So, happy about that.
Can you tell us more about his status and where he's at right
now? Yeah, right now he's in stage 4 of the concussion protocol. Still has one more phase.
What went into the decision to bring Kareem Jackson?
Looking to add just another veteran safety there. We lost Jimmy with the injury. He won't be able to be back with us, so just looking to add more depth to our safety position there. And at this time of year, it's hard to find a guy who has the type of experience that Kareem has and the type of playmaking ability that he has. So we're able to add a guy, and looking forward to working with him.
Did the unnecessary roughness penalties play any factor into being hesitant to bring him back?
No. That does not play a factor in at all. No, Kareem has made a lot of plays in this league. As all of us, you have things to clean up, technique-wise, to clean up and make better decisions there. But that didn't slow the decision down for bringing him in. Yeah, we'll see where Will is going. He's made some strides, right? He's definitely moving in the right direction. He's out working out, so we'll see, what he can tolerate as the week goes along. And yeah, we're very hopeful to get Will back. He's been a very important piece to what we've done on defense, so it'll be great to have him back in some capacity.
Right now at Tennessee, they're going through a similar process as you with the quarterback situation. But what stands out about Ryan Tannehill if he is to be the starter for them?
Tannehill is the experience stands out. When you talk about decision making, God knows where to go with the football, can get there in a hurry. He makes really great decisions with the football. That's the thing that stands out about Ryan. Whoever plays quarterback, they feel like their scheme and everything that they do will stay the same. So we're preparing as if it's both guys or whoever is up will be ready to go.
Are there unique challenges
it's a little weird playing them so soon against Brick, but when it happens, you don't think much is going to change schematically from both teams. You kind of know what you're going to get. They know what we're going to do. We know what they're going to do. It's just going to come down to just players stepping up and making plays and see who plays the best. Right? This is a huge opportunity for us, and we're looking forward to it.
Y'all did such a good job last time against Derrick Henry. What is the key to making sure y'all do that again? Because since he's had so many good games, what's the team?
Right, Derrick is a phenomenal player. He's done it for a long time, made a lot of plays. So for us, each game is a new game. What happened last game, it really doesn't matter. Right, you have to show up every game, right? And we can't rest on what we did last game. We got to show up with the right mentality. We have to play the right way. We have to play good football, and it's going to take everyone to stop Derrick because he's such a phenomenal running back.
After a performance from the defense against like the Cleveland game, is that when you look back at it, is it, hey, we did this stuff incorrectly, let's fix it, or do you focus on, hey, this is what we need to be doing the correct way? What's kind of the balance of, hey, you did this wrong versus, hey, this is what it looks like when it's right?
For sure, there are a lot of great teaching moments within every game. Within that game, there are mistakes that we made that we clean up, and we get in the room, we talk about it, and we teach it, right? And we have thick skin, and we just go through it, right? Tell the truth about what happened on each and every play to make sure everybody understands so it doesn't happen again, right? And that's the main thing, is just as we're coaching and teaching it, just want to make sure we're all on the same page and make sure that we are better moving forward.
Rushing, coverage, at the same time working in tandem. You guys have shut down a lot of offenses. Why do you think sometimes it's been where you don't have either or type situation?
Yeah, rush and coverage will always go together. And you have to be where you're supposed to be in coverage, the rush. They have to execute and be where they're supposed to be. So it's a lot of little details, fine details that kind of go unnoticed when you're just watching the game. But when you really study it and look at it, if we play with the proper technique, we play with the right detail and execution, right, we play really good football. And showing the guys that when we do it right is pretty good. And we botch a couple things, it turns into explosives, turns into points, which is not good in our favor. So it's just a matter of us continuing to execute, continue to play together, right? That's what playing good football is about. It's about team ball, it's about playing together.
With 2 regular season games left and a potential playoff game, how much can Kareem Jackson help a young player like James?
Yeah, we'll see with Kareem. Again, he has valuable experience. He's been in the league for a long time. Right? He's played a ton of different schemes, played with a lot of different players. Kareem is a really good player, but he's also a really great teammate. Right? I've been fortunate to be his teammate, right, for 2 years, and he's a really great teammate. I know he cares a lot, and he'll do a great job of helping our young guys and teaching all of our young guys.
Got time for a few more.
In regards to the pieces around the quarterback, once CJ got hurt, the offense kind of went into a little bit of both from a scoring points perspective. Regardless of under center, what you guys have to do around the quarterback to prevent whoever's out there from having to overcompensate?
With the offense and how we operate, man, is really about, it goes back to executing, right? And it starts up front, executing, right? And it starts with the run game, right? If we can get the run game going, it helps whoever is under center, right? And I think that's shown when we've played well and we've played well on offense, we've ran the ball well, right? And there have been games when we've had CJ, he's been able to throw the ball well. So wherever you're relying, I really truly believe if we're running the ball well, that helps us all.
Minko, do you, for a quarterback, assuming he passes the test, doesn't have a setback, when the game starts, what will you be looking for to make sure he's the same as CJ?
You're just looking for efficiency, right? Just being able to command the huddle, right? Being efficient with the plays that we're asking him to run. That's what you're looking for. Just looking for him to be comfortable in the moment, right? And the main thing is you want to keep the defenders off of him, right, as much as possible, so we don't have another hit or anything like that to, make him go backwards. So we just got to make sure we're protecting him, make sure we're playing efficient, and make sure we're just pressing forward, moving the football.
Last regular season home game, you guys go 5-3. Kind of obvious, but how important is it to go out with a win, go out with a bang in that regard?
Yeah, for us, it's a great opportunity for us. Playing against the Titans, really good opponent, right? And
important game for us because it's the next game. And we know how important it is, but for us, we didn't have a great outing last week, and the main thing for us is to come out, we have to play better. And we want to play better in front of our home fans. We'd love to have, their continued support, but they've been great all year for us, been loud for us, and we need that again. Going into our last home game here, need our fans loud, need them rowdy, and just create that true home field advantage that we always ask for.
Thank you, Coach.
All right. Thank you, guys.
That's D'Amico Ryans, Texans head coach. Lot of good nuggets right there, y'all. We got to break that down. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans game week. D'Amico's crew closes out the home schedule with a must-win matchup against the Titans on Sunday. Texans countdown gets going at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros.
Yeah! Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat It Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Academy Sports and Outdoors. 69 Southwest Freeway, southbound at Elgin. It's a stall that has a left shoulder block. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
At Academy Sports and Outdoors, we've spent 80-plus years in the business of fun. Early morning hunting fun. Late night, need new cleats before tomorrow morning's game fun. So whatever fun you're gearing up for, you'll find it for less at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Measure equal parts of hydrophosphorus with an alkaline balancer.
Gardening doesn't have to be dull or difficult.
This is a call in and chat with us.
We believe gardening should be fun.
Or just listen to us chat.
Welcome to Home Show Garden Pros, making gardening fun again. Saturday mornings 7 till 9.
I want to get my butterfly garden going again.
Aww.
We answer.
Other things that you could look
Advice and tips that put easy and fun into your lawn and landscaping.
Getting a little crazy in here.
Saturday mornings on Sports Radio 610.
Time is running out for you to experience Houston's biggest college football showdown. Don't wait and secure your seats now when the Texas A&M Aggies and Oklahoma State Cowboys go head-to-head at the TaxAct Texas Bowl on Wednesday, December 27th. Be a part of the college football fanfare all week long with exciting and free Bowl Week events, tailgating, live Texas music, and so much more. All benefiting Houston's oldest children's charity, DePelchin Children's Center. Find your tickets, suites, or group offer opportunities today at TaxActTexasBowl.com. Time is running out for you to experience Houston's biggest college football showdown. Don't wait and secure your seats now when the Texas A&M Aggies and Oklahoma State Cowboys go head-to-head at the TaxAct Texas Bowl on Wednesday, December 27th. Be a part of the college football fanfare all week long with exciting and free Bowl Week events, tailgating, live Texas music, and so much more. All benefiting Houston's oldest children's charity, DePelchin Children's Center. Find your tickets, suites, or group offer opportunities today at TaxActTexasBowl.com.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for Yuengling Flight, the best light beer on the planet that you're going to find. We love the numbers with Yuengling Flight, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't taste good, and Yuengling Flight tastes amazing. It's my beer. We're right on the cusp of the holiday season, right in the middle of football season. Nothing goes better with either of those things, holidays or football, than Yuengling Flight. Go get yourself some wherever it is you get your beer and load up that bottom shelf of the fridge just like I do. It's Yuengling Flight, and drink responsibly.
If you're looking for a brand new Chevrolet, I know what you're thinking if you've just started the process. Oh, the city's so big, I got to drive around all over the place. But you don't when you go to Bayway Chevrolet, because Bayway Chevrolet has the Bayway Guarantee. If you bring in any written offer from any dealership in Houston, including if it's emailed to you, so you don't have to drive to any other dealerships, bring that offer into Bayway Chevrolet, and Bayway Chevrolet will beat that offer. If they can't beat that offer, the general manager, Trice Ham, is going to give you $1,000 cash. They do not mess around. With the Bayway Guarantee, you're either going to end up with the best deal in the city of Houston on a brand new Chevy, or you're going to walk away with $1,000 cash. You've got nothing to lose, whether it's a Suburban, a Silverado, a Tahoe, whatever you're looking for. You can find it at Bayway Chevrolet, just minutes from the Beltway and 288. Super easy to get to and always with the best deal in Houston. Check it out online at baywaychevrolet.com. It's Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Vicks Vapo Stick delivers soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. Vicks Vapo Stick. Comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Build your custom home on your land with Our Vision Homes. Our Vision Homes is a family-owned and operated custom home builder in Greater Houston for 17 years. Learn how to get started building your custom home by attending one of our Build on Your Land seminars. Visit ourvisionhomes.com to register for this free seminar. Our Vision Homes guides you each step of the way, providing a turnkey process. Visit ourvisionhomes.com today. That's ourvisionhomes.com. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
We're getting you set for the TaxAct Texas Bowl on Sports Radio 610. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Live from NRG Stadium, it's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. 12-year NFL vet Wade Smith is in. We are live today, live broadcast. We're at NRG Stadium up in the press box. We're sitting where Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware call the Texans game, looking down on the beautiful NRG field right now, TaxAct Texas Bowl.
I'm showing it to the people, man.
Come on, man.
I'm showing them our view to the people.
Yes.
Live from the press box, baby.
Yeah, man.
If you ain't watching on YouTube right now, you're missing out. You got the view of NRG Texas Bowls going down today.
It is going down today. Kickoff tonight at 8 o'clock. Again, you got Texas A&M them fighting Aggies versus them Pokes, baby, Oklahoma State Cowboys. It'll be a hell of a matchup, man. I know at Oklahoma State, number 20 in the country, they had their chances this year to really make some noise. Slipped up in a couple of different games, but another great run by Gundy and his team. And then you look over at Texas A&M, and I think a lot of people immediately say, well, you know, A&M, what the hell happened? They fired their coach. It was an underwhelming season. But look here, this is a team where they hire a new head coach roughly a month ago. And Mike Elko is, at this point in time, the guys that are going to transfer, at least the most of them, they're out. The guys that are here are committed, and they've had roughly 12 to 15 practices, now a bowl game, to impress the new head coach. I mean, that's pretty motivating for those guys. So I expect this game tonight to be a great one. Look, TaxAct Texas Bowl, the Texas Bowl folks always put on one hell of a show. So I expect this thing to be big time. I will be in the house. Smitty, we just heard from the Texans head coach, and there are some pretty pressing issues going on with the Houston Texans, given the fact that they've got 2 ball games left in this season. The division is up for grabs. A wild card spot is up for grabs. Potentially a home playoff, if everything falls in your favor, is up for grabs. And there are several, breaking news type nuggets that he spoke about. In fact, there's so many that I didn't even think about when we were talking earlier in the show, that Will Anderson's status is probably something that the fans would like to know about. But there's so much going on. C.J. Stroud obviously is back on the field to some degree, and I'll tell you I'll tell you what, Tyler. Do you have D'Amico on C.J.?
I do, yes.
All right, here is D'Amico Ryans on an update on Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud.
It's encouraging to have C.J. back out at practice today. It's encouraging to see him. It just lifts everybody's spirits to see him back doing well and still progressing in the right direction. So happy about that. Right now he's in stage 4 of the concussion protocol. Still has one more phase.
in stage 4. Now here's the deal. The next phase is him on the field, active at practice, is the final stage for C.J. Stroud. Right now, stage 4 is him getting back on the field and being involved to some degree, other than, let's say, full go. Right, the 5 stages are boxes that have to be checked by C.J. Stroud. I know one of them is just getting out and exercising, and not. The first one is symptoms in general.
Yeah.
The second one is exercising, getting winded, and the system's not returning. Getting back on the practice field and being with your team is one, and then obviously a full-blown practice for him. So we'll see. We'll keep you posted on how that goes. But health-wise, Smitty, it sounds like C.J. Stroud is able to be involved in practice, able to mentally go through everything he needs to prepare for the Tennessee Titans this week. And look, Smitty, I think for a guy like yourself, it's definitely later in your career where you were more established, is, hey, man, I just need to know that I'm healthy. I know the system. Give me a couple of days of sweat with the team, and you plug me in, and I'm ready to rock and roll. But given that C.J. Stroud is a rookie, we really don't know how in the hell he's going to respond to injury. We don't know how he's going to respond to missing so much practice. And so the sooner they can get him back out there and get him working, obviously, the better it's going to be for the squad.
Yeah, I tell you what, man, the rookie aspect, I think, goes out the window with C.J. Stroud. He kind of proved that with his play throughout this season leading up to the injury, that he's playing way beyond his years. And so I think it's more of the angle of, hey, how is he going to respond to a concussion as if any other quarterback or any other player in the league? Not everybody responds to concussions the same way. And so it's critical over these next few days to see how he responds from going through a full go practice. Does he not have symptoms so he can get cleared? And then early on in the ball game, monitoring and making sure that he's, just like D'Amico said in the press conference, he's making the play calls the right way. He's in and out of the huddle. He's making the reads properly. His timing is on point. He's seen things like he saw things before. Then he can go out there and be himself. But with most rookies, that would be compounded. But I think CJ has kind of surpassed that you don't have to worry about him playing like a rookie, because he played like a rookie, I think, a week and a half, and he hasn't played like a rookie since.
Yeah, really, until they just said, hey, CJ, we're going to have to be a pass-first football team, and you're going to have to carry the squad. At that point in time, the dude stopped playing like a rookie, stopped looking like a rookie, and started looking like a vet. I did a hit on a radio station this morning, Smitty, and in fact, the point you just made is I typically would be concerned about CJ, about a rookie quarterback missing a couple of weeks, and does he regress or does he return to form immediately? I would typically be concerned about that, but with C.J. Stroud, everything that he's done to this point, I've said it multiple times, I've never seen a rookie that starts week one of his rookie year. Yes, he's done some great things, but the way in which he's done them is mind-blowing to me from a quarterback lens. It's crazy how good this guy has been doing the most difficult things you can ask a quarterback to do in the league at an elite level. He's done it. And so given that that's the guy we're talking about, I fully expect him, now maybe unfair, and maybe even it's unrealistic, but I fully expect him to return to form. The next snap he takes for the Houston Texans, I expect him to show us what he's shown us all year long.
Yeah, I tell you what, I think the biggest tell, I think, for me is going to be watching how he handled himself in the pocket, because that was something that he was very advanced at throughout this season, where he was very calm in the pocket. He knew where to slide to, where to step up to, when to pull it down and run it, all those type of things. He didn't have happy feet in the pocket. He was good to go. Didn't look anything like a rookie. If you watch early in this ball game, once it gets cleared, and if he's playing in this ball game, hey, if you see him sitting in that pocket, he still has that same awareness, that same feel. He's not chasing ghosts. He's not, seeing things that aren't there. Then I think you should have a high expectation that CJ is going to go out there and be CJ, because it's hard to stop being as accurate as he is. Yeah. I mean, dude knows how to put the ball on the money. He knows, how to put the speed on it and the velocity on the ball that he needs to when he needs to do it. He just has a feel for a game that sometimes you really can't coach. Some people have that and some people don't, and he hasn't. So that's the thing I'm looking for, especially when you have, offensive line. You watch what happened last week and really last couple weeks. It's kind of leaky up front in the pass game. It was really leaky last week against the Browns. If you're seeing some of that happening, how is CJ handling that? And D'Amico mentioned that in the press conference of like, hey, first and foremost, we got to protect him. We got to make sure he's got a clean pocket because that'll give him more confidence. You don't have to worry about him seeing ghosts.
Yeah, Smitty, I mean, look, and a big part of that, I know we're talking about when we talk about the difference in quarterback play, I know we're talking about a 36-year-old vet in Case Keenum that's seen it all, man. But the reality of it is there's an instinct, there's an innate ability, there's a level of process with C.J. Stroud that just it's better than most guys that are starting in the NFL. The great ones have it, but I mean my point in saying all that is C.J. Stroud being the quarterback for this football team all of a sudden makes the offensive line's job significantly easier. He makes up for those guys missing a protection or an extra helmet being added to the rush that you don't have. He gets the ball out so quick, and he knows where to go with the football so quickly, man, that it just makes everybody around him better. So I agree wholeheartedly with the fact that, boy, if he's not seeing things the way he was, all of a sudden he starts getting hit the way Case was and the way even Davis Mills got hit late, you could have problems. But what CJ possesses, it's a little bit different, is the ability to stay away from out of those situations and really help his offensive line. Real quick, D'Amico Ryans, his report on C.J. Stroud is he's in phase 4, Smitty. I finally pulled it up here. The NFL protocol, this is according to NFL.com. The phases, I want to clear it up for the people. He's in phase 4 of the NFL protocol. 1 is rest, right? That's the accident or the concussion happened. Lay your ass down and let's get some rest. Number 2, phase 2 is aerobic exercise, running, jogging, biking, whatever, and do the symptoms return or not. Phase 3, football-specific exercises, which would be for C.J. Stroud. Can you go out and throw routes on air with a couple of receivers? Do the symptoms return? No. Okay, so now we go to phase 4, which is club-based non-contact training drills, which is ultimately, for a quarterback, damn sure, is really a practice, right? So that's where they're at right now with C.J. Stroud. And phase 5 is full football activity, which is clearance. So really the last stage is, hey, man, you're good to go play ball. So he is at phase 4 is when you wrap that up, man, you're cleared for full football activity, whether it's a game or a practice.
Yeah, and what you notice with a lot of these guys that are in the concussion protocol, they get cleared on Friday. So what ended up happening is you have them out there for a Wednesday practice and a Thursday practice, and a couple of days have passed by and they don't have any symptoms. Now all of a sudden on Friday they're cleared they're after a Friday practice. They're cleared and they're ready to play that Sunday. And so that's what we're hoping ends up happening with CJ, and he's on track, it looks like, to make that happen.
Absolutely, man. It's great news right now that C.J. Stroud on a Wednesday, heavy work day, is back on the field participating, and I'm anticipating him playing this week based on that, man. And so no better time for the young rookie quarterback that was playing, again, at an MVP level. No better time for him to come back for the Texans than when you need him the most against the Tennessee Titans. Last time you saw the Titans, Case Keenum sent them home and ended their playoff hopes, which I don't know if they had any anyway, but they ended them. This week it's about stepping on their throat and giving yourself a chance to not only get in the playoffs but win the division. We'll see if the Texans can take care of business there. All right, we've got a couple of more things I do want to react to a couple of other things that D'Amico Ryans said, because, look, he addressed Will Anderson, an update on Will Anderson, along with what Kareem Jackson is going to mean to this football team. And I think you're going to like what you hear, Houston, from your head coach. We'll do that next.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, Coach D'Amico isn't ready to talk about playoffs.
You have to earn those spots to get into the playoffs. So if we go and play better and earn a spot, then we can talk about possibly the playoff race and what does that look like. But until then, right, we got to do a much better job collectively.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Vita Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Cushata Casino Resort. On 288, the South Freeway, southbound at Reed Road, it's an accident that has a right lane blocked. You're invited to the big New Year's Eve celebration at Cushata. Get your free party favors, enjoy live music with LA Rocks, and count down to 2024 with a champagne toast and a
Tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil Nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Ron Hughley is out. Wade Smith, 12-year NFL vet, is in. And number 1, biggest story today, the biggest story we've had in a handful of weeks. And we had to wait a couple of extra days to hear from your head coach, DeMeco Ryans. C.J. Stroud is back on the field. And here's what your head coach had to say about your quarterback.
It's encouraging to have CJ back out at practice today. It's encouraging to see him. I think it just lifts everybody's spirits to see him back doing well and still progressing in the right direction. So, happy about that. Right now he's in stage 4 of the concussion protocol. Still has one more phase.
Stage 4. That stage 5 is actually you're cleared and you can play. Stage 4 is back at practice, football activities as normal. And we know he was flirting with that last week, Smitty, as he was back in meetings and at least back on the field with the football team on Friday before they laid that egg out here on Sunday afternoon. They may have been getting a little head start on making sure the football activity, stage 4, which again, the next stage is he's cleared and ready to play. They may have been getting a little head start on that. But this is big for C.J. Stroud to not only be ready to play, but to be able to get out there and practice, knock a little bit of rust off, get back in the groove, get back in rhythm with your guys, and be able to get this week's game plan, all under wraps before he before he plays Sunday.
Yeah, man, it's one of those things that you don't want to rush. It's something you want to take your time with and make sure that you get it right, because you want him to be there for the duration of his season, but also you want to make sure that his health is on point going forward as the face of this franchise. And so, the fact that he's out there on the field today, it's a Wednesday. He'll have today's practice, Thursday's practice, Friday's practice to get himself back in the swing of things. Missed a couple of weeks. And then now that can translate to being cleared and then moving forward. Sunday, you got a big game against the Tennessee Titans. You need him to be himself in order for the Texans to make sure that they put themselves in a position to, whether it's win the division, but for sure get into the playoffs. And that comes with the big game in Indy. But you have to handle your business this week first in order for that next game to have significance. And so C.J. Stroud being ready, I think that's a huge key to the Texans pulling that off.
Yeah, clearly just a significantly different football team with him out there. There's just something about his chemistry with Dalton Schultz, his chemistry with Nico Collins. Let's knock on wood and hope that those guys can stay healthy throughout the game and throughout the rest of the season in order to give the offense a chance to move the ball and put up some points. But and the other thing, Smitty, and we're going to get to this offensive line conversation before we get out of here today with Wade Smith in the building. We got to get to it. But the way in which C.J. Stroud just makes everybody's job significantly easier is a huge plus, man. Bobby Slowick included, by the way, when you're looking at that. So C.J. Stroud, stage 4, he's close, folks. He is close, and I anticipate him playing this week. D'Amico Ryans didn't stop there with the updates, though, because there is another first-round draft pick, another rookie that was having a hell of a year, Will Anderson. And I'll be honest with you, with the C.J. Stroud news, the fact that we're giving away all these tickets, the fact that Smitty's in here today, hell, I didn't even think about the update on Will Anderson. But luckily, the great media here in the city of Houston, it didn't take them long to make sure that they got a question in about Will Anderson. But here's D'Amico Ryans on an update on Will Anderson's injury and possible availability this week.
Yeah, we'll see where Will is going. He's made some strides, right? He's definitely moving in the right direction. He's out working out, so we'll see, what he can tolerate as the week goes along. And yeah, we're very hopeful to get Will back. He's been a very important piece to what we've done on defense, so it'll be great to have him back in some capacity.
Smitty, I don't know that they've ever needed Will Anderson more. I know he's a rookie, and I know we got a 15-game sample size, 16-week sample size, counting the bye week. But I don't know that they've ever needed him more. With Jonathan Grenard going down last week, and that's one update that I don't think we got. I don't remember hearing an update on Jonathan Grenard. Maybe that's good, but this defense, I don't know that they beat the Cleveland Browns last week because their defense was, and no C.J. Stroud was a major problem, but. Boy, watching this defense play with no Will Anderson on one side, no Jonathan Grenard on the other, is a major problem. So I got to believe that Jonathan Grenard is at least going to be somewhat limited in the game in terms of, because he plays with so much twitch, explosion, change of direction, that you got to think that knee, ankle, whatever the issue is with Jonathan Grenard, you got to think it's going to slow him down a little bit. I don't know that this organization's, or let's put it to you this way, I don't know that there's ever been a bigger moment or opportunity for Will Anderson to play and play lights out and continue to build, the resume as a number 3 overall pick this year.
Yeah, I tell you what, I guess it's week 17, right? Week 17 in the league, there's going to be a bunch of guys that are banged up, a bunch of guys that have some nagging injuries. If he can go, I'm sure he will. If he does not go, then that tells you that whatever he has going on is a little bit more significant than maybe we would like to be. But you make a great point when you bring up the fact that Jonathan Grenard out last week was a huge factor in what happened against Cleveland and their ability to throw the ball downfield and not have that pressure that he consistently gives. If he's out again this week, which you hope he's not, if he is out again this week, that just makes the spot shot on the attendance or the availability of Will Anderson just come that much more to the forefront. So you hope that both of those guys can get healthy sooner than later, because they're key pieces to what the Texans do up front, wanting to rush and cause pressure on the quarterback. You got a guy like Tannehill that will throw you the ball. And so you want to get after him, and especially get after him early so that you can eliminate the fact that Derrick Henry is involved in the ballgame. Even though the Texans did a great job against them last week, or a couple weeks ago, you don't want to assume that you're going to have that exact same performance that you had against them, because that was, I believe it was like an NFL record of a guy that had like 20 touches and like less than 15 yards or something crazy like that.
Yeah, last week was, I mean, it's wild, man, what we had to watch. But again, the injuries took a toll. I think it would have been a different game. Not going to sit here and make excuses, but Will Anderson, this is a huge opportunity for him, given the situation with Jonathan Grenard being banged up.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
I don't know if you guys have seen this yet, but it's been confirmed. It's been heavily reported, obviously. But this is one of those interesting things, and it happens in football. I don't quite get it, but Adam Schefter reported. Everybody reported it, but this is the first one that I come to here. Change in Denver. Broncos head coach Sean Payton has informed his team that Jarrett Stidham, Baylor, Auburn quarterback, spent some time up in New England. Can't remember where he was before he ended up in
with the Raiders.
Raiders, that where it was?
The Raiders.
But he has been Russell Wilson's backup all year long. Jarrett Stidham will start Sunday versus the Chargers.
Broncos country.
There it is with Russell Wilson as the backup. Per sources, Adam Schefter adds, with a 1-3 record in the last 4 ball games, Denver's looking to spark its offense and see what Stidham can do. And look, I think Stidham's a good player. I think Stidham is one of those guys that if the right things happen around him, if he gets the opportunity, the right thing happens around him, I think he could be a starting quarterback in this league. He could be a team that, he could be a quarterback that I think a team would hitch their wagon to and say, hey, we can win with this guy. But the story here, obviously, is Sean Payton deciding to bench his franchise quarterback, Russell Wilson. I don't think it surprises many folks because of what's gone on with Russell and the Denver Broncos and then Sean Payton and Russell Wilson. Clearly, I don't think Sean Payton has ever been real thrilled about having to coach Russell Wilson. But, boy, benching your franchise guy that's making that kind of money is a bold move.
Well, you got to think about it. This year, Russell Wilson wasn't having a great year. He was playing okay. He was playing pretty good.
Yep.
But he was protecting the football. He wouldn't turn the ball over. Before he played the Texans, he was really doing a good job of that. I remember being on the show with Drew Doherty, and I think it was Sean. No, it was Mark Vandermeer. Did the show before the game, and it was like, Russell Wilson, is he back? No, he's not back. He's not the guy that he was in Seattle, but he's protecting the football, and the team is built around defense, and they were winning ball games. Well, I think we turned them over 3 times. The Texans turned them over 3 times against when we played against Denver a few weeks back, and since then he's been struggling with protecting the football. And so now you're going to Jarrett Stidham to just keep the offense in a position to where they're not giving the ball to the opponent so that their defense can win them ball games like they did earlier in the year. So when numbers come in and contracts come in, it magnifies the situation and makes it worse than it actually is. But I just look at it like this. Hey, Sean Payton wants a game manager right now. He's talking about a spark. He wants a guy that's not going to turn the ball over. He's not going to give the ball to the opponent. And that's what you've seen out of Russell Wilson. That's what you saw in him last year. And the reason why they had so much struggle before Sean Payton got there, we thought it was all rectified because over a good portion of the season, he did a good job of protecting it. It stopped. And so now he's out. And he's backing up Stidham, and we'll see what happens. But, they're pretty much out of it anyway. I think they're 7-8 right now. I think they have like a 1 or 2% chance of making the playoffs. They ain't making the playoffs, but I do know they want to win a game, and they think that Stidham's going to give them the best chance to do that.
Yeah, it's interesting, Smitty, because if you look at how Sean Payton has had his success is obviously one of the best to ever do it. And if we want to, the game manager, like when Cam said that about some guys a week or so ago, that didn't bother me at all.
A lot of people got mad about that.
A lot of folks got pissed off about it and went at Cam personally. But to me, it's one of, and then Cam's follow up. It was some of the best content that I think Cam's put out there, in my opinion, and he did a great job with it. But Sean Payton coached and won with arguably the best game manager to ever play the game in Drew Brees. When you look at his completion percentage and the yards that he was able to throw up and the fact that he won a Super Bowl, he's definitely in the conversation of the greatest quote-unquote game manager to ever do it. But when I thought Russell Wilson would be a better fit with Sean Payton. But when I watched Russell, it's clear that Russ is not comfortable. And it's some people may say, well, no no joke. I mean, hell, he's 5'2", right? I mean, but like Russ is not comfortable throwing the football from the pocket.
I mean, you got to think about that offense that Sean Payton runs. You know, typically the guys that have success in that offense aren't built like Russell Wilson. They're guys that are made to play within the pocket.
Yeah.
Whereas Russell Wilson, you saw him have his best when he was playing in a scheme like what you have here in Houston. Back in Seattle, they ran the same thing that they're doing in Cleveland. You're booting out.
You're always on the move, or you're 15 yards deep.
Right.
Play action.
Right, and it gives them opportunities to see the field better. They're not really doing that, But Russell Wilson he's just not the same guy that he once was. And, you know, you fumbling the ball, you're throwing interceptions, you're not giving your team a chance to win. And so now they got to go to Stidham.
Let's ride.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, this is one of the damnedest things that I've seen, Smitty. Jair Alexander, really good cornerback for the Green Bay Packers. It's apparently he was not a captain, right? They're playing the Panthers, correct?
Yes, Charlotte Panthers in Charlotte. Road game.
Yeah. And he apparently was not a captain.
He's from there.
He's from there. I think it's his excuse, right? But he's not a captain.
Uh-huh.
He goes ahead and takes the field with the captains out at the coin toss. The coin toss happens. They win the coin toss. He decides he wants the football when the whole time the real captains and the coaching staff ultimately decided that they wanted to defer, which is typically what happens at if you win the toss. Well, Jair Alexander, he attempted to hijack the coin toss. Well, the Packers didn't take kindly to it, and the Packers have suspended him for one game. I think it's always interesting when a team, especially when it's a great player like this, the team suspends a player for a game. There's some internal things that have been going on that this is like this right here. This is beyond just him taking the field with a coin toss. There's clearly some concerns and some something going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. But I don't know that I've ever heard of a player trying to hijack a damn coin toss. But nonetheless, Jair Alexander damn sure tried to do it. And here is what Jair Alexander had to say about the attempt of hijacking the coin toss for his Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, I mean, it's only suiting, I don't think Coach knew I was from Charlotte, so.
So you just did that on your own?
I mean, it was like the guys backed me up, so they knew I was from here.
Did you realize you almost made a big mistake on the call, though?
What'd I do?
Well, you said we want to go on defense.
Yeah.
Which, in theory, they could have said, then you're electing to kick off, which you would have lost the opportunity then to receive in the second half.
Yeah, no, I told them that. I said I want our defense to be out there, and they all looked at me like I was crazy. I'm like, it's pretty simple what I said. Like, I want the defense to be out there. They're like, you mean defer? I'm like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
What'd I do?
He said, yeah, I guess.
I've never. Of course, Smitty, I know you've been in that situation before, but you go out there and it's really, and I'm always just blown away with how the great players, and Smitty, you may not be able to relate to this because you were a great player, but I'm talking about myself. Like, I was always, even that coin toss, like, damn, I got to get this right.
Yeah.
There's a lot of moving parts.
You don't want to mess that up.
Yeah. You got refs, you got coin toss, win, loss, defer.
Where's your damn head at, dude?
Then all of a sudden the wind comes into play and you're like, hey man, we want to make sure if we defer and they want the ball, okay, now we're kicking, so our defense is going to be out there. Where's the wind blowing and how do we want to be? I got to remember all these things. And then you got these guys that are obviously a great player. Jair Alexander, he's going out there making a joke about the damn coin toss. He doesn't even, I don't know that he
didn't realize that he did anything wrong until they asked him about it. And that's how you know there hasn't been something going on before this for them to suspend him for, because they got the result that they wanted. The refs helped them out, and it was like, you don't mean you want to be on defense, you mean you want to defer, right? So, I just want to defer.
What'd I do?
So, the team got the result they wanted.
Right.
He didn't even know he did anything wrong. That's wild.
Well, there's got to be, to your point of like what's gone on before, there's got to be some kind of like just not being completely dialed in with the team and the discipline and doing what he's told and showing up. There's got to be some level of rogueness with Jair Alexander, and this just tipped it over.
You know, it's kind of tough sometimes for those cornerbacks because those cornerbacks, they put on the island. And he's one of those guys that they do that. Put him on the island, let him do what he do. So, you know, they're kind of loners. You got him and Sauce Gardner and Stingley. They loners. They out there. They just going to lock people up. They don't have to pay too much attention. Think about Deion. Remember how Deion was back in the day? Yes. He didn't even get in the huddle. He just went over there. I got him, locked him up. So sometimes it's hard for those guys to capitulate and join with the team. But you see what happened by him doing that and having that mentality that cost him a game. And I believe the Packers are still in the playoff hunt, right? That's interesting to me that they would even suspend him at this moment when I believe they're like a game out of it because pretty much every team is still in it. So, like I said, there had to have been some other things going on before this in conjunction with this for this to be kind of the straw that broke the camel's back to say, you know what, we need to sit you down for a week so you can get serious about what we have going on.
What'd I do?
I'm sorry, Smitty. I don't capitulate. That got me right there. You know you can't.
Hell of a word.
You know,
come on, dog.
You know you can't do.
Come on now.
I got to look. I'm going to look that
come
one
on,
up.
Woo Pig. Y'all know you know that word.
I ain't got that one. I mean, I've heard it a time or two, but I ain't got that one. I'm going to look that one up. I'll do it. I'll do it in the break. Look. I know y'all know Smitty was a hell of a football player. There ain't no doubt about it. But Smitty's also one of the best dads, girl dads, might I add, that I've ever been around. Him and Cecil Shorts, and Cecil Shorts at one point I think had 6 under 6. He's got to be in the best dad category. But Smitty's one of them. I got baby girl number 2 has arrived, knocking on a month old here. I got to get a little advice. Okay. I got to get a little advice from you, Smitty. I'm gonna put you on the spot, man. I got to get a little advice from you of how I need to approach this next start on my schedule here, man. I got to make sure that I do this the right way, and you've had to do it a few times, man. So I got to get some advice from you, man. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Bro.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns, but the season is far from over. Yeah.
game, and the ability to run the ball on 1st and 10.
Subscribe to Hootopia Football Podcast, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
We're getting you set for the TaxAct Texas Bowl on Sports Radio 610. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Live from NRG Stadium, it's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Ron Hughley is out. 12-year NFL vet. Wade Smith, former Houston Texan, he is in. And we're rocking and rolling, man. We've already had D'Amico Ryans live at about 2:20. So if you listen on that Odyssey app, which regardless of how you listen on a daily basis, I would encourage you to download that Odyssey app, AUDACY. Keep that thing locked and loaded. That way you can take us to the office, you can take us to the house, you can take us on a jog, working out, wherever it is. However you want to consume Sports Radio 610, you can do it, or wherever you want to consume it. You can do it on the Odyssey app. We appreciate everybody doing that. But you can use that rewind feature. Go back. D'Amico Ryans, Texans head coach, joined us at about 2:20. Also, we've got about 30 minutes left in this 3 o'clock hour. We are going to give away 2 Texans tickets to this week's game versus the Tennessee Titans. We're doing that in the 3 o'clock hour, which is coming up here pretty quick, and the 4 o'clock hour and the 5 o'clock hour as well. We got Warren Moon at 4:10. Sean Bajani, SportsRadio610.com. He'll be joining us for the Texans practice report. He's at practice. A lot going on out there that we got to hear from the horse's mouth, man. Sean Bajani was out there watching it all go down, so we'll see what he's got at 4:40-ish, right there in that last bit of the 4 o'clock hour. So make sure you're plugged in. We got a big day started, and we got a big day remaining. So. But we got to take a minute. I got to step off the field for a minute, off the playing field for a minute.
And there's definitely some playing going on.
Yeah. I mean, I'm there's already a little passing in the kitchen. You know what I mean? A little there's some different vibes in the air. But Smitty, being the father of 4 and all girls, I'll be really testing my friendship with Smitty here over the next handful of years. I've got 2 girls, just welcomed my second, Laney James, to the world about 3 weeks ago. So I'll be leaning into our friendship, maybe even testing our friendship a bit, Smitty. But for all of us men out there, after your lady, your wife, your bride gives birth, there is a 6-week off limits put on your wife by the doctor. The doctor says no activity, if you know what I mean, for 6 weeks. And not that I'm keeping track, but I'm 2 weeks, 3 days, 12 hours, 25 minutes, and about 42 seconds from go time for your boy here, Smitty. And I'm really, that first kid, I mean, it's your first time for everything for you and her, so it's all, you're learning together, man.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm trying to put a lot of thought into how I'll reintroduce myself to my bride in the bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
And I just ain't real sure. Like I said, we're in the kitchen together, kids running everywhere. One of them's crying and screaming, the other one's eating a crayon. And just a little subtle brush, kind of. I feel it in the air coming, man. But you've obviously had to reintroduce yourself to your bride 4 different times.
This is true.
I'm just not sure how I should go about this, Smitty. Do I just start drill sergeant barking orders, or do I pretend like she's a paying client and I'm the trainer, and we just kind of ease back into this thing, man? I'm really trying to figure this out.
I tell you what, then the first thing you got to do, and I know that 6 weeks period, that's a long time.
Whew.
That's drought season,
Smitty, I'm gonna be honest with you, and she was miserable the last handful of weeks of the pregnancy, so it's
a little bit longer.
Really, 6 weeks is not being honest. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. So
they talk about 40 days in the desert, and so for men out there, I think it's not quite comparable, but it's dang near that drought that you go through. I tell you what, man, you got to take her lead. You got to let her take her lead on that, because not every time the situation is the same. After the first kid, the excitement might be a little bit there more, because hey, it's been a while, and you're looking to get right back on the horse again, and so they might tell you to just jump right on in.
Yeah.
But after a while, you start, as time passes, some things take a little bit longer to heal, so they might want to ease and be a little bit gentle more when you get back in there. So you gotta take their lead. You can't. You gotta let them take the lead in this moment, and then if that's what she wants, if she wants a drill sergeant, then you turn into Sergeant Slaughter. You know what I mean?
Ask her where she likes the pressure, where she likes it rough.
Yes, yeah. I'm gonna see McClain. Let him ask him about it too.
Yeah, and if she wants to pay trainer, then you act like you're the Kardashian guy, and then go that way. There's different ways that you could approach it, but you gotta let her take the lead, bro.
Smitty, I'm really debating. Because, like I said, not that I'm counting, but I got it down to damn near seconds.
I'm mad you got it down to the second.
Smitty, I may go ahead and plan a little dinner, and I don't want it to just happen. I want it to be a good build up and a good.
Yeah.
You mentioned a trainer, and I'm gonna be honest with you.
Now, hold on. You got to be careful about the big build up and a lot of time leading up into it, because they tend to get tired. They tend to get sleepy.
Well,
you want to put all this stuff forward, and then all of a sudden you come down and you might go out. I gotta use the bathroom. We come back and she knocked out sleep, and you can't wake her up because they don't get sleep.
I'd like to sit here on this radio. I'd like to sit here on this radio and tell you that I'd keep her up, but I'm be honest with you, it's gonna be
sleep at night.
A quick introduction, I believe, Smitty. But nonetheless, man, I got midway through the segment. I was like, man, I hope my father-in-law's not listening. But
I know my mom is, so I'm just like, damn.
Oh,
this is Clint, bro.
Sorry,
Mom. Situation.
I mean, she's
I'm just
been
giving
there.
advice.
She's been there, Smitty. She's been there.
We all have in some way or shape or fashion. If you got kids, you've had to deal with this situation.
You know what I'm thinking, Smitty? I know we're up against it, Tyler. I'm thinking, I'm a scent guy.
Okay.
I'm a scent guy. There's certain, and I don't even know the names of them, but you get a whiff of something like, whoa, hey. Yes, Tyler. Tyler's picking up what I'm putting down. I got to go figure out which one of them perfumes are and make sure she just does one of them drive-bys with that perfume, and then it's on and popping.
The problem when you do that, though, now you got to control. You're not gonna listen. You just gonna
Smitty, it's gonna you boy dirty.
Yeah, really.
Very rarely am I in control.
How y'all feel about a man twerking?
Yeah, I may do it. I may do it. I may. In fact, I'm probably going to do that a couple times in this 2 weeks lead up to get her good and worked up. I fooled myself into thinking that does it for her. So. We'll see. All right, appreciate that advice, Smitty. I'm gonna keep building on this. We got a couple of weeks so we can talk about it. We can circle back a couple times, figure this thing out. But
I'll build by the hour, bro.
Yeah, right. Ain't that the truth? I got to get used to paying trainers. I got a couple of youngins coming up. I know you with your athletes in your family. You've got some sports specific training that goes on, man. But I tell you what, there's. I love doing radio with 12-year NFL vet Wade Smith, former Houston Texans offensive lineman. And but there's nothing better than sitting down with him and talking about offensive line play, pass protection, run game, and all the intricacies and details of the position. And I've held out long enough. We got to get into the Texans, the inability to run the football consistently. Some of the different struggles they've had up front, and some of the successes that they've had up front, because they have had a few moments this year where there is hope in sight. We will do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. But before. Win a pair of tickets to the final Texans home game of the year in the bullpen, which that final Texans home game of the year, big game, folks. Division game versus the Tennessee Titans. It's a must-win game, in fact, and these are must-have tickets. You can only win right here on Sports Radio 610. Titans, Texans, New Year's Eve night, December the 31st. And, again, if you win, don't cuss Tyler. Don't cuss Tyler if you don't win. You got to be caller number 5. But if you don't win, just keep listening, baby. 4 o'clock hour, 5 o'clock hour, we're going to give away 2 more tickets. So there you have it. Don't ever say we had never done anything for you because we're out here giving away tickets to I don't know how John McClain – I always wait to see how John McClain, Sean Pendergast, and Mark Vandermeer – I always wait to see kind of how they categorize games. I mean, is this one of the biggest games? Definitely of the season. But, you know, is this one of the bigger games at home over the last handful of years, regular season game? We'll see how those guys couch it. But any way you slice it, this is a monster game that is a must-win game for the Houston Texans. And we heard from D'Amico Ryans a little bit earlier, Smitty. And D'Amico, again, as he has throughout the year, answered questions about the offense as, first and foremost, we've got to be able to run the football. When we can run the football, obviously things are easier on offense. This time answering the question, it was more about, hey, What does being able to run the football do to help C.J. Stroud, your rookie quarterback that's been injured? It brings up the problems for me to me what the Texans have had this year running the football. It's been a far cry from what I think D'Amico and Bobby Slowick wanted to do coming into the season. I think they thought they were going to be able to run it. I use the word effectively, Smitty, because it's not. I don't expect the Texans this year for damn sure to come out and play bully ball and run the football really the way y'all used to back in the day with Arian Foster when you were wrecking shop up front. I never expected the Texans to do that. I just hope and pray that they get to a point where they can run it effectively against really good football teams, because at that point in time, hey, man, it's now you're not just a fringe playoff team. You can get to the playoffs and make some noise. But I can't have you on, Smitty, and not talk offensive line play, man. So just let's start with just your assessment, evaluation of what you've seen this year from the Texans as it pertains to running the football or even the struggles running the football. Have you seen it?
Well, you see a group that's shown flashes as far as the run game. You've seen Singletary have games where you're like, hey, this dude is toting that note. He's having great ball games, but you see a lot of inconsistency, and a lot of it's for multiple reasons. They've had so many injuries throughout this season at every spot except for left tackle, pretty much. And so you've had guys rotating in there, guys that don't have the experience, guys that have struggled, that's hurt them in the run game, hurt them overall as an offensive line. And then you got a new scheme, and everything's got to be married up within the scheme when you're running outside zone, when you're running inside zone, to where it's like a ballet. It's choreography. Like everything has to run together and work together in order for it to be successful. And you've seen some issues with that. I listened to Damian Pierce talk about it the other day about how he doesn't feel like he is in the right space right now for this particular offense, the way that they do things.
Yeah.
And it's going to take him some time to get there. And you've seen that translate on the field. Play calling issues. And play callers are always trying to figure out ways to have success in a run game, especially in this scheme, because they know that's what everything is built off of, and that's the foundation of how everything goes. You saw games where they were trying to force feed and it didn't work because of guys getting beat, because of guys, running backs not pressing the hole and putting the foot up in the ground to get north to south. They're chopping their feet in the background. There's a lot of different reasons why it wasn't working. And then you figured out, like, oh, yeah, we got C.J. Stroud. Things are going on throughout the season. We got C.J. Stroud, and he is one of the top quarterbacks in the league. Let's focus more on throwing the ball around the yard. And you saw that happening, and the run game kind of fell to the back burner. And so it's overall you're just seeing an inconsistent run game. You're not seeing the dominating fashion that you would want to see. Not something that you would expect to see, but something you would want to see, especially a team that can run the ball when they need to run the ball. And they've struggled with that on third and short. There was times earlier in this year where it was like, I felt more confident in them on 3rd and 12 than I did on 3rd and 2.
Yeah.
Just because you had C.J. Stroud that could throw the ball all over the yard and find guys who were so accurate with the ball, and receivers were making plays, tight ends were making plays. They were doing a great job of that. But you get in 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 4th and 1, 4th and 2, and you can't get a yard. And so it's going to take some time for them to get where they need to be. They have some of the pieces in place. I think the center position. Them losing Juice Scruggs early in the year, and then them having to put other guys in that spot, I think that hurt them tremendously. And then you lose your left guard in Titus Howard, and now you put Juice Scruggs, he gets back, and you have to put him at left guard. Yeah. I still feel like there's some meat on that bone when you talk about what you can get out of the center position in this particular offense, the way things are done. You would see them running more outside zone if they felt like they had that guy in the middle that could get that done on a consistent basis. And so the good thing about it is what I saw out of Devin Singletary is he's really fit well into how they want to do things here in the run game.
Yeah.
And so there was issues with why is he not getting the amount of carries? They're splitting carries when he's the guy that's making all the plays and having so much success. And so you saw that a couple weeks ago with Tennessee. They said, to hell with it. You're getting the rock.
Yep.
And you saw the performance that he put forward. And so you hope that you get the same type of thing this week against the Titans.
Smitty, I tell you, we've heard, it's really in a response to a lot of the Dameon Pierce deal, and I completely disagree with it. I think it's protecting the player more so than anything. But it takes time in this scheme. This scheme's completely different from Dameon Pierce's perspective. And while I'll agree to a certain extent, it's not fall off the face of the earth different for a guy like Dameon Pierce. And Dameon all but said that in that audio yesterday of like, it's not as much scheme as I'm just not ready to take the load, and I'm not where I need to be, basically. I say that to say I agree wholeheartedly with the scheme being something that you mentioned when you first started talking there about almost like a choreographed dance.
Yeah.
And it's a beautiful thing, man. You guys were as good as anybody's ever been at it back in your day. That part of it from a scheme standpoint takes time and reps, and it's I could see where it might take a year and a half for this offense, the way that Bobby Slowick wants it to be able to run the football. I could see that taking the time. My biggest concern, Smitty, is the lack of physicality that I see from the offensive line play in, play out. And it's not to me, it's not. I remember last time I talked to you, last time it was a long time ago, about offensive line play. You really honed in on like the way that the offensive line in general is coached nowadays is different than it was back when you were playing, when it was about go over there and tear that guy's face mask off, where now it's coached completely different. And I see, since you told me that, I started looking at watching offensive line totally different. But I watch, and there is just such a lack of physicality. I wonder if they're ever going – and it's not that the guys can't. It's almost like they're technically and mechanically not even trying to. That part is what scares me personally as a fan when I watch it. Is like Juice Scruggs right now, to me, as I watch him, there's some flaws. But when I watch Juice Scruggs, there's no doubt about it, that dude's nasty.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's finishing folks. He's punishing folks. He's – like to me, there's when I watch, I'm fearful because I don't see enough of that.
So here's the thing: like when you look at this run game, everything works together as far as the outside zone and then the gap trap, the gap pooling scheme, right? And as a defender, it's very difficult to stop that when it all looks the same, but it's not the same thing. What I saw early in the year, really when Titus was playing left guard, as a pulling guard, he wasn't physical at the point of attack when he was pulling.
Yeah.
I mean, that was very disappointing to see. Like, he was not being a physical presence. As soon as the first game Juice Scruggs started, he did a couple plays where he pulled, and I saw that physicality. And you mentioned it earlier about the way guys are being coached to do things. I've seen plays this year where a fullback has blocked an inside linebacker, and they got him for not a personal foul at the point, but they find the guy afterwards. The kid from Pittsburgh, Jalen Warren.
Yeah.
Hat in hand, shoulder pads, everything that you are taught to do. Drop your hips, run through a guy. He did a perfect block. He ends up getting fined for that block, right?
Yep.
And so I see stuff like that. I see guys finishing blocks, and then I see them getting fined for it. And I'm thinking to myself, is this why I'm not seeing guys pulling and basically trying to power clean, hang clean a guy out the hole, running your feet through the hole, and thumping a guy running through the hole? And you're not seeing a lot of that. And so, Juice Scruggs, a younger guy, is it maybe he hasn't been coached out of that yet, and so that's why he's playing more physical. Yeah. And I don't have an answer for that without being in the room to know. But I know in this offense, you got to be able to run outside zone to the right, and then also run a power play to the left. And the three technique, it looks exactly, it feels and looks exactly the same. And when you can do that, now in the run game, you're picking on people because then you play action off of that.
Yep.
And now that same guy thinks I'm playing a B block. A B block and a deuce block should feel exactly the same until the last minute for that three technique. That's what this running game is kind of built off of. And you're not seeing the physicality in those, and a part of it, I think, has to do with the way it is coached throughout the league now, what they're trying to discourage guys to do. But I say all that, but still at the end of the day, I'd much rather you tax me later than we win this ball game. And so, when a guy like Kareem Jackson comes to the team, I say, hey, I'd rather you find me later, but I got to do what I need to do to win this game and to be physical, and that's a big thing with it. But it all ties together. It's choreographed. Yeah. The running back's got to press the hole when you're running, outside zone to the left. He's got to press the hole, which means he's got to run as hard as he can to that outside leg of whichever, depending on what it is. It might be the tackle. It might be the tight end to that side. He's got to press the hole until he can't.
Yeah.
And only then does he put his foot in the ground to get north and south. I don't see a lot of that at Dameon Pierce. I see a guy that's trying to see it and then hit it instead of feeling it and then hitting
trusting
it. And that's the thing that you mentioned, we were talking about earlier, like, trust is the thing that you build over time. And once Dameon Pierce trusts that, hey, if I do this the right way, it's going to work. Whereas they weren't coaching, I know for a fact they weren't coaching like that previous years. Yeah. That, hey, you got to trust this thing. Run at that and get on your track, run it. Put your foot in the ground and get north to south, and good things will happen. Yeah. That's what Devin Singletary does a damn good job of, and that's why you see success in this scheme.
All right, the Texans, that's Wade Smith, by the way, former Houston Texans offensive line, breaking it down. The Texans, they claimed a familiar face off of waivers, Kareem Jackson. What does that mean for the Houston Texans? How about the timing of Kareem Jackson being added to this secondary? It's absolutely huge. Also, former Houston Oilers quarterback, great Hall of Famer Warren Moon. We have all that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, Coach D'Amico isn't ready to talk about playoffs.
You have to earn those spots to get into the playoffs. So if we
With honey flavor, the daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, Honeylicious, power through your day medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, Ron's out. Wade Smith, 12-year NFL vet, is in. And the Texans, we talked about this yesterday. They claimed breaking news, actually, in our show. Yeah, I used a breaking news sounder on Kareem Jackson. You're damn right I did. The Texans claimed Kareem Jackson off of waivers from the Denver Broncos. Kareem Jackson being added to this team, Smitty, is absolutely big time. And on several different levels. And you're familiar with him. He and D'Amico played together. How many years did you play with Kareem Jackson?
4.
4 years. So you've got experience with him, obviously. Just his mentality, his his presence in the huddle, being a veteran now, the way he plays the game, man, nobody can speak to it better than you in terms of what he brings to the locker room because, hell, you've seen it. But adding him is big time in multiple ways, man.
Yeah, man. I look at it like divine intervention, man. You lose Jimmy Ward, and that same weekend that you lose Jimmy Ward, Kareem Jackson gets put on waivers, right? So he gets put on waivers, and you claim him, and you get him. And to me, he replaces everything that kind of Jimmy Ward's brought to the building as far as that guy that's going to be able to rally the troops, the guy that's physical in his play style, a guy that's a dog, a veteran guy that's been there, done that has played multiple positions, been a cornerback, been a nickelback, been a safety, and has the ability to kind of go from different spots. Now, he's going to be a safety for the Texans, but I tell you what, man, he's always been a damn good tackler. He's always been a playmaker. And so now you bring that here to Houston after losing a guy like Jimmy Ward. Timing is everything, and so it's a great situation for the Texans to be able to pick him up. And I would love to see, if some of his tackling could rub off on Petrie, man, because Petrie can make plays. He's a lot of times in position to make plays. He's just not finishing them with his tackling. And like I said, Kareem Jackson's always been one of the top tackling DBs in the league since he's been in the league. He had his struggles his rookie year, but even then, he was a sure tackler, and he got better and better throughout his career, and he's always been that guy. I think it's a big deal for Kareem Jackson to be here. I know he's excited to be back in Houston and have an opportunity to help this team get into the playoffs again. And it's got to be weird for D'Amico, who was his teammate for 2 years, to be coaching him. It's probably an interesting dynamic there, but yeah, man, it's a good situation that Kareem is back in Houston, and he'll have an opportunity to go out there and help them get to where they're trying to go.
Yeah, I love the ad, and Smitty, you're talking about the guy, the player, and what he brings to the locker room, but let's talk about it from the perspective of the timing for this team. I mean, the next two games are the biggest two games of the season. The Texans are well ahead of schedule in terms of playing for a playoff spot, potentially the division, if things fall in their favor. And you can argue. Now, look, I don't know when K-Jack is going to be ready to plug into D'Amico Ryan's defense, but you can argue that this secondary, as it's built right now, is better than the secondary that they started the season with. Clearly, Steven Nelson out wide and Derek Stingley at the corner positions. Now, I'd love for Shaq Griffin to still be part of that cornerback room, but nonetheless, those are your two starting corners. Des King, in my opinion, is significantly better than Tevier Thomas at the nickel defender position. If Jalen Petrie can get it together, I'm not the sophomore slump, the struggles at Jalen Petrie. I watch the tape and watch what's going on. Sure, he's missed tackles. Sure, he's been out of position a couple of times where D'Amico Ryans wouldn't bench him, but you still got a tremendous player in Jalen Petrie that plays with unbelievable instincts, like elite instincts in and around the ball, whether it's at the line of scrimmage or he's playing the pass. That guy is going to be a really, really, really productive player for D'Amico Ryans at some point in time. But my point being, if you insert him and K-Jack at the two safety positions and play them however you want to, whoever's high, whoever's low,
right?
I mean, you have got an unbelievably instinctual group with, again, if Jalen Petrie comes along and Stingley comes along, keep coming. Man, I mean, you've got some high-end talent. The secondary, the cover defenders for this team, from the nickel defender out, I mean, Smitty, they are really, really good, man.
Yeah, they have opportunity to kind of be the bell cow group on this defense, especially when you got guys like Grenard and Will Anderson kind of struggling with injuries a bit. I tell you what, you talked about instincts and you talked about those guys being instinctual, talking about Kareem and Jalen Petrie. One thing you got to do, and one thing I would hope that Kareem would do, was to continue to reassure Jalen to trust his instincts. Early on in that ball game against the Browns, that deep go route that they did on the play action that early in the ball game, I think it was the first or second play of the game.
Yep.
That they, or not that one. There was one later in the game.
Down the sideline.
They went down the sideline. The other one was Jimmy Ward that got beat on that one.
Yep.
But the one that Petrie got beat on, he went to try to get Njoku, right?
Yep.
He bit on Njoku, and then the DB was let alone on the island. Well, that same play, take you back in the time machine, that same play was run by the Houston Texans against the Baltimore Ravens in the playoffs in 2012. And on the first play of the game, Andre Johnson gets a 20-yard completion, and it's a great play, but Kevin Walter was streaking down the sideline, would have been a touchdown on that go route. On that particular route combination, that go route is the afterthought. They're trying to hit that crossing route. So, Jalen Petrie jumping that route, I get why he would, because normally that go route, they just that's a clear out route. But then you got to know your personnel and say, oh, this is Amari Cooper, this is Flacco. Flacco wants to go on top. So, let's rally and tackle this tight end that's going across the middle, as opposed to, trying to jump that route and leaving the cornerback one-on-one. But he's got to trust his instincts and continue to play that way to put himself in position to make plays, and then he's got to finish and make those plays. And to me, that's where Kareem can help out with a guy like Jalen Pinch.
Yeah, look, I think he can help those guys tremendously. He can help this football team tremendously, and at a time when they need it desperately. We were talking yesterday with Patrick Creighton. There's 5 different safety, nickel defender players for this defense, Smitty, that are on IR right now.
Wow.
To think about this team, this secondary room has been hit 5 times to the point of where guys are done for the season, and you could potentially start Week 17 for all the marbles, a better secondary. I mean, it's just wild. I mean, great. What a job by Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans to make this happen, man. I mean, it's the Tierre Tart sign, the defensive lineman that they picked up off claimed off waivers from the Tennessee Titans. That guy could end up being a tremendous sign over the next couple of games and possibly in the playoffs. I mean, what they're doing, Smitty, sneaky, quiet, kind of under the radar, but I think they could end up being big time claims.
So I think a big deal with that is the fact that D'Amico Ryans knows what type of guys he needs in his defense. That's important. In years past, you had stuff where you're just trying to figure things out. You're trying to go as we're going to figure out who we have as a team. D'Amico Ryans knows the type of guys that's going to fit into his scheme and are going to have success. And then him and Nick Caserio being on the same page about the type of guys that can come in and play in his scheme and for it to have success. That's why you've seen it translate so quickly to good play by the defense and them being able to get guys off the street, because he has a history of these are the type of guys that fit into this scheme, and this is what's going to allow us to be successful. That's paid dividends throughout this season.
Sure. Let's hear from Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans on signing his old teammate, Kareem Jackson. Here is D'Amico Ryans just on simply the Texans bringing in K-Jack.
Looking at just another veteran safety there. We lost Jimmy with the injury. He won't be able to be back with us. So just looking at more depth to our safety position there. And, at this time of year, it's hard to find a guy who has, the type of experience that Kareem has and the type of playmaking ability that he has. So we're able to add a guy, and looking forward to working with him.
Great claim at a perfect time. I am absolutely stoked about this. Here's D'Amico Ryans on Kareem Jackson and whether the unnecessary roughness, suspensions, and penalties and fines that Kareem has had this year, whether that weighed into the decision of the Texans signing him.
No, that does not play a factor in at all. No, Kareem has made a lot of plays in this league. As all of us, you have things to clean up, technique-wise to clean up and make better decisions there. But that didn't slow the decision down from bringing him in.
Smitty, you think we see K-Jack this weekend?
Of course.
You think he's on the field?
I definitely think he's going to be active. I think he's going to play. I don't think I would be surprised if he started, but I think he's definitely going to work in that lineup. I don't think they're afraid to give guys opportunities to get out there and play. And Kareem is a veteran. This defense is not something that's foreign to him. He's going to have a good idea of what's being expected of him, and there's going to be some communication things that they're going to have to get on the same page about, and I think that's what they're doing today. They'll be doing that tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, all the way up into the game. But I think he's definitely going to get some burn out there, and he's going to have opportunities to make some plays.
Yeah, man, this secondary is I tell you, if they can get Blake Cashman healthy in the middle, they're going to be ready, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because you look at the secondary, we just got through talking about it, it's tremendous. I mean, if they're healthy and K-Jack's up to speed, and Jalen Petry's even playing remotely close to what he's capable of doing, this secondary is going to be really good. You look at the defensive line, you got a question about Jonathan Grenard, obviously the ankle. I think it's a high ankle sprain, I'm not real sure exactly what the most recent is on him. In fact, we've got a injury report that I'm going to bring you in the next segment. But so we'll update you on that. But damn, man, if you got Tierre Tart jumping in there with Rankins and Collins in the middle, Will Anderson, again, high ankle sprain there. Yeah, these guys are coming. Man, if you get Blake Cashman, because Blake Cashman, I think, is a game changer at that linebacker position, especially the way the game's played today with how much speed you need on the defense. Whether you're playing the run sideline to sideline or you're playing vertically in the pass game tight ends, he's shown that he can cover. Hell, I don't like it. To be honest with you, I don't like it. But I've seen him cover receivers. Calvin Ridley, week 1 on a deeper route. So you get that guy back, this defense is whole all of a sudden. And the Texans are, I don't know what's going to happen, but they're in a perfect position defensively to make these last 2 games count and potentially get into the playoffs and make a little bit of noise.
1,000% agree with that. Look, when you have Cashman in there with Perriman and Harris, when you have that 3-headed monster at the linebacker position, when those guys are all healthy and playing, now you're putting everybody in their best positions to succeed. Anything in between the tackles coming downhill, Perriman's blowing it up. Anything that's going down the sideline to sideline, you got Harris and you got Cashman on the outsides making those plays. And then I love Cashman in coverage.
Yeah.
He's just a hell of an athlete. He's been a playmaker all year long. There's been a bunch of kind of low-key injuries on the defense that has kept them from being at their best. Like you said, last week it was Grenard being out in conjunction with Will Anderson being out. Cashman, of course, being out. Getting him back is a big deal for the Texans, and then getting a guy like Kareem Jackson in the fold, like you said, I think that gets them as close to full strength as you can when it talks about the back 7 guys on the Texans defense.
All right, that's Wade Smith, 12-year NFL vet. We are live at the Texac Texas Bowl at NRG Stadium. We are, I don't know, kickoff's at 8 o'clock. What time is it? We're about 3 hours and 45 minutes away from kickoff in one of the best bowl games that college football has to offer, and it's right here in our backyard, y'all, in Houston, Texas. And we've got an injury report. We've got an injury report for the Houston Texans, and this is a big one because there's some big time names on this list, and we'll tell you, did they practice? Did they not? Were they limited? Were they full go? We'll tell you who was each, and we'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns, but the season is far from over.
You hope to have a chance with 2 games left. That's great. That's something to play for. To have something on the line, and games in December are obviously very
Hughley Stadium. It's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Ron Hughley's out. Wade Smith, 12-year NFL vet, is in, and it is a Texans ticket Wednesday, Texans ticket giveaway Wednesday. We've already given away 2 tickets. Tyler, what'd you say my man's name was at one?
It was Joseph over in Richmond.
Joseph in Richmond, man. Congratulations, man. You enjoy that game. I hope your bride or your girlfriend or your partner, whoever it is, I hope y'all enjoy that game. Hopefully them Texans can get a big dub right there. Good news is if you didn't win and you're out there listening, we're giving away 2 more tickets to the December 31st Tennessee Titans Houston Texans game. 2 tickets in the bullpen, down close, real tight to all the action. You can hear them. You can tell they may even throw you a glove or a ball before it's all said and done. We're going to give away 2 more tickets in this hour, and then we'll give 2 more away in the 5 o'clock hour as well. And this I know. Sean Bajani is damn sure joining us at 4:40 for the Texans practice report, because there's a lot going on over there that we got to get to, Smitty, with the Houston Texans. Good news, of course, that is we've got right now we've got an injury report, and look, this injury report has been a big talking point all year long, really, because of how long it is, or maybe there's a couple of guys that you'd like to have. But to be honest with you, D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick and company, their ability to overcome and win in spite of injuries has been unbelievably impressive. So it's just like the length of the injury report's been a problem. Well, here's the deal. You've got some big-time names that you just absolutely need if you're going to win this weekend as well as next weekend. The Texans injury report, here it is. These are your players that did not practice on Wednesday. And look, Wednesday is a heavy workload day. But it is, especially for veterans and players that may be a little bit nicked up in a 17-week season, Wednesday is used sometimes as a rest day. They may or may not be completely transparent with that being a rest day. They may throw a body part out there that could potentially be injured, so make of it what you will. Adrian Amos did not practice. These are all did not practice today. Adrian Amos, not injury-related. It was personal. Obviously played a ton of snaps last week at the safety position, so he's a big part of the secondary. Will Anderson Jr. did not practice the ankle. D'Amico Ryans updated us on that. They're working through it. Malik Collins did not practice because of a hip. Jonathan Grenard did not practice with an ankle injury. Shaq Mason, right guard, did not practice because of a calf injury. Steven Nelson, starting cornerback opposite Derek Stingley, foot, hamstring, and hand. Damn, Steven's in a bad spot, ain't he? They went to some real – I had to pull out my damn readers just to – the font was so small. Foot, hamstring, and hand. Sheldon Rankins, ankle. Laramie Tunsil, knee. Those are your did not practice. Smitty, off of that list right there, anything jump out to you that really all of it's big, but any of it stand out to be like, hey, you got to keep an eye on this. This is game-changing.
Well, I think the Steven Nelson injury, he has 3 different injuries there, foot, hamstring, and hand.
Not to laugh at the bad luck, but damn.
The hand I ain't worried about. He's a DB. I just need him to bat the ball down. You don't necessarily have to catch it. But hamstring, foot, those are that you got to be able to move it for your DB. You got to cover. He's one of those guys that can cover guys downfield. That's concerning that he didn't practice. Hopefully those are minor little tweaks, and he'll be able to be ready to go. Will Anderson, continuing to miss practice. He missed last week's game. You want to get him back this week. You hope that you can get him against a team like the Tennessee Titans and a run game that they have. I know the Texans had a tremendous amount of success against Derrick Henry in that run game last time, but last time is last time. You need to be 100% this time if you can help it. So that's concerning. Shaq Mason with a calf injury. Like, it's one thing to be limited in practice, but to not practice. Now, Shaq Mason is a veteran guy, so sometimes you get some time off. I see that happen consistently with other guys, but Shaq Mason doesn't usually miss practice from what I've gleaned, and so that's something I think to keep an eye on.
Big Smitty. It's about one dude on there for me, man.
Who's that?
Jonathan Grenard.
Oh, yeah.
Because I agree with you. I mean, the guys that you mentioned, Shaq Mason, Steven Nelson, came back in the game last week. I'm cool with it. Shaq Mason, as you mentioned, one thing I know about this Texans offensive line is Shaq Mason's going to play. Shaq Mason's going to be there. I mean, but to me, hey, man, it's Jonathan Grenard. We all saw it. He got injured last week in the game, limped around on the sideline, went in the blue tent, comes back out, limps around. They take his helmet from him. He doesn't go back in the game, and we saw exactly what happens. And, look, not that Jonathan Grenard is that injury cost the Texans the Browns game. The Browns were on one that day. They were playing great football, really on both sides of the football. They were going to be hard to beat last Sunday for anybody, much less the Texans, who were beat up as bad as any team in the league. So, but man, this defense is just, it looks totally different with no Jonathan Grenard. I think everybody they have that they run out there, Smitty, and correct me if I'm wrong if you disagree, but I think every defensive end that they have, with the exception of maybe Myjai Sanders, because he's pretty thin. 41's pretty thin. But, boy, they can roll guys out there that can set the edge.
Yeah.
They can roll dudes out there that can play the run. Derek Barnett and Hughes and those guys, they're going to play the run. They're going to be stout versus run. They're going to set the edge. Man, Jonathan Grenard just brings that little bit of fire to the pass rush that creates problems for the opponent, man. So for me, the guys that didn't practice, it's Jonathan Grenard, man. That dude, you think they now look, it's up to Jonathan whether he wants to be here or not. Obviously, he's going to have plenty of suitors, I think, come after him after the season. You think he's the guy the Texans make a priority to bring back?
For sure.
Yeah.
He's played himself into a contract offer for sure here with Houston. It just depends on what he has to choose from, because I'm sure there's a lot of other suitors out there that are going to want to have the services of Jonathan Grenard. I'll tell you what, we haven't mentioned this yet, but you talk about the different defensive guys that are banged up and potentially might be an issue. Listen, the last time the Texans played the Tennessee Titans, DeAndre Hopkins didn't have a good game. He was just I think he had a couple catches. He had a big catch drop that would have been a big play, but he tried to do the hurry-up signal to get it going, and ended up being challenged by DeMeco Ryans. DeAndre Hopkins coming back home, quote unquote. And last time they played him, he had on those lovey blues on, and he probably really deep down inside knew they wasn't supposed to be wearing that. But the defensive backs being on point and being healthy, I think, is going to be critical to slowing that guy down, especially with Tannehill at quarterback. I think Tannehill is going to be a little bit more consistent on where he's going to put the ball and where he's going to go with the ball, as opposed to Will Levis, a rookie that's kind of figuring it out as he goes. And so I haven't heard it mentioned at all, but I'm a little concerned about DeAndre Hopkins having a big game here against the Houston Texans, especially after what happened with Amari Cooper. So, the DBs being on point and being healthy, I think that's key.
Great point, man. Great point. And Steven Nelson, with no Shaq Griffin, him having been released or waived a while back, man, it's Steven Nelson and Derek Stingley. You need those guys to be healthy. And when a guy like DeAndre Hopkins comes to town, especially, look, I think I'd rather face Will Levis. I don't know. I haven't seen an official announcement, but I think if Will's healthy, I think he ends up playing. But to your point, I would rather face Will Levis than Ryan Tannehill any day of the week if it were me and if I were DeMeco Ryans. So we'll see what happens there. Those are the players that did not play. Let me run down the list of the limited players. Noah Brown. He was limited today at practice with a knee. Blake Cashman, we talked about him. The hamstring, he was limited at practice. Keep in mind, the hamstrings, too. Though, to me, a hamstring's an interesting injury. You ain't getting back on the field even in a jog fashion until they clear you. So him being back on the field, even though it was in a limited role, is big for Blake Cashman to be back. Nico Collins, limited with a calf. Denzel Perryman, limited with an ankle. Robert Woods, not injury-related, just rest. He was limited. And, ladies and gentlemen, C.J. Stroud today back on the field because of a concussion. He was limited at practice. But C.J. Stroud being on this list and not being one of the guys that did not practice is a step in the right direction. Or if you want to go multiple directions, I'm cool with that too. But C.J. Stroud being limited, for me, Smitty, on that one right there, I don't get too worried about the limited guys, because these are all guys that have either been banged up. We knew coming into this week they were going to be banged up. Right. So the fact that they've gone from did not practice to limited, I look as a positive versus being concerned about it. So there you have it. There is your your injury report. And this couldn't come at a better time. By the way, Tyler, I know you didn't do this on purpose, but stacking that injury report right there that we can bring to the people in the segment right before Sean Bajani of SportsRadio610.com, who was at practice and saw it all himself and can give us, the report from a bird's eye view. Is he'll be joining us next. So that's what it is. Sean Bajani, Sports Radio 610 Texans practice report is next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Sarah Jessica Parker, man, she's always done it for me.
It's Texans game week. D'Amico's crew closes out the home schedule with a must-win matchup against the Titans on Sunday. We're getting you set for the TaxAct Texas Bowl on Sports Radio 610. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Live from NRG Stadium, it's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Ron is out. Wade Smith, 12-year NFL vet, is in, and you heard the man. We are live at from NRG Stadium. The TaxAct Texas Bowl, Big 12 versus the SEC, that Big 12 team, the Oklahoma State Cowboys, and that SEC team, your Texas A&M Aggies. That's coming up at 8 o'clock. But another game. We told everybody, 3 o'clock hour, 4 o'clock hour, 5 o'clock hour, we're giving away tickets to the Texans-Titans football game. Here it is. Here's your opportunity. We're going to stick with number 5. Be caller number 5 right now to 713-572-4610, and you'll win a pair of tickets to the final Texans home game of the year on New Year's Eve in the bullpen. It's a must-win game, and I know I probably throw that must-win term around a little too loosely, if I'm being completely honest, but there ain't no other way to slice this. This is a must-win game, and these are must-have tickets, y'all. It's big. Texans, Titans, December 31. If you don't win, don't panic. You still got another chance. Make sure you're listening. Call your mom and them. Call your friends. Call your family. Call everybody. Make sure they're listening, and we'll do this thing again at 5 o'clock. But until then, right now, we got to go to our guy, Sean Bajani. I like to call him Johnny. I ain't even got permission from him yet, but I like to call him Johnny of Sports Radio 610 for the Texans practice report. Sean, how you doing, brother?
I'm great. You're bigger than me. You're a former NFLer. You don't need my permission. You kick my ass. So it's all good.
I think you just secretly like Johnny. I think you like that's got a little juice to it, man. It's got a little juice to it.
I like the fact that you thought of something original. You know, over the years, it's been Shawnee B or just Bajani, but I like Johnny. I'm taking it.
Oh yeah, man. The original is my go-to, man. So, but man, hey, let's talk about it, man. The report today that everybody has been waiting on. C.J. Stroud being back at practice. You were out there watching the Texans practice. What'd you see? What it looked like? How you feel about it?
Well, I felt really good before I saw any of the practice, just sitting in the parking lot, because Cal McNair swung in right behind me and got out of the truck and walked up to the practice gate. So I said, you know what? That's a pretty uncommon occurrence. Something good must be happening today. CJ must be practicing, and lo and behold, that was the case. And watching CJ out there, you know, we don't get a chance to see too much, but you know, it was a regular day for CJ. He stretched with the guys. He went through some individual drills, worked handoffs, rollouts with the running backs, through the receivers. He was a part of the first team takeoff, which, you know, for what it's worth, has been pretty much of an accurate depiction of what you should expect to see on any given Sunday. So I'd say the fact that he was limited is expected. Everything that happened today, both on paper and in my eyes, is expected, but very good news.
Yeah, look, Sean, it's good news to have him back out there. As D'Amico Ryan said, he is in phase 4 of, or stage 4 of, I guess there's 5 stages to clearing protocol. The 5th stage is being cleared, so he's right there flirting with it, man. It looks like he's going to play this week. Another player, another first-round draft pick, drafted number 3 overall, kind of flown under the radar because of C.J. Stroud and everybody waiting on his update. What about Will Anderson, man? That's another guy that this team desperately needs over these last 2 ball games.
I got to be honest with you. I was really surprised to see him out on the practice field today. He had his jersey on, was wearing flats. I didn't see him with a helmet. I think he's probably just out there as an observer. Today, and then tomorrow, we'll see. I say I was surprised because that high ankle sprain, he was already dealing with a knee injury, that had him pop up on a practice report in recent weeks before that. So I got to be honest with you. I thought he was going to be done for the regular season and maybe be back ahead of the postseason. That still could very well be the case, as D'Amico said today in his availability, that, hey, he's taking strides, but it's kind of a slog. We're going to just have to see how he feels the rest of this week. So it sounds like it's very much on him. who was already under a load management kind of system with the knee. The high ankle sprain is a tough sucker to come back from, especially, a guy at his position. So we'll continue to monitor that, but I'd say it's, a pretty positive indicator that he was even out on the practice field today.
Staying on the defensive side of the ball, what did you see out there out of Blake Cashman and the new old guy, Kareem Jackson?
And K-Jax, I'll get to him in a second because there was a lot of good stuff from K-Jax today. Blake, was out there fully dressed during the portion visible to the media. He wasn't doing too much moving around, a little jogging, a lot of standing and talking for Blake. But it's good to see him out there, and I expected to see him because, dealing with the hamstring, I worry a little bit more about Blake than other guys because he's got a history of hamstring injuries throughout the course of his career and even a couple of years stints here with the Texans. This year, on average, players in the NFL, and, for what this is worth, they've missed an average of 13 days. Well, he was beyond that window. So I expected to see him out on a football field today. And the fact that he, was able to be limited is a good sign. They're going to need him down this stretch. As important as C.J. Stroud is in getting him back these next two games, to me, it's vital that you get Blake Cashman back on that defense. He's been, I don't want to hear arguably. You can't say arguably just because he'd been a special teams ace for his entire career and a really good one the last couple of seasons for the Texans. Let's call it what it is. Dude's been the best linebacker on this football team. He's been that thumper and just seems to be in the area every time something good happens defensively, whether it be a forced fumble, fumble return, interception, big tackle, TFL. He's involved, and they need him on the field.
How's that for a nugget? There's your Johnny Nugget of the day right there. 13 days missed.
Sorry, Clint. I got carried away with the Blake Cashman stuff because that was exciting for me. But Kareem Jackson excited me today as well. He was moving around really good on the practice field. In the locker room, where I might have to write about this on SportsRadio610.com. There was so much good stuff from him today. I don't know if you guys have checked the Twitter feed yet.
Go ahead, Johnny.
I didn't want to get too long-winded for you guys, but Jackson, to me, the most interesting thing that he had to say was about his style of play and whether or not he believes what he's gone through this season, which is, amassed, 7 games and suspensions on 2 different occasions. Spent a lot of time here in Houston watching Houston Texan football. So it's pretty familiar, more so than any other guy that would be brought in and claimed off of waivers with this particularly. Thinks that he could be an absolute fit and a leader in that DB room, and he should be. And I think that's one of the big reasons why the Texans brought him in, aside from the Alabama, connection, D'Amico, former teammate connection. There's a lot of connections, but the fact that you can bring a guy in that can not only help this secondary right now immediately cold off of the couch is huge, but how misunderstood he thinks he's been by the NFL referees, by the commissioner for being a headhunter. He thinks maybe he's being singled out. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to follow him when he does make his way on a football field to see how he's changed, or if he's changed at all, his style of play.
It seems like you had a good conversation with him and got him some insight on how he's feeling about being back in Houston. Did you get a chance to talk to him about his jersey number? I know Desmond King has number 25 right now. Did he have any? Is there any news there? Any? Is he going to stick with that 22? Is he going to try to work on trying to get that 25?
Man, I wish I would have thought to ask that, Wade, but I did not. I would say this. This is Dez's second stint with the Texans this season. He started off as 0. I wouldn't be all too surprised if K-Jax really wants, the 2.5 back. He could probably swing it. It might cost him a little something. I don't know what. Maybe a dinner, maybe some cash. I don't know. Maybe just, who knows? Dez is probably more than likely to give that up if K-Jax really wants it.
Hey, the winner in that's going to be Amos. Isn't he wearing 0 right now? He can sell 0, make a little money. The other
Trickle
2 break
down.
even. Hey,
KJ, give me this money, then I'll go take that money and give it to Amos.
Yeah, if I was Amos, I'd be over there in KJ's corner, man, with some pom-poms saying, "Get this deal done, boys." Hey, go ahead.
Right?
Bo.
Yeah, man, I might charge Amos a pretty penny for that because he's kind of single-handedly responsible for hurting the Browns kicker the other day, and the reason why they attempted like 6 or 7, whatever it was, fourth downs and just kept drives going against the Texans. So I'd charge his ass a pretty penny.
Hey, talk to us a little bit about Jonathan Grenard. It's said on here that he did not practice, but either way it goes, whether you saw him or not, I know you've got a better feel for what the heck's going on with JG. I mean, what are you hearing? What did you see? What do you think about Jonathan Grenard?
I didn't see him. I personally didn't see him, and I didn't read a report that said that he was actually out on the football field. Typically him and Will aren't too far from each other. So I'm a little concerned about JG not being on a football field, even, in a limited basis today, because look, we all observed the same thing on Sunday. Once he went out with that injury and came out of the medical tent, he hung around on the sideline for a little bit, went to the locker room, came back out, lingered around, and then you didn't see any more of him. And I just kind of took that as, okay, here's a foot injury. Here's a guy that's trying to give it a go, jogging around, moving around on the sideline. He's thinking about it. And look, maybe they're just erring on the side of caution. The game's gotten away from them. Let's get a refresher and come back next week for the next biggest game of the season. But I fully anticipated to see him on the practice field today. Hopefully, it's just one of those situations where he's getting a little rehab worked on and came out later to at least observe. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. This is a big, big week for Will Anderson and continued progression for guys like Blake Cashman and, of course, C.J. Stroud, the biggest ones out there.
All right, Sean Bajani, SportsRadio610.com. Sean, tell folks what you got going on. We know where you can find Sean. That's either in a Sports Radio 610 studio or on SportsRadio610.com. But what you writing about, man? What you got going on?
Well, I was really fascinated by what I heard from Kareem Jackson today, so I'll probably do a piece on him. He had a lot of great things to say. And you can check out my Twitter, at Sean Bajani, if you want to check that out, or for you people that call it X, whatever. You know where to find it. So I'll probably do something on K-Jax, and I'm going to be working on a Stroud story this week. John McClain's got some great stuff coming up as well. And, just keep it locked on, SportsRadio610.com, because we've always got fresh, new content going. And I appreciate you guys having me on, man. It's good chopping it up with you.
All right, Bajani, is always good, brother. Thank you, man. Have a good one now.
Thanks,
All
guys.
right.
You too.
You got it, man. All right, again, we are live from NRG Stadium, Taxac Texas Bowl, kicking off at 8 o'clock tonight. We're already starting to hear a little bit of the music and the goings-on here in the stadium in preparation for that kickoff. It is a big-time production, one of the top bowls in all of college football in all of the country. This is one of the best right here in Houston. All right, you heard Sean Bajani talking about a couple of the Texans that he saw on the field. D'Amico Ryans joined us, spoke live right here on Sports Radio 610, right around 2:20, and he gave us a little bit of an update. We're going to tell you what the coach, or we're going to have the coach giving you an update on C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, as well as a couple of other nuggets. We'll do that next right here.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, Coach D'Amico isn't ready to It's the 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Regions Bank.
Yes, sir. Ron Hughley is out. Wade Smith, 12-year NFL vet, is in. We are live from NRG Stadium, Texac Texas Bowl, Big 12 versus the SEC. Oklahoma State go Pokes versus the Texas A&M Aggies. Tyler, what? Yeah, my boy. I stepped all over you because I wasn't confident, but you brought it, baby. That's what the hell I'm talking about. So, hey, all that noise in the background, just know we are right in the middle of this thing, man. They are getting ready to play one of the best bowl games in the land. Big shout-out to the city of Houston, by the way, for the support that they show. Because obviously, look, the fan bases, they come together and they buy a lot of the tickets. But the city of Houston, the people that make this happen, that pull it off here at NRG Stadium, in our city, in the downtown area. I was down there last night at a couple of the events, man. And it is a really cool vibe. I mean, it is a cool experience for these kids to come down here and hang for a few days. All the different events they have around the bowl game. They went to a Rockets game. I mean, they got all kind of stuff going on. Big shout out to David Fletcher and his staff and everybody at Lone Star Entertainment that makes this thing happen. They do a hell of a job. But so if you hear that noise in the background, we are literally right in the middle of it. But today, the biggest story going on in the city of Houston right now is C.J. Stroud, the Texans quarterback. The season has come down to, unexpectedly, I'll be honest with you, I thought they'd win 9 games, and then when Aaron Rodgers got traded to the Jets, I backed off to 8, and then Aaron Rodgers got healthy. I got injured about 2 plays in. I said, okay, we'll get back to 9. But in no way, shape, or form did I think that would win the division potentially. The Texans are in place to win 10 ball games and to potentially win the division and possibly get a wild card berth and possibly win the division. These are monster games, and the status of C.J. Stroud has been up in the air. There was no media availability from the Houston Texans, obviously for good reason, because of Christmas after Sunday's game. But nonetheless, I understand why, but I've been chomping at the bit to get an update from from D'Amico Ryans, from the organization, about C.J. Stroud, as I'm sure have all of the Texans fans out there. Well, we got one, folks. Here's D'Amico Ryans updating us on C.J. Stroud's status and what he's got going on as we sit right here on Wednesday of game week.
It's encouraging to have CJ back out at practice today. It's encouraging to see him. It just lifts everybody's spirits to see him back doing well and still progressing in the right direction. So happy about that. Right now he's in stage 4 of the concussion protocol. Still has one more phase.
Stage 4 of the concussion protocol, real quick, just to update everybody. Stage 1 is get your ass some rest.
Yeah.
That's stage 1. We're talking about returning to participation, returning from concussion protocol. Lay down, get some rest, limited light. We don't want to see you, right? Number 2, once you get to feeling better, the symptoms subside, it's about getting some level of exercise, jog, bike, some kind of aerobic exercise. Do the symptoms come back? If not, okay, boom. Let's go to stage 3. Football-specific exercise, throwing routes on air out there with 2 receivers, without any practice going on around you. That's stage 3. Stage 4, which is where C.J. Stroud is today, is club-based non-contact training drills, which for quarterbacks ultimately is practice, right? Going out there, going through 7-on-7, going through team. It's non-contact, definitely for quarterbacks. C.J. Stroud is right there. And here's the good news, folks. Stage or phase 5 is literally being cleared. Okay, you don't get to stage 5 until you take the field on Sunday and play in an organized football game. And so C.J. Stroud, Smitty, is right there, barring some kind of setback today, tomorrow, or down the road before the ball game starts, before Sunday gets here. C.J. Stroud appears to be getting ready to play a football game Sunday versus the Titans.
Yeah, he's on the precipice.
There you go.
He is right there on the edge, and he's got to finish it up by not having any symptoms after he's practicing today, tomorrow, the next day, and get himself cleared. And then now you got C.J. Stroud back there, arguably one of the top quarterbacks in the league, arguably the best quarterback in the league, was having a great season before he got injured against the Jets. And now you're coming down the stretch where you're trying to get into the playoffs. This is playoff time. You know, you win these 2 games, you're in. And you get a guy like C.J. Stroud back, that's got to be a boost of confidence and a shot in the arm to everybody in that organization. I know those receivers are looking forward to catching that catchable ball that C.J. Stroud throws to those guys, being on time, being extremely accurate, making it easy for them. The confidence he gives into the offensive line, knowing that if I hold my block, we're going to make plays. We're going to get down the field, opening up run lanes for guys like Devin Singletary. I'm excited that he is at this point. And this is the most critical time of the year, and so you need guys like C.J. Stroud back on the field.
Smitty, we hear this a lot in our game, in the game of football. A lot of it's coach speak, but when it's real, it's real. And D'Amico said something there in that bit of audio about C.J. Stroud, about how uplifting it is to everybody around him. And there's a couple of things that play there, right? I mean, clearly you got a bunch of dudes over there that are trying to earn a living playing a game, and they realize that they got a chance to be significantly better and win more ball games if C.J. Stroud's on the field. But I do believe this, Smitty. I believe that C.J. Stroud, I call it the it factor. Some people roll their eyes at it, but when you got it, it's real, it's powerful. And I just firmly believe that there's something beyond just how good of a player he is, that when he's in the building, he has the ability to move the needle from a locker room perspective, the tempo of practice, the vibes of practice. I think CJ is legitimately one of those dudes. So to hear D'Amico say that is reassuring, but it's not surprising at all.
Not at all. He's one of those guys that creates confidence in his teammates based off of his approach, based off of his ability, based off of the evidence of what he's already done. He's been there and done that. He's had games where he's brought the team back late when things didn't look like they were going to be able to come out with a win and things looked bleak. And you know what? He came through and made plays. And so now you know you got that guy back in the fold potentially this weekend, and you know that this is the most important game of the year so far. You want to have to be able to put your best foot forward, and a guy like C.J. Stroud, he does that for you. It does it for the coaching staff, does it for your players. It does it for the fan base. I know they're going to be excited to see C.J. Stroud back there on the field.
C.J. Stroud, Phase 4 concussion protocol, on his way to playing Sunday.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the guy that was selected right behind C.J. Stroud in this year's draft, we're going to update you right behind C.J. Stroud's update on Sports Radio 610. Will Anderson. Will Anderson is a guy that, look, we've talked on this show, we've talked at length about, not piling up the sack numbers early on and is he going to develop this year? How long is it going to take? But bottom line is there's no denying Will Anderson is a key factor in this team's ability to win ball games. He's a key factor in the Texans' defense in their ability to play the run, rush the passer. We talked about C.J. Stroud and how he can impact the locker room, the vibes, the juice, just how the team plays, how they practice. Well, Will Anderson is one of those guys as well on the defensive side of the football. Will's had a high ankle sprain that's kept him out. Here is D'Amico Ryans on Will Anderson with an update for this week.
Yeah, we'll see where Will is going. He's made some strides, right? He's definitely moving in the right direction. He's out working out, so we'll see, what he can tolerate as the week goes along. And yeah, we're very hopeful to get Will back. He's been a very important piece to what we've done on defense, so it'll be great to have him back in some capacity.
Yeah, Smitty, when I look at this, I need C.J. Stroud back on the field taking snaps. I need him getting reps. I need him getting run. I need him knocking rust off. When I look at Will Anderson, I'll be honest with you. Tell me where he's at Friday.
Yeah.
And I'll get excited or I'll get concerned. We've heard Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator, we've heard him specifically talk about D-line play and this system being D-line friendly of, hey, you can show up, plug and play, put your hand in the dirt, and if you're a good player, you can play in this defense, at least the defensive line spot. You can play rather quickly. I think he was saying that about Derek Barnett, who came in, had a tackle for loss and a sack the first week. So I take that for what it's worth as, look, Will Anderson knows what the hell's going on. Will Anderson's going to do everything he can to keep himself in shape. The minute he is cleared by the trainer to be able to be explosive and change direction and lean and go with that ankle, I think it's a plug and play. Hell, I don't even know if it needs to be on Friday, if I'm being completely honest. It could be Saturday being a home game.
Listen, and that's the good thing about it being a home game. You don't have to declare guys out at the last. I mean, before you travel and go away, you can wait till the last minute to determine, like, hey, if we can be able to activate this guy or not for the game. Look, Will Anderson needs to take every minute, every second, every hour of these days leading up to this game to try to heal that injury and get it in its best condition that it can get in before game day. Because you talk about high ankle sprains, those things it's all about time. How much time can you get from the beginning of the injury until it's ready to go in order for you to go out there and play? Because they're tough injuries to come back from. So, it's been a couple weeks. Hopefully by the end of this week, he'll be good enough to go. If he's not good enough to go, then it's one of those things that you can't push it, because a high ankle sprain, if you don't have the mobility, it's going to show. Yep. And you don't want to have a guy out there that doesn't have that mobility, can't tolerate that pain that high ankle sprains tend to bring. So it would be a next week thing. But like you said, you got all the way up into game day to figure out if he's ready to go, because it's not like it's complicated up front. Yeah. Hey, it's see ball, get ball, it's set the edge, it's you got a couple games that you can run here or there, TE games, ET games, and it ain't complicated to be a defensive lineman in this scheme. So get yourself as healthy as possible, and if you can go, you go. And if not, it's next man up.
Yeah, and that's something to keep an eye on, because we did see how thin they are at the edge rusher position, Smitty, last week when when Will Anderson was already out, and then Jonathan Grenard went out early. To me, look, I'm not overly concerned about the edge rushers on this football team. There's no doubt about it that Will Anderson brings a different juice than everybody versus the run, and really play in, play out, just overall being a football player. Jonathan Grenard brings a different element to the game from a twitch, explosion, change of direction, speed perspective. And we saw last week what it looks like defensively when those guys are out. I think they've got really good depth. I think they've got guys that can play the run. They got guys that can rush the passer. The thing is those two guys have a game-changing dynamic to their game that the other guys just simply at this point in time in their career don't have. That's what you're missing with those two guys. Neither one of them practiced today, but they haven't been ruled out. They're still evaluating. We'll keep you posted right here on Sports Radio 610 of what Will Anderson along with Jonathan Grenard looks like moving forward.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we've talked about this multiple times yesterday as well as today, and I just don't think we can give it enough airtime, because there's so many layers to the fact that the Texans were awarded. They claimed Kareem Jackson off of the waiver wire after being released from the Denver Broncos. Here's D'Amico Ryans, your Houston Texans head coach, talking about Kareem Jackson and them getting a chance to sign him at this point in the season.
Looking at just another veteran safety there. We lost Jimmy with the injury. He won't be able to be back with us. So just looking at more depth to our safety position there. And at this time of year, it's hard to find a guy who has the type of experience that Kareem has and the type of playmaking ability that he has. So we're able to add a guy, and looking forward to working with him.
Smitty, I think, and we'll talk these last couple of segments in depth, because you've got personal experience with Kareem in terms of playing with him, knowing him personally. So clearly there's a perspective there that none of us have. But when you look at that particular sign at this point in time in the season, Smitty, for me, I've got one question. How quickly can Kareem Jackson get on that field and start contributing with the Houston Texans?
I expect him to be ready to play on Sunday.
Come on.
I don't think there's going to be any impediment of him being able to play, because the defense is too complicated. He's not going to be able to know the communication and all that type of stuff. He's a veteran guy. He's played in multiple defenses. He's familiar with this defensive approach that D'Amico Ryans has, and so he's going to be able to work throughout this week to get the communication down with the guys in the defensive backfield. He's one of those guys that you can put him in a lot of different spots. He can be a guy that's a force in the run game. You can blitz him. He can cover deep. He's gonna be a playmaking guy. I'm excited about him getting an opportunity. And then I thought Sean Bajani had a really good nugget when he said he talked to him over there today at the stadium. It's like after practice, he's been in town during his suspension watching the Texans, paying attention to what's going on with the Texans. To me, that lets you know kind of where his mind was at. Of course, one of his good friends is the head coach of the team, but he originally was a Texan, and he never wanted to leave.
Yep.
He wanted to be here. He should have gotten re-signed. And, people made decisions that went in other directions, and he went elsewhere, and he's had a ton of success. Now he's back. I'm sure he's going to be excited. The last time I remember him being here, he had 2 or 3 picks, a fumble recovery, all kind of stuff. He just basically single-handedly beat the Texans. Now he's on our side, so I'm excited to see him get out there and play. I don't think there's going to be any issues at all with him being prepared to play, whether it comes to mentally or physically. I think he's going to be ready to go.
All right, we've got also for those of y'all out there that are concerned with the suspension, I think Sean Bajani said it's been 7 games this year for unnecessary roughness. Anybody that has any concerns, I've heard this pop up a couple of times of, boy, do you have any concern of that being a problem here in Houston? Look, I don't, and more importantly, D'Amico Ryans was asked specifically if he was concerned about that, and I'm paraphrasing. I hope he don't mind, but he said, hell no. I wasn't worried about it. Had absolutely zero to do with us signing Kareem Jackson back. And I'll be honest with you, Smitty, it seems to me like I'm surprised that Kareem Jackson got by so many teams in the
waiver order
on the waiver wire.
I guess the Texans are probably somewhere in the middle of the pack. They're 8-7 right now, so they probably like 16, somewhere between like 16 and 18. I mean, I don't know what that says or doesn't say that they were able to claim him, but I do think it's a great situation for the Texans to have a guy come in like Kareem Jackson when you lost a guy like Jimmy Ward.
Right.
I think he plugs and plays and brings not just on the field in that role, but also in the locker room, what he brings as far as leadership and experience, a veteran guy, having familiarity with what D'Amico is going to want to do. I think it's a perfect fit.
Yeah, I love it, man. I'm here for it. I'm a fan of watching the guy play the game of football the way he plays it. Call it dirty, call it reckless, call it whatever the hell you want to. It's violent and it's fun to watch for the old heads like me. All right, look, there's a franchise quarterback out there that got benched, y'all. It's breaking news. He got benched. It's been announced today. How in the world does a team get to a point where you pay a guy $200+ million? I don't even know what the specific number is, and then you decide it's time for him to go to the Pine for the backup quarterback. We'll tell you who that is, and we'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
We're getting you set for the TaxAct Texas Bowl on Sports Radio 610. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Live from NRG Stadium, it's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns, but the season is far from over.
You hope to have a chance.
Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. We're getting you set for the TaxAct Texas Bowl on Sports Radio 610. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Live from NRG Stadium, it's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Ron Hughley is out. Wade Smith, 12-year NFL vet, is in. And you heard the man. We are live at NRG Stadium. A lot of noise in the background, y'all. We are right here in the stadium, in the press box. They're down there getting ready for this big-time matchup that kicks off at 8 p.m. tonight on ESPN. Oklahoma State Cowboys versus the Texas A&M Aggies. It should be a hell of a football game. Both of these teams have a lot to play for. Obviously, Oklahoma State, number 20 in the country right now. They've had their moments this year. They had their chances this year. We're in the running for the Big 12 late in the season. Had a couple of losses that cost them a game. Got a running back, Ollie Gordon, over there that actually is I believe he won the Doak Walker Award, one of the best running backs in the country. He is great to watch. And Texas A&M, some people may say, what the hell are you talking about, Clint? Look, they hired Mike Elko. They've got all the guys out that are going to transfer, the guys that are still in A&M. And look, that A&M roster, they've recruited well for multiple years now. They are very, very, very talented, and now they should be motivated to play tonight for their new coach, Mike Elko. First chance for him to get an impression of who these guys are, how they play, the energy they play with, and what his team looks like. So I expect this to be one hell of a football game tonight, and we are here right in the thick of things. We also got Jacob Green, former Texas A&M Aggie. He was a first-round pick from the Seattle Seahawks in 1980. He will be coming on with us. By the way, he is born and raised in Pasadena, so over on that east side where I'm at. Y'all know where that's at now. He'll be joining us here in the next few minutes, Smitty. But before we get there, man, we got a franchise quarterback in the NFL, Russell Wilson. No surprise that there's more controversy around Russell Wilson. I don't think that's ever been a good fit. Nothing was a good fit in Denver last year. But even when Sean Payton got hired, I was with the Cowboys with Sean Payton for a cup of coffee, and he was my position coach. I spent a lot of time with Sean Payton over a handful of months. The one thing I knew Sean Payton was not going to take well to the Russell Wilson off the field, the diva Russell Wilson, the awkward, unorthodox disconnect that he has with his team. We're talking about C.J. Stroud, the lack of that it factor as it pertains to being in the locker room. I knew that was not going to play well with Sean Payton, but I figured they have to make it work because he's making so much money. Well, they announced today, and several people have the story. It's been confirmed. But Jordan Schultz, this is from him. The Broncos have benched Russell Wilson for Jarrett Stidham, and Russell Wilson is not going to be inactive. Russell Wilson is actually going to be the number 2 quarterback. Now, again, according to Jordan Schultz, Smitty, there's a financial aspect to this, financial layer to this, where they're basically benching Russell Wilson so that he doesn't get injured, because if he got injured, there's a $39 million guarantee, I believe, for 2025 that would kick in. And so I think it's pretty clear that there's been some, there's obviously a financial component to this decision, but anytime your franchise quarterback gets benched like this, you got to really question what the hell's going on within the organization.
Yeah, the Broncos are in a bad spot. You can tell that the guy that they gave a 10-year contract to, which is the head coach, Sean Payton, is not a big fan of Russell Wilson, who's the guy they gave $200 million contract to at the quarterback spot.
Right.
There's not a lot of quarterbacks growing on trees out here in the NFL. So you're gonna, if you're trying to figure out a way to find a different quarterback to plug in and play in, and build with a young organization track when you're talking about Sean Payton being the new head coach, you're in a bad spot if you're not getting anything out of the guy that you paid all that money to. And so now you're putting a guy like Jarrett Stidham in there, who I think you described it properly earlier today when you said Stidham is one of those guys, if everything is right around him, he can be a starter on a good team and do some good things, but he's not a guy that you expect him to take you to the promised land. And so if he's a guy that's going to be a placeholder, I guess they're ready to do something right now to get him out there, because Russell Wilson just hasn't been able to perform at the level that Sean Payton needs in order for them to be successful this season.
Smitty, to think how bad it has to be for a guy that's making that kind of money with that kind of resume to get benched before he completes 18 games or 17 games over an 18-week span with Sean Payton and with this offense. You would think it's almost like a rebirth, like, all right, man, I got a second win. And for it to go so south where you're getting benched when there still is a very small chance, it's small, but it's a chance that you could get into the playoffs, that's wild to me. All right, we've got Jacob Green. We got former Aggie, former first-round pick for the Seattle Seahawks back in 1980. My man was an All-Pro in 84. And look, Jacob, all of those things are very, very admirable, but I'm going to tell you what, I'm born and raised in Baytown, Texas, brother. I love that Pasadena blood that you got in you, man. How you doing, Jacob?
Man, I'm doing good. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing good. I'm here with 12-year NFL vet Wade Smith, man, and we're right here looking down on the field in this bowl game, Texas A&M, Oklahoma State, man. How you feel about your Aggies tonight?
Well, I feel good about them. I was, I watched a little bit of practice this week, and I feel as good as I can feel about with everything going on, new coaching changes, get some guys that left, but at the end of the day, those guys are going to go out and play. I think they'll be fired up. So, looking forward to watching them play tonight.
Jacob, you're an Aggie Hall of Famer. What is it like for you to be out there, to go out to those practices and see those guys? And what is your interaction like with the younger players? They recognize, the foundation that you laid with the program and your part in being a Texas Aggie.
Well, the number one thing is that I get a chance to talk to the kids and let them understand where their scholarships come from. I work for the 12th Man Foundation and been raising money for athletics for the last almost 20 years at A&M. And so I kind of give them an overview of where the scholarships come from and talk to them about, what's right, and just try to be a role model at some point in time. But those kids, they know that, they're smart, and they understand it. So it's a good thing for me to be able to go out and watch them practice. And I'm not doing any coaching, but if for instance, if a defensive lineman come up and ask me something, I'll tell him. But other than that, I enjoy watching them practice and play.
Well, now wait a minute, now, Jacob. They didn't give me that. They didn't give me that nugget right there. Now I'm gonna be, and I'm not trying to dredge up some old stuff with Jimbo Fisher, but that what y'all just did to pay a coach to go away, and you're the brains behind the organization of raising all that damn money y'all got out down there in College Station, Jacob. Goodness gracious! I mean, you was a hell of a football player, but from the looks of it, man, if you're raising money at that clip right there, goodness gracious, how you guys doing it, man?
Well, we got a lot of generous former students. We got great donors, and once an Aggie, always an Aggie. And we want to win, and and I think what we did was what we had to do, and we've gone down the road, and I know Coach Elko, when he left here the last time, we were pretty good on defense. So I'm looking forward to see it. But, Aggies stick together. Aggies, hey, we rally. We got everything we need as far as facilities. Now we just got to put the product on the field now. That's what we got to do. And we have the talent, so we just got to let it go.
Jake, look, I thought, all joking aside, man, I mean, I thought Ross Bjork, I thought he handled the move that had to be made. I thought he handled it tremendously, man, admirably, and those are tough situations. So I looked at it as like, well, look, we obviously knew that Ross was really, really good at what he did, but, boy, when you handle something like that with class and the way that he did was just, A&M is in really, really, really good hands from that perspective, man. But you mentioned Mike Elko. Give us a little peek behind the curtain of what Mike's been up to. I know he's coming in for this game, but the dynamic of a new coach that's getting the first chance to look at his team and players getting the first chance to play for that head coach, man, that's a big time opportunity.
Well, it is. When Mike came here the first time, I was one of the ones that went down, and we picked him up, his wife and his sons and an assistant. And the thing that I noticed about Mike, he was always organized. He had his stuff together, and what he's going to bring for us is a lot of discipline. He's gonna have the kids knowing where they have to be and where to be and what time they need to be there. And he's just not going to go for any bull crap. And I think that's one of the things that kids they look for leadership, and I think Mike will be great for what we're doing. And as far as the way that Ross handled it. I thought he did a great job, and it's always tough for anybody to fire a coach or to hire a coach, and you've been in the business, I've been in the business, but to lose a job it's tough. But sometimes you got to do that, and the way Ross handled it, the way our board of trustees handled it, it was the board of regents. I thought they did a great job. So my hat's off to those guys.
All right, Jacob Green, former Aggie defensive end, first-round draft pick. Jacob, we appreciate you joining us, man.
Hey, man, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, now don't get in no trouble over there and pass the Get Down Dina tonight now.
I won't. I'm going to hang out with you, buddy.
Come on,
I'll
buddy.
see you in a little bit.
Care of you. I know where to go. Hey, good to see you, man. Take care, brother.
All right, man. Thank you, man. Okay.
All right, we're gonna dive into this offensive line play. I think one of the biggest questions around the Houston Texans organization, and look, the next couple of games, and if they get in the playoffs, can they make some noise? D'Amico Ryan says it. Everything starts with that run game. I'm sitting here next to former offensive guard for the Houston Texans. Guy did it at the highest level for a long time. There's nobody better to talk offensive line play, run game with than Wade Smith. We'll do that next. But before we do it, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics. Here's the deal, man. You can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain that you've been dealing with, and you can do it for the year 2024. Don't go another year.
Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
We're getting you set for the TaxAct Texas Bowl on Sports Radio 610. Thanks to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Live from NRG Stadium, it's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Ron Hughley is out. Wade Smith, former Houston Texans offensive lineman, is in. And, hey, Tyler, we supposed to give a little something back to the people this hour, ain't we, man?
I think you're right.
Let's give away a couple of Texans tickets, man. What the hell? Be caller number 5. It's been good to a couple of people so far. Let's stick with number 5. Be caller number 5 right now to 713-572-4610. You'll win a pair of tickets to the final Texans home game of the year, which is on December the 31st in the bullpen, y'all. Right here at NRG Stadium, down close to all the action. It's a must-win game, and these are must-have tickets. This is the last pair that we're giving away today, so congratulations to the winner in the 3 o'clock hour, the 4 o'clock hour, and whoever wins this pair of tickets. Again, it's a must-win game, must-have tickets. We like to give it back to the people, man. Don't say that Sports Radio 610 had never done anything for you, because we're giving you tickets now. Titans, Texans, December 31, must-win game. This is going to be big time. You got to be in the building. Congrats to whoever won those particular tickets. Now, we heard from D'Amico Ryans back at 2:20. He was you could hear it live right here on the drive. And if you're listening on the Odyssey app, you can use that rewind feature and go back and hear all of D'Amico Ryans' comments. It was very, very, very good, updating several players, old and new, and he brought several nuggets to the table, Smitty. But the one thing he said we've heard him say it multiple times, is, look, guys, offensively, everything starts with our ability to run the football. And Smitty, to date, running the football has been inconsistent. My expectations are not for them to be one of the best running teams in the league. My expectations are for them at some point to have an effective running game. Have a run game that goes out there, and regardless of what the stats are, at some point in the game, it's effective, right? The play action works, or you chew up yardage in a 4-minute situation, or you just everybody on the field knows that their weakness is run defense, and we're going to pound the rock. Just be effective, be a weapon for Bobby Slowick, and that's been inconsistent, to put it nicely, so far. But I tell you, the dynamic is changed with the C.J. Stroud situation, Smitty. I'll tell you what I mean. Like, now you need to run the football, because the less that you ask C.J. Stroud to drop back and throw the football in this game coming up, the first game returning from a concussion, the better off you're going to be, right? D'Amico Ryans could tell you right now, Bobby Slowick would tell you right now, yes, we would like to be able to go win this ball game and not expose C.J. Stroud to too many hits, if any, if at all possible. And so running the football is important in every game. It's even more important this week, Smitty. Just we talk about it ad nauseum, but just what have you seen from this particular run game? Do you believe they can get it done versus the Titans? They did 2 weeks ago. How do you feel about the overall run game with the Houston Texans right now?
So I tell you one thing: the fact that George Fant practiced, that's a good sign.
Yeah.
He was not there last week. You saw the difference between 2 weeks ago and last week in the offensive line performance. But we didn't talk a lot about it. I'm sure I haven't heard much about the significance of George Fant being out of that game last week. That was a big deal. I look at it like this: him being back is important for them up front. Devin Singletary getting as many touches as possible, especially early in the game, I think is an important thing. When you look at what happens with this offensive line this year, the good offensive lines, the physical offensive lines, the Ravens and the Eagles and the 49ers, those are healthy offensive lines. There's not a lot of guys missing time up front. What you've seen with the Houston Texans is at the right tackle spot, you've missed a bunch of games at that spot. At the center position, you've missed a bunch of games at that spot, having different people having to cycle through there. At the left guard position, you've missed a bunch of games at that spot. And so with that, that's a lot of that has to do with the inconsistency with what you're seeing up front, because everything works together. Everybody has to be on the same page, whether it's what you're doing up front in conjunction with what's going on in the backfield with the running backs. the quarterbacks carrying out their fakes, the play action game that comes off of that. It's all connected. It all works together. And so I think it's extremely important. I think you make a great point about C.J. Stroud. When you talk about a concussion and you're talking about getting as far away from that concussion as you can without having any kind of reoccurrence or any kind of instances or taking any shots, that just compounds how much more effective you will be and how much you'll be able to you're fully over it by keeping yourself clean and taking those hits. And so the running game is always a way to keep a quarterback clean. If you're able to run the football, you're able to get after people in the run game. Now defensive linemen are stopping their feet. They're not trying to get up the field and get to the quarterback, and so that means that C.J. Stroud has a clean pocket. So do I think they could do it? I definitely think they could do it. They did it 2 weeks ago. I have no reason to believe that they can't do it again, especially because they got George Fant back in the lineup. I think that's a key addition or a key member of the offensive line to get back there in the lineup. And so it's absolutely necessary to keep C.J. Stroud clean, and it's absolutely necessary for them to come out with a victory, is for them to replicate what they did last time, run the football, run it with consistency. And they had a dominating running performance 2 weeks ago. They need that again from the Texans.
Tell me this, Smitty, because I'm gonna circle back to some of the things you said earlier, talking about the offensive line. One of the things you said was how just integral it is to, or important it is, that they find the center, that the center is a guy that can ultimately make this offense go in terms of the outside zone and the know-hows, the ins and outs of this particular offense, this particular run game. I think there's something there, because there's a lot of conversations, Smitty, where I'm like for instance, Dameon Pierce. I don't doubt that there's some things that Dameon Pierce has to work on and be better at.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that him not being a scheme fit is to blame for him from going from, look, he was going to be 1,000-plus yard rusher last year to second, maybe even third string reps this year, right? I mean, there's more to that than just the scheme doesn't fit. There's more to that fall off. But my point being is the offensive line and those guys, that line dance that has to happen, and you want to talk about taking time for the scheme to really work, because those guys have to work together. 3 guys could understand it and know it like the back of their hand. If the other 2 don't, it's going to screw up the whole thing, right? It takes all 5. But you mentioned the center being absolutely important, Smitty. If one of the young guys isn't the center, I don't know if Juice Scruggs is going to be a guard or a center. I don't know. But if not, they've got a lot of money where they could go out there and find that right piece at the center position if they need to this offseason. But just the thought of how important that center is to what they're trying to get done here.
It's absolutely critical. And when you looked at what happened in this offseason in training camp, Juice Scruggs looked like he was going to be the guy. I liked a lot what I saw out of Juice Scruggs. He got injured. And so once he got injured, you cycle through 3 or 4 guys that have been playing that center position, and you relate that back to Dameon Pierce. He's a guy that likes to run the gap scheme. If you're double teaming at the point of attack and pulling the guard or pulling the tackle, he can just get downhill, hit a hole, or maybe back one hole. A gap runs. That's Dameon Pierce. That's his bread and butter. Where if your center's getting beat, and guys have been in that spot and taking turns of not being able to win the back block, not even being able to just hold up in the back block, holding penalties in the back block. Now that's causing issues for Dameon Pierce on something that is bread and butter. When you have a center position that can't consistently reach a shade by themselves, if you can't consistently reach block a shade defensive lineman by yourself as a center, then the outside zone is not going to be worth a damn. And so you go back and look at those old films of Chris Myers and Arian Foster's having all these great runs and stuff. Just check out Chris Myers and what he was able to do. Check out any of these. Check what you see out of Jason Kelsey. Check what you see out of any of these teams that run outside zone, and see how good their centers are at the point of attack. We haven't had that this season from that position. I thought Juice Scruggs, and I still think Juice Scruggs can be that guy because of injuries, because of having to move, because Titus gets hurt, and the timing of when Titus got hurt and when Juice Scruggs was eligible to play again. They got Juice playing at guard. But I think his best spot is center, and he looked like he's going to be the guy. So could they go out and get somebody? They're going to have plenty of money to go out and get what they need to get this offseason. But I think that Juice Scruggs is probably going to likely to get that first shot at it at the center position because he looked good and he looked like he was going to be able to take over that role.
That is Wade Smith, 12-year NFL vet. Smitty, always good spending time with you, man. And I tell you, greatly appreciate you filling in today, man, and giving us some of your holidays, brother.
It's always real, fellas.
There it is. There it is. Well, we are at NRG Stadium. If you're coming to the game tonight, we'll see you soon. If not, you can listen to it right here on Sports Radio 610. My man Brett Dolan and Johnny Harris, two of the best in the broadcasting business, will be on Sports Radio 610 bringing this game to you. The TaxAct Texas Bowl, Big 12, SEC, Oklahoma State versus Texas A&M. It's bowl season, y'all, and we got a big one tonight in Houston. The Drive will be back live tomorrow. Make sure you stay plugged into Sports Radio 610, 6A to 6P. Texans All Access is up next, 6 to 8 p.m. And then, like I said, at 8 o'clock, at old kickoff. Them Pokes and them Aggies, y'all. Bound to be a good one. Bound to be a barn burner here at NRG tonight. Until tomorrow, we love you, Houston.
Seemed impossible to fail.
I got to go figure out which one of them perfumes are and make sure she just does one of them drive-bys with that perfume, and then it's on and popping.
The problem when you do that, though, now you out of control. You're not going to listen.
What'd I do?
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns,